Chapter 658. Firstly, Uncle Feng's cultivation isn't at the void interpretation stage any longer, and it's extremely likely that he's broken through to the void transformation stage. Secondly, Uncle Feng is still a void interpretation stage martial artist, yet he's comprehended advanced concept. No matter which point it was, Feng Wudao's strength was sufficient to shock Duan Lingtian. As expected of an existence with an extraordinary status in the Feng clan. Third Elder. Feng Tianwu's face went slightly grim as she hurriedly followed up. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian naturally followed behind as well. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed behind Feng Wudao and walked slowly out of the audience hall. Outside the audience hall, an old man that was over 70 years old stood there. At this moment, the old man stared fixedly at Feng Tianwu with eyes that emitted flames, and he seemed as if he wished for nothing more than to ruthlessly destroy this beauty and kill Feng Tianwu right away. Third Elder, you're looking for me for something? Feng Wudao naturally noticed the old man's gaze, and his face sank as he asked, "My lord." The old man took a deep breath as his gaze moved onto Feng Wudao, and the hatred in his eyes transformed into boundless grief and indignation. "My only grandson was killed today. My lord, please uphold justice for me." "What?" Feng Wudao frowned. "What's going on?" He naturally knew the situation of the old man's line before him. His son had died young and only left behind a grandson. The death of the grandson meant that the last remaining seedling was gone, and the family line was cut off. "My lord, please uphold justice for me." The old man took this opportunity to kneel on the ground as he pleaded. For a time, Feng Wudao's frown grew deeper. When he saw this scene, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly told Feng Wudao everything that had occurred earlier via voice transmission. He was really worried that Feng Wudao would agree to uphold justice for the old man. In that way, even if Tianwu was Feng Wudao's own daughter, Feng Wudao would still have to do something to appease the old man. That was something he wasn't willing to see. After Feng Wudao heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, his brows knit together tightly, and then he looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a low voice, "Tianwu, you killed Third Elder's grandson?" "Yes." Feng Tianwu nodded and admitted it with a calm face. "Do you know that he is the only grandson of the Third Elder?" Feng Wudao asked. "I've heard of it." Feng Tianwu nodded. "Then why are you so ruthless?" Feng Wudao asked again. At this moment, even the old man kneeling on the ground could not help but look up at Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu knew in her heart that if she didn't say anything at this moment, it would definitely make things difficult for her father. So after she took a deep breath, she said bluntly, "That Feng Hao spoke rudely and humiliated me twice in succession, and elder brother Duan stood up for me. Later on, he himself was afraid of elder brother Duan, so he sent a voice transmission to threaten me. He said if I don't accompany him tonight, not only will elder brother Duan die, but I will also die." As she spoke, Feng Tianwu's voice became colder. "So he deserves death." Feng Tianwu looked at the old man kneeling on the ground without the slightest scruples. On the other hand, the old man's expression had completely changed after Feng Tianwu spoke the last sentence. Never had he imagined that there was such a reason behind it. "Third Elder, did you hear it clearly?" At practically the instant Feng Tianwu finished speaking, Feng Wudao's face was covered in a layer of ice, and he said with a low voice, "If I was present at that time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have held back as well. This daughter of mine has had a bumpy life, yet in the end, she was actually humiliated by that grandson of yours like this. Do you think that grandson of yours deserves death?" The old man's face went ghastly pale to the extreme when he heard this. "My lord, I was rash in this matter. Indeed, he deserves death." After he finished speaking, the old man stood up. After bidding his farewells to Feng Wudao, he left dejectedly. "Ling Tian, accompany Wu. or to sit in the rear courtyard. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Feng Wu Dao had looked over. Duan Lingtian nodded as he called out to Feng Tianwu. Before he left, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to communicate with Feng Wu Dao via voice transmission. Uncle Feng, this third elder of your Feng clan seems to not be an easy person to deal with. I keep having the feeling that he won't let the matter go just like this. Lingtian, why do you think I asked you and Wu to go to the rear courtyard? Feng Wu Dao replied with a question when he heard Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from being stunned, and when he recovered from his shock, he understood Feng Wu Dao's meaning as well. It turned out that Feng Wu Dao had seen through it since long ago. It was I who spoke out of turn. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly, and then he headed to the rear courtyard with Feng Tianwu. At the same time, he didn't forget to console Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, you don't have to take the words of some fellows that are worse than animals to heart. Elder brother Duan, I'm fine. When she heard Duan Lingtian's consolation, Feng Tianwu squeezed out a trace of a smile on her face. Outside the estate, after the Feng clan's third elder, Feng Qing, left, a ghastly sheen suffused his eyes. Feng Wu Dao, your daughter ought to still not know of her origins, right? Wait until I find some evidence of our Feng clan annihilating the Long clan all those years ago. Then I'll tell her the truth all those years ago for you. Ha ha ha! When he thought up to here, Feng Qing's expression became savage as if he'd been possessed. He knew clearly in his heart. Wanting to kill Feng Tianwu and take revenge for his grandson was practically impossible. With Feng Wu Dao by Feng Tianwu's side, it was impossible for him to succeed in his entire lifetime. So he chose another method to take revenge on Feng Tianwu. After she finds out the truth all those years ago, it ought to be more painful than death. Her own grandfather was angered to death by her own mother. Her own mother committed suicide because of this. Her grandfather, grandmother, and many relatives on her mother's side, all of them died at the hands of the clan she's currently in. I'm curious, what sort of expression would she have when she finds out about all this? Feng Qing muttered to himself. But unfortunately, you're bound to be unable to see it. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out by Feng Qing's ears. The voice seemed to be right by his ear, yet also seemed to have come from 500 kilometers away, and it was difficult to fathom. But this voice was extremely familiar to him. Just moments ago, he'd heard this voice. In the next moment, Feng Qing felt a feeling of danger envelop his heart, and it caused him to be on the verge of suffocating. Feng Wu! But unfortunately, Feng Qing was bound to be unable to finish speaking. Swish! An exceedingly swift, fiery red flowing light tore through the horizon, and it seemed to have transformed into an extremely tiny shooting star that pierced into the space between Feng Qing's brows. Instantly, a bloody hole appeared between Feng Qing's brows, and blood flowed out without end. Bang! In next to no time, he fell into a pool of blood, and his eyes stared wide open as he stared blankly at the sky before gradually losing all signs of life. Very quickly, a wisp of flame suddenly jumped up between Feng Qing's brows. The flame enveloped Feng Qing's entire body in the blink of an eye, burning him to ashes. Because this place was rather remote, no one noticed the commotion here for a short period of time, and no one knew that Feng Qing was already dead. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind blew past, Feng Qing, who had turned into ashes, scattered with the wind and instantly disappeared into the air, and a fiery red figure suddenly appeared where Feng Qing was standing just now. I've already mistreated my daughter enough in my life. No matter who it is, I'll definitely not let him off if he dares to make my daughter unhappy. The owner of the fiery red figure was a dignified middle-aged man in a fiery red robe, and he was currently muttering to himself. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu stayed in the residence's backyard for a while before returning to the front courtyard. It was because there were uninvited guests in the front courtyard again. This time, there were two uninvited guests. One of them was someone that both Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were familiar with. Yi Xiang, the Yi clan's second young master. Father, it's him. He slapped me twice and desecrated our Yi clan. Yi Xiang pointed at Duan Lingtian as he spoke to the green-robed, middle-aged man by his side. The green-robed, middle-aged man's appearance was slightly similar to Yi Xiang, and he was obviously the Yi clan's patriarch. Presently, when the Yi clan's patriarch heard Yi Xiang, he didn't target Duan Lingtian, and he instead looked at the nearby Feng Wu Dao. Lord Wu Dao, this is, as the Yi clan's patriarch, he had unique insight. He was able to discern. The Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, seemed to think highly of this violet-clothed young man. Him? He's my son-in-law. Feng Wu Dao glanced indifferently at the Yi clan's patriarch and said unhurriedly, "No matter what patriarch you wants to do, please do as you please." Son-in-law? The Yi clan's patriarch was dumbstruck, and so was Yi Xiang. Son-in-law? How could this Feng clan's patriarch have a son-in-law? Isn't he childless? Lord Wu Dao, may I know where your daughter is now? The Yi clan's patriarch took a deep breath and couldn't refrain himself from asking. At the same time, his gaze inadvertently descended onto the red-clothed young woman that stood at the side, and he felt his scalp go numb. He was clearly aware of the conflict between his son and this pair of young man and woman. Of course, the information he knew from his son was limited. According to his son, this red-clothed young woman that was called a lowly maid by his son was only an unimportant maidservant. But now, strands of a bad premonition arose in his heart. No matter how he looked at the red-clothed young woman before him, he didn't feel that she was a maidservant, and she was more like a young Mississippi. Patriarchy, are you seeing things? Isn't my daughter standing by my son-in-law's side? Feng Wu Dao spoke indifferently. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to grab Feng Tianwu's jade hand, and then he narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Yi clan's patriarch and his son, especially that Yi Xiang. Duan Lingtian intentionally glanced deeply at him. Duan Lingtian knew that Yi Xiang was about to be struck with misfortune. On the other hand, Yi Xiang's expression was as unsightly as it could be, and his body was even terrified to the point of shivering. She's Lord Wu Dao's daughter? Damnable Feng, how? Didn't he say she was only a maidservant? Now, Yi Xiang even had the heart to whip Feng Hao's corpse. Even if he wanted to cheat someone, he didn't have to do it like this, right? Bastard. Right at this moment, the Yi clan's patriarch, who'd recovered from his shock, raised his hand and slapped Yi Xiang, causing Yi Xiang to feel dizzy. Chapter 659. Father. Yi Xiang was stunned, completely stunned. Didn't his father come to stand up for him? Bastard. You still have the face to call me. I don't have a son like you. The Yi clan's patriarch seemed to have transformed into an enraged guardian deity, and with a raise of his hand, he slapped Yi Xiang to the point Yi Xiang's face became swollen. But even then, he still didn't have the intention of stopping. Slap, 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 slap. Slap after slap were swung out, and Yi Xiang's face was practically split open by his father. This scene was unexpected to Duan Lingtian. With a quick thought, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the patriarch of a clan, he really has courage. He seems to be teaching his son a lesson, yet he's actually protecting him. Duan Lingtian had easily guessed the intentions of the Yi clan's patriarch. Today, the Yi clan's patriarch had come to denounce Duan Lingtian under the lead of Yi Xiang, and his original intention was naturally to deal with Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. But after he found out about Feng Tianwu's true identity, the Yi clan's patriarch would surely not dare have any thoughts of taking revenge. Feng Tianwu's father was Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao, the eldest master of the Feng clan. His cultivation had attained the peak of perfection, and according to rumor, he'd already surpassed the two ancestors of the Feng clan and was chasing after the strongest expert in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. How could the Yi clan dare offend an existence like this? Slap. With a raise of his hand, the Yi clan's patriarch slapped Yi Xiong unconscious, and then he looked respectfully and reverently at Feng Wu Dao before lowering his head. Lord Wu Dao, I didn't teach my son well and caused my unfilial son to offend your daughter and son-in-law. Lord Wu Dao, please punish me. The Yi clan's patriarch spoke extremely humbly. As for Feng Wu Dao, he had a calm expression from the beginning until the end, and it was as if everything that had occurred earlier was unrelated to him. Patriarch Yi. Finally, Feng Wu Dao spoke out and said indifferently, since you've already taught your son a lesson, then this matter is over. I don't wish for a similar matter to occur a second time. Yes, yes. Thank you, Lord Wu Dao. The Yi clan leader secretly wiped away his cold sweat and respectfully responded. Subsequently, he bid his farewells to Feng Wu Dao before carrying Yi Xiong, who'd fainted, and then he hastily left the estate Feng Wu Dao resided in and left the Feng clan. Along the way, his heart bled as he looked at the flesh and blood on his unconscious son's face. In terms of martial arts talent, his second son was not as good as his eldest son. However, they were both his sons after all. They were both flesh and blood. Now that he had beaten them to such a state, it would be a lie to say that his heart did not ache. Xiong, don't blame father for being ruthless. Today, if it wasn't for father using this trick of injuring himself to gain father's confidence in time, it's unknown whether you'd be able to keep your life. Yi clan leader sighed. There was a saying that had always been circulated in the Darkhan dynasty. He would rather provoke the king of hell than provoke the tyrannical path. Amongst them, Wu Dao was the Feng clan's Feng Wu Dao. From this, one could see how terrifying Feng Wu Dao was. After the father and son of the Yi clan left, the spacious mansion regained its tranquility. There are still 10 days left. In these 10 days, the two of you must cultivate well. Even a 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist might not be able to advance in the Dynasty martial competition. Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu as he said with a serious expression, "As for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at the end, it's even more intense. At that time, if one doesn't possess a cultivation at the Void Interpretation stage, then one would probably not have the qualifications to compete for the top 10 positions." Void Interpretation stage. Feng Wu Dao's voice was resolute. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face tensed up slightly. As for Duan Lingtian, he still had a calm expression. He was mentally prepared for this since long ago, so he wasn't really surprised. Tianwu, return to your room first. I still have some things to say to that kid. Ling Tian. Feng Tianwu left under Feng Wu Dao's call, whereas Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian instead, and the corners of his mouth unknowingly curled into a wisp of a playful smile. When he saw Feng Wu Dao looking over with a smile on the corners of his mouth, Duan Lingtian was first stunned, and then he smiled guiltily. Uncle Feng, do you have something to say to me? Kid, Lingtian, I want to know what your cultivation is now. How's your comprehension of concept? I heard from Wu that you seemed to be far from using your full strength when you attacked the Yi clan's second young master. Feng Wu Dao glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he asked, Uncle Feng, wouldn't you know what my cultivation is and how my comprehension of concept is during the dynasty martial competition? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Feng Wu Dao was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. Kid, you're still keeping me in suspense before me. Never mind. At that time, let me see if you're a match for Wu. Grandma Su, prepare a guest room for Ling Tian. Subsequently, Feng Wu Dao instructed the nearby old woman. Yes, Grandma Su spoke respectfully before calling out to Duan Lingtian, and then she brought Duan Lingtian along to leave the entrance of the audience hall. Duan Lingtian followed behind Grandma Su and walked into a unique small courtyard. The small courtyard was extremely clean, and the rooms within it were extremely clean as well. Obviously, they were usually cleaned. He only had to prepare some daily necessities. Young Master Lingtian, feel free to speak if you have any instructions. I won't disturb you. After she finished preparing the daily necessities for Duan Lingtian, Grandma Su bid her farewells and left before helping Duan Lingtian close the courtyard door. After Grandma Su left, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and withdrew the wind concept fragment before closing his eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that his feelings had completely calmed down, but he didn't circulate the 9 dragons war sovereign technique to cultivate. Presently, his origin energy had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the void initiation stage, and he only lacked a critical factor to break through to the void interpretation stage. This critical factor was comprehending intermediate concept. At this moment, Duan Lingtian pondered slightly. He made a conclusion to the strength he possessed now. My current cultivation is at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, and merely my origin energy is comparable to the strength of 12 ancient horned dragons. Besides that, my wind concept has already broken through to the 7th level. Even though 7th level wind concept is only at the elementary stage, it's sufficient to compare to the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons. Besides that, because I don't have a concept fragment to assist in comprehension, the advancement of my lightning concept is far inferior to wind concept. As for earth concept, even though I have the 7th level advanced earth concept fragment left behind by the earth puppet in the Sword Monarch's treasure, my entire body and mind is on wind concept now, and I can't divert my attention to comprehend it for now. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Because of the assistance of the 5th level advanced wind concept fragment he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure that day, the wind concept he comprehended advanced by leaps and bounds. Presently, he'd already comprehended it to the 7th level. With the assistance of a concept fragment, the comprehension of elementary concept has become exceedingly simple. I have a feeling that perhaps I'll be able to comprehend 8th level wind concept before the Dynasty Martial Competition. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, as for the other 2 concepts, I've only comprehended lightning concept to the 3rd level. The earth concept is the last to be comprehended, and I've only comprehended it to the 1st level. The earth concept was still all right, as with the assistance of the 7th level advanced earth concept fragment in the future, its advancement would surely be swift. When he thought of lightning concept, Duan Lingtian was slightly helpless, but it's better than nothing. 3rd level lightning concept is able to increase the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons at any rate. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. But unfortunately, I don't have a lightning concept fragment in my possession. Otherwise, the advancement of my lightning concept in the future would surely be extremely swift. Of course, Duan Lingtian only thought like this in his heart. How could a concept fragment be obtained just because one said so? Not to mention anything else. Just within the territory of the Dark Han dynasty and the various dynasties in the surroundings, besides him, there might not be a second person that possessed a concept fragment. Concept fragments are too difficult to come by. Duan Lingtian sighed. There's also those 3 profundity fragments. Besides the wind concept fragment and sword concept fragment, there were still 3 profundity fragments in Duan Lingtian's possession. The profundity fragments were left behind by the white-clothed sword monarch. They were respectively the profundity fragments of wind, lightning, and sword. But with Duan Lingtian's current comprehension of concept, he was utterly unable to comprehend the 3 profundity fragments. Once Duan Lingtian was able to comprehend any one of the wind, lightning, and sword concepts to the 9th level advanced stage, the profundity fragments would be able to be put to use. Presently, Duan Lingtian was equivalent to sitting on a mountain of treasures, yet he was unable to take a single piece of it. Only by obtaining the authority to mine the mountain of treasures would he be able to mine the mountain of treasures. Obviously, Duan Lingtian didn't possess this authority now. Based on the current situation, it's completely meaningless for me to continue cultivating the 9 dragons war sovereign technique. The important matter at hand is to comprehend an even higher level of wind concept. Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards his plan before breaking through to the void interpretation stage. Comprehend wind concept wholeheartedly. Comprehend 8th level wind concept and even 9th level wind concept. After 9th level wind concept, the next step would be 1st level intermediate wind concept. At that time, he would be able to break through to the void interpretation stage. With this understanding, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, got off the bed, and walked out of his room to stand in the courtyard as he silently felt the breeze that blew into his face. Whereas in his hand, the wind concept fragment was tightly clenched. Wind! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's mind was completely immersed in the comprehension of wind concept. Time silently flowed by. Deep in the night, Duan Lingtian didn't move at all. Suddenly, the door to the small courtyard was opened, and an emaciated and aged figure walked in with large strides. It was an old woman. After the old woman placed the fine wine and delicacies in her hand on the stone table in the courtyard, she glanced at the violet-clothed young man that stood silently there before turning around and leaving, and she closed the courtyard door behind her. "Grandma Sue, is that kid Lingtian still cultivating?" The old woman had only taken a few steps when she heard a voice sound out from ahead. "My lord." For a time, Grandma Sue bowed respectfully to the person that had arrived. The person that had arrived was precisely Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao nodded. "Young Master Lingtian isn't cultivating, and he's standing in the courtyard instead. He seems to be comprehending concept." Grandma Sue spoke in detail of what she saw earlier. Comprehending concept? Chapter 660. In the courtyard, the violet-clothed young man stood there silently like a statue. He's really comprehending concept. Feng Wu Dao's gaze descended onto the surroundings of the violet-clothed young man. Presently, strands of light azure-colored energy flickered on the surface of the violet-clothed young man's body, and it was suffused with waves of deep aura. This aura belonged to concept. Feng Wu Dao wasn't unfamiliar with this sort of concept. Wind concept. With a raise of his hand, the airflow in the sky flashed, and waves of strong winds flashed out from his sleeve to surge towards the violet-clothed young man. Right at this moment, the azure-colored energy on the surface of the violet-clothed young man's body skyrocketed abruptly and blocked the strong winds that assaulted him. Whoosh! In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before converging into 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the end. 7th level wind concept? The scene before him caused Feng Wu Dao to be greatly surprised. This little fellow's comprehension ability is actually so high. It's truly shocking. In the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty, in terms of comprehension ability, I'm afraid only Wu is able to surpass him. But Wu is born with a fire spirit body and has a special sense towards fire concept, so it's slightly unfair to compare her with him. Feng Wu Dao muttered. Perhaps if Feng Wu Dao knew that Duan Lingtian was relying on a wind concept fragment to comprehend wind concept to such a degree in such a short period of time, he wouldn't think like this. "Kid, you're lucky. It just so happens that besides fire concept, I'm skilled in wind concept as well." Feng Wu Dao stood on the spot with a solemn expression. In the next moment, he spread out his hands. Instantly, violent winds arose in the small courtyard and swept towards the violet-clothed young man. Duan Lingtian held the wind concept fragment tightly in his hand, then closed his eyes and meditated to comprehend wind concept. Through the light breeze that flowed in the air and coupled with the wind concept fragment, his comprehension towards wind concept rose at an extremely swift speed. Originally, everything was calm and tranquil. But suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt the light breeze transform into a violent wind that enveloped him within it. The violent wind wreaked havoc, allowing Duan Lingtian to clearly feel the power of the wind. Relying on the concept of wind fragment, Duan Lingtian discovered that his comprehension of the concept of wind had become even faster. After an unknown amount of time, the gale gradually disappeared. Duan Lingtian also woke up. At this moment, he realized that it was already late at night. To think that a gale would rise tonight. What a surprise! Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at the ruined flowers and grasses in the small courtyard. To these flowers and plants, the wind was a nightmare. But to him, it was able to help him better comprehend wind concept. Young Master Lingtian. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Senior. Duan Lingtian opened the door and welcomed the person in. It was Granny Sue. Young Master Lingtian, I'd once sent food over during dinner, but you were cultivating at that time. So I made some new food. Eat it while it's still hot. Granny Sue placed all the fine wine and delicacies on the stone table in the courtyard. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian hurriedly thanked her. After Granny Sue left, Duan Lingtian's appetite was aroused as he smelled the fragrance of the food, and he swept it all away like a gust of wind. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Duan Lingtian leaned on the table and raised his head to look at the bright moon in the horizon. The moon tonight was especially round. In the past, Little Gold would fight for food with me. Now it's slightly deserted. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Days passed by day. The dynasty martial competition grew closer and closer. Presently, the Darkhan dynasty's capital was completely bustling with noise and excitement. Not only had the young experts of the various empires gathered together, even the clans and sects that were spread throughout the Darkhan dynasty had sent young geniuses as representatives to participate in the dynasty martial competition. But even though the number of people had increased, the order in the capital was still good as before. No one dared casually cause trouble in the capital. During these past few days, Duan Lingtian stayed in the Feng clan and didn't go anywhere. Although the dynasty martial competition's approach wasn't to the extent of causing him to feel pressured, he still used all his time on the comprehension of wind concept. With the wind concept fragment, he practically didn't encounter any bottlenecks in his comprehension of wind concept. His journey was smooth. During these past few days, Duan Lingtian had confirmed a fact. Many times when he comprehended wind concept in the small courtyard, a violent gale would blow out. But when he asked some of the Feng clan's guards, he found out the truth. During these past few days, the weather was extremely good, and fierce winds had never arisen. I presume it's probably Uncle Feng or Elder Kong that's helping me. Duan Lingtian guessed some things. Days passed by day, and in the end, the day before the dynasty martial competition had finally arrived. Meanwhile, the entire Feng clan was bustling with noise and excitement. I heard that the two positions for our Feng clan to participate in the dynasty martial competition this time have been decided. Besides young Master Yunxiang, who's the other person? At a corner of the Feng clan's martial practice grounds, a Feng clan disciple curiously asked his companion by his side, "You don't even know this?" The latter was greatly shocked. I was in closed-door cultivation for the past few days, and I only came out today. The former rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment and laughed embarrassedly. Humph, I only came out today as well, but I'm probably able to guess who the other person is. It ought to be young Master Yunfei. A nearby Feng clan disciple came over and spoke as a matter of course. Right, the most outstanding young expert of our Feng clan. Below young Master Yunxiang is undoubtedly young Master Yunfei. Humph. All of you guessed wrong. It's not young Master Yunfei. Not young Master Yunfei? How could this be possible? What's impossible? Besides young Master Yunxiang and young Master Yunfei, there's another peerless genius in the younger generation of our Feng clan. Who's that? In next to no time, many Feng clan disciples that were behind in the news crowded around the well-informed Feng clan disciple and asked successively. The well-informed Feng clan disciple was a middle-aged man with a thin figure, and after he successfully drew the attention of everyone, he said, "All of you ought to have heard of young Miss Tianwu, right?" Of course. Presently, who in our Feng clan doesn't know that young Miss Tianwu is the only daughter of the eldest master? I've seen young Miss Tianwu a few times in the past, but at that time I only thought that she was Senior Su's granddaughter. I never imagined that she's actually the only daughter of the eldest master. The eldest master keeps a low profile. If it wasn't for the incident from before, I'm afraid we would only know of young Miss Tianwu's identity during the dynasty martial competition. The crowd of Feng clan disciples discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, a slow-witted young man couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are all of you talking about? Besides that, when did the eldest master have an only daughter? You wouldn't have not left the house in these past 10 days, right?" Instantly, many Feng clan disciples looked at the young man with surprise, and they seemed as if they'd discovered a new continent. I haven't left the house in a period of time. The young man was slightly embarrassed. This caused the surrounding crowd of Feng clan disciples to be speechless. In next to no time, someone explained to the young man. Right at this moment, not far away from the crowd of Feng clan disciples that were gathered together, a pair of young men that were like a golden couple appeared. The young man and woman walked over slowly. "Tianwu, you're a famous person now as well." The violet-clothed young man amongst them smiled lightly. The red-clothed young woman at the side frowned. "For the first time, I feel that the exposure of my identity might not be a good thing. I still prefer the time when no one knew of my identity. Your identity has bound you to stand at the center of the stage. It's only a matter of time." The violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Lingtian. All along the way, he could hear many discussions related to Feng Tianwu. Those discussions mostly revolved around Feng Tianwu's identity. Feng Tianwu's identity was exposed a few days ago. All in all, it was because of the matter with the grandson of the Feng clan's third elder. Moreover, since then, the third elder had vanished into thin air. Even though no one clearly said why the third elder had vanished into thin air. But everyone was able to guess that the disappearance of the third elder was surely related to his grandson that was killed by Feng Tianwu before the third elder vanished. Someone had once seen him go to the estate of the eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. But there were also people that saw the third elder leave the estate. Since then, the third elder had completely vanished. Perhaps the members of the Feng clan had some guesses towards the disappearance of the third elder, but no one dared speak of it. Even though the status of the third elder in the Feng clan was high, the direct line he belonged to had already been wiped out, and no one was willing to offend an existence that couldn't be offended for him. At the same time, Feng Tianwu was truly known by everyone in the Feng clan. It wasn't just that, presently, the entire capital of the Dark Han dynasty had probably spread the news that the eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, had an additional daughter. "Let's not talk about this. Big brother Ling Tian, how about we spar?" Feng Tianwu's beautiful face bloomed with a smile that could turn the world upside down. "I'm fine with it." Duan Ling Tian shrugged, and then he glanced at the bustling martial practice grounds and frowned. "But this place isn't too suitable, right? Then let's go back and spar." Feng Tianwu said. "Okay," Duan Ling Tian replied. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu went around half of the martial practice grounds and intended to return. "Young Miss Tianwu." "She's young Miss Tianwu?" Meanwhile, many Feng clan disciples with sharp gazes had recognized Feng Tianwu. She's truly beautiful. Supposedly, the eldest master from all those years ago could be considered to be a top handsome man in our Dark Han dynasty. I presume it's impossible for the woman that joined with him to be an ordinary woman. So it isn't strange that she gave birth to such a daughter. You're right. Chapter 661. When faced with the gazes of so many people, Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged, and she still chatted and laughed with Duan Lingtian. Who's that violet-clothed kid? I've seen him before. 9 days ago, right here, he beat Feng Hao and Yi Xiang into pig heads in succession. It was precisely after that Feng Hao was killed by young Miss Tianwu. Looks like his strength isn't weak. At the same time that the group of Feng clan disciples discussed animatedly, many male disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with envious gazes. How they hoped that it was them who were chatting and laughing with young Miss Tianwu. At this moment, they wished for nothing more than to replace Duan Lingtian. Tianwu, looks like your charm is extremely great. Duan Lingtian smiled. Elder brother Duan, you're making fun of me again. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went slightly red as she spoke angrily. This scene caused many male disciples to be stunned, and they felt that the red-clothed young woman before them was like a celestial maiden that had descended from the heavens into the mortal world. You're Feng Tianwu? Suddenly, a slightly neutral voice sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu stopped, moving at practically the exact same time, and they looked towards the source of the voice. In the distance, a young man in green clothes was walking towards them. Duan Lingtian frowned. He was able to sense the enmity the young man had towards Tianwu. The young man walked over slowly until he arrived before Feng Tianwu, and he stood still before Feng Tianwu as he sized her up with a calm gaze. His expression was emotionless, as if he was a piece of rotten wood that didn't know how to flirt. Who are you? Feng Tianwu asked with a calm expression. Feng Yunfei. The young man spoke frankly. Meanwhile, waves of whispers sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. It's young Master Feng Yunfei. What's he doing? Duan Lingtian realized that this young man's identity in the Feng clan was extraordinary from the mouths of the group of Feng clan disciples. Otherwise, why would so many people address him as young master? What's the matter? Seeing that Feng Yunfei didn't look at her with that hateful gaze, Feng Tianwu's tone calmed down a bit. Feng Tianwu, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to fight me? Feng Yunfei asked in a low voice. Challenge? As soon as Feng Yunfei said this, everyone including Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were stunned. Why? Feng Tianwu asked with a frown. Feng Yunfei took a deep breath. The Feng clan can recommend 2 people to participate in the dynasty martial competition tomorrow. One of the positions belongs to Feng Yunxiang, and I feel that I'm inferior to him, so it's fine. But you, what right do you have to take the other spot? Just because you're my only daughter? As he finished speaking, Feng Yunfei's tone was filled with unwillingness. Whoosh! Feng Yunfei's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the surrounding crowd of Feng clan disciples to be astounded before coming to a sudden understanding. No wonder I heard earlier that young Master Yunfei has no fate with the 2 positions of our Feng clan to participate in the dynasty martial competition this time. I was originally bewildered that besides young Master Yunxiang, young Master Yunfei is the strongest in the younger generation of our Feng clan, who can seize his position. So it turns out that it's young Miss Tianwu that occupied that position. Even though young Miss Tianwu's strength isn't bad, yet she ought to not be a match for young Master Yunfei, right? Supposedly, young Master Yunfei broke through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage some time ago. Young Master Yunfei challenged young Miss Tianwu because he wants to reclaim the position that belonged to him? Many Feng clan disciples guessed. 2 positions? When he heard the discussions of the crowd of Feng clan disciples, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. As a formidable clan that was merely inferior to the imperial family in the Dark Han dynasty, the Feng clan only had 2 recommendation positions in the dynasty martial competition. After all, even the various empires had 10 positions each. Young Miss Tianwu, do you dare fight me? If you win, then I'll comply to all your requests. But if I'm lucky enough to win, then give that position of yours to me. Feng Yunfei looked at Feng Tianwu, and his eyes were filled with awe-inspiring battle intent. In his eyes, Feng Tianwu seemed to not be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty, but an ordinary opponent, and he wouldn't hold back because of his opponent's beautiful appearance. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out onto Feng Yunfei at the first possible moment, and he detected Feng Yunfei's cultivation. Sure enough, it was as some Feng clan disciples had said. Feng Yunfei was a 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. I wonder if young Miss Tianwu will agree. Even if young Miss Tianwu doesn't agree, young Master Yunfei can't do anything about it. After all, young Miss Tianwu is the only daughter of the eldest master. If I was young Miss Tianwu, I would surely not pay attention to young Master Yunfei. At the same time that the crowd of Feng clan disciples discussed animatedly, they looked curiously at Feng Tianwu. Many people felt that Feng Tianwu wouldn't agree. As far as they were concerned, even though Feng Tianwu was the only daughter of their Feng clan's most admirable eldest master, Feng Tianwu was too young after all. Moreover, she was a woman, whereas Feng Yunfei was at least 10 years older than Feng Tianwu. They didn't feel that Feng Tianwu was a match for Feng Yunfei. I can agree, but forget about the request. You don't seem to be detestable to me. If I defeat you, then you can leave. Feng Tianwu's decision had exceeded the expectations of everyone present besides Duan Lingtian, including Feng Tianwu. No one had expected that Feng Tianwu would really agree, especially Feng Yunfei. Originally, he'd come looking for Feng Tianwu with the intention of treating a hopeless situation as a last resort, and never had he imagined that Feng Tianwu would agree to his challenge. Now, the opportunity was right before his eyes, and it caused him to feel a wave of excitement. Even though defeating Feng Tianwu would perhaps cause the eldest master of the Feng clan to be unhappy, but he couldn't care so much. He wanted to participate in the dynasty martial competition and compete with the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty and the young geniuses of the various empires. He wanted to strive for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well. Even though the chances were slim, it was his pursuit. Thank you, young Miss Tianwu, for granting my wish. Feng Yunfei took a deep breath and took a few steps back before standing in confrontation with Feng Tianwu. Elder brother Duan, wait for me at the side for a moment. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, who was by her side, and smiled lightly. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded and stood at the side before looking at the scene before him with a calm gaze. Feng Yunfei was a 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. On the other hand, Tianwu was similarly a 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. The gap between the two of them could only be reflected in terms of concept. Young Miss Tianwu, how about both of you not use spirit weapons in this spar? Feng Yunfei probed. The reason he made this decision was because he was slightly lacking in confidence, because he only had a grade 5 spirit weapon in his possession and didn't have a grade 4 spirit weapon. As the only daughter of their Feng clan's eldest master, the young woman before him surely possessed a grade 4 spirit weapon. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. Even though he didn't think that the young woman was able to surpass him in terms of cultivation and comprehension of concept, he still decided to be careful. After all, this was related to whether he was able to obtain a position to participate in the dynasty martial competition. All right. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly and her beautiful face didn't change in the slightest, as she didn't have any objections to Feng Yunfei's decision. This Feng Yunfei is rather cautious, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Young Miss Tianwu, be careful. Feng Yunfei's eyes flashed with a bright light when he saw Feng Tianwu agree, and he shouted out explosively as his entire body flashed out like an eagle. His hands formed into claws that were like a pair of sharp eagle claws, and origin energy raged and leaped about within them. Whoosh! Instantly, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Feng Yunfei, and they flashed out along with him to sweep towards Feng Tianwu with an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. It wasn't just that the origin energy in Feng Yunfei's claws was suddenly suffused with strands of azure-colored energy, and it revealed a strange aura. Concept. Wind concept. Meanwhile, Feng Yunfei had arrived nearby Feng Tianwu, and his claws abruptly clawed out. 2 claw prints that were condensed into form whistled out, and the surroundings were coiled with dense wind blades. Whoosh! 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 After a short moment, the wind blades in the surroundings of the claw prints instantly dispersed, and they were like a rain of flowers that covered the sky as they sprayed down towards Feng Tianwu. Every single wind blade tore through the air and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing sounds. Swoosh! Swoosh! Most importantly, there were 2 claw prints that were condensed into form within the wind blades that covered the sky, and it caused Feng Tianwu to be in danger. At this moment, another 6 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes had appeared in the sky above Feng Yunfei. Obviously, he'd comprehended 6th level wind concept. When he saw his attacks cover the heavens and the earth as they swept towards Feng Tianwu, Feng Yunfei revealed a smile, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Feng Tianwu being defeated by him. The surrounding crowd of spectating Feng clan disciples couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Feng Tianwu. The current atmosphere was terrifyingly silent. 6th level wind concept. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. Originally, he was slightly worried that Feng Yunfei's comprehension of wind concept would be extremely strong. But when he saw Feng Yunfei had only comprehended 6th level wind concept, he was completely at ease, even though he didn't know what level Tianwu's fire concept had attained. But Tianwu was a possessor of the fire spirit body after all, and her speed of comprehension towards fire concept was something that was difficult for an ordinary person to attain. This was something he could confirm through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged when facing Feng Yunfei's attacks that covered the heavens and the earth, and the red clothes on her body lightly fluttered. Whoosh! In the next moment, everyone was able to see the origin energy on Feng Tianwu's body royal, and it was like a ball of white-colored flames that enveloped her within it. Subsequently, strands of deep crimson red energy appeared within the white-colored flames, and it dyed the white-colored flames to be half red and half white, causing it to be extremely strange. Destroy! Under the gazes of everyone present, Feng Tianwu's cherry little mouth moved slightly as she spat out a single word in a neither fast nor slow manner. Subsequently, everyone saw Feng Tianwu move. With a raise of her hand, the half-red and half-white colored flames swept out and bloomed in the sky, and it seemed to have transformed into numerous shooting stars that flashed out swiftly. For a time, half the sky was enveloped by red and white shooting stars. Swish, 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 swish. Chapter 662. Numerous shooting stars flashed through the horizon, and they seemed as if they had eyes as they collided with the wind blades that covered the sky one by one. It wasn't just that. There were another 2 extremely enormous shooting stars that flashed out directly to intercept Feng Yunfei's 2 claw marks that had been condensed into form. These 2 claw marks of Feng Yunfei were the strongest amongst his attacks. Bang! 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 In the sky, the red or white origin energy and fire concept interweaved together to form shooting stars that ceaselessly collided with the wind blades before exploding apart with a bang. After exploding apart, they seemed to have transformed into numerous, dazzling fireworks that drew the attention of the crowd. In next to no time, the people present saw it again. After Feng Tianwu's attack crushed Feng Yunfei's attack as easily as crushing dry leaves, it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it flashed out. In next to no time, the shooting stars that covered the sky swept towards a single place before converging together once more to form a sharp sword that lay horizontally before Feng Yunfei's throat. The sharp sword floated just like that. So long as it moved, Feng Yunfei would die miserably on the spot. I've lost. As he felt the coldness that came from his throat, Feng Yunfei's face went ghastly pale, and his legs seemed as if they were filled with lead, causing him to be unable to move in the slightest. In the sky above the distant red-clothed young woman, there was the strength of 18 ancient horned dragons circling around there, and they ceaselessly fluttered about in a lifelike manner. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 8th level Fire Concept. This was the strength of the opponent he was facing now. Earlier, he'd thought of dodging, but the strength of his opponent's strength caused him to have nowhere to dodge. For the first time in his lifetime, an extremely powerless feeling of defeat arose in the depths of his heart. This sort of feeling of defeat was something he'd never felt even when facing the strongest expert in the Feng clan's younger generation, Feng Yunxiang. He didn't deny that Feng Yunxiang was stronger than him, but Feng Yunxiang's age was similar to his after all, and Feng Yunxiang wasn't much stronger. Whereas in terms of age, the red-clothed young woman before him seemed to be more than 10 years younger than him. Such a young woman possessing such strength caused him to feel that he'd lived these past few years in vain. Whoosh, at the same time, the crowd of spectating Feng clan disciples were in an uproar. Heavens, I'm not seeing things, right? A single move. In just one move, Feng Tianwu defeated Feng Yunfei? The scene before them was truly unbelievable. Some of them even wondered if they were dreaming. However, when they reached out to pinch their thighs, the pain from their thighs told them they were not dreaming. Everything they saw was real. A young woman that was less than 25 years old had defeated the number 2 expert in the Feng clan's younger generation, Feng Yunfei. Young Lady Tianwu is indeed worthy of being the eldest son's daughter. You've inherited the eldest son's talent. It's too scary. Even the eldest master seemed to be inferior to Miss Tianwu when he was at her age, right? I thought Miss Tianwu was going to lose to young Master Yunfei. I never imagined that Miss Tianwu would only use a single move to defeat young Master Yunfei. Not only is young Miss Tianwu a 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, she has even comprehended 8th level Fire Concept. Her comprehension ability is even more heaven-defying than her natural talent. The surrounding crowd of Feng clan disciples discussed animatedly, and they didn't stop for a long time. Their gazes were filled with passion and worship. Feng Tianwu's strength had convinced them. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu's origin energy that was coiled by Fire Concept had transformed into a sharp sword that was pressed against the side of Feng Yunfei's throat, and it gradually dissipated and perished in the sky. It was as if it had never appeared. Subsequently, she glanced indifferently at Feng Yunfei before paying no further attention to him. Big brother Ling Tian, let's go back. When Feng Tianwu's gaze moved onto Duan Ling Tian, a heartfelt smile bloomed on her face, and it caused many male Feng clan disciples to be stunned. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses when he heard this. Feng Tianwu's ability earlier had exceeded his expectations as well. Even though he was mentally prepared and felt that as the possessor of the fire spirit body, Feng Tianwu's comprehension of Fire Concept would not be low, but he never imagined that. Feng Tianwu's Fire Concept had actually been comprehended to the 8th level. No wonder the possessor of the fire spirit body is called the Darling of Fire. If she wasn't the Darling of Fire, How could she comprehend 8th level fire concept at such an age without the assistance of a concept fragment? Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. When they saw the figures of Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu vanish before their eyes, the group of Feng clan disciples, including Feng Yunfei, returned to their senses. No wonder besides young Master Yunxiang, the other position was given to young Miss Tian Wu. Young Miss Tian Wu's strength is indeed stronger than young Master Yunfei, and it's much stronger. Yeah, with young Miss Tian Wu's strength, even if she's compared to young Master Yunxiang, it would probably be difficult to determine a victor. If she doesn't utilize a spirit weapon, it would indeed be difficult to determine a victor. But once she utilizes a spirit weapon, young Master Yunxiang ought to be superior. After all, young Master Yunxiang is already an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist, and his foundation of origin energy is strong. Besides that, young Master Yunxiang has comprehended 7th level saber concept. You're right, but in terms of age, young Miss Tianwu is unable to compare to young Master Yunxiang. When young Miss Tianwu is at the same age as young Master Yunxiang, the current young Master Yunxiang is probably not even fit to carry young Miss Tianwu's shoes. Yeah, young Miss Tianwu is still young, and her potential that can be unearthed is extremely great. As expected of the daughter of our Feng clan's eldest master, she's extraordinary as expected, along with the group of Feng clan disciples dispersing. It wasn't long before everyone in the Feng clan knew of Feng Tianwu's strength. Feng Tianwu was quickly publicly acknowledged as the second peerless genius in the Feng clan in the last 100 years after Feng Wudao. Most shocking of all was naturally Feng Tianwu's gender. A woman possessing such natural talent and comprehension ability was shocking. Right when the entire Feng clan was in an uproar, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had already returned to the private estate that belonged to Feng Wudao, and they stood in the rear courtyard. The two of them stood facing each other and stood in confrontation. In a nearby pergola, Feng Wudao and Elder Kong sat facing each other, and they looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, who were in confrontation with each other with interest. At this moment, when Feng Tianwu faced Duan Lingtian, it wasn't like when she faced Feng Yunfei earlier. She didn't take Feng Yunfei seriously. But when the distant Duan Lingtian entered into her eyes, he seemed to be unfathomable. Especially the confident smile on Duan Lingtian's face. It unknowingly infected her, and it caused her to subconsciously feel that Duan Lingtian was invulnerable. Feng Tianwu took a deep breath and moved her gaze away. She knew that if she continued in this state, then she would lose without a fight. Elder brother Duan, watch out! Feng Tianwu shouted out lightly and chose to gain the initiative by striking first, and her entire body flashed out as if transforming into a blazing flame that swept towards Duan Lingtian. It seemed as if she wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! In the sky, 18 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed out with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. As soon as Feng Tianwu attacked, her origin energy and concept exploded out completely, and she didn't hold back in the slightest. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and didn't move like a mountain. When he saw the flame that Feng Tianwu had transformed into was about to flash towards him, strands of milky white flames finally floated up into appearance on his body. It was precisely his origin energy that had been ignited. It wasn't just that strands of azure-colored energy seemed to have appeared within his origin energy, and it was suffused with a strange aura. Wind concept. Tian Wu, receive a finger of mine. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his right hand flashed out like a bolt of lightning as if it was assisted by the gods. Tempest point. A piercing howl sounded out when his finger pointed out. The condensed origin energy finger force flashed out from the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger, and it was coiled with deep azure-colored energy as it moved to intercept Feng Tianwu, who pounced over. Slap! Along with the origin energy finger force striking Feng Tianwu, a wave of light sound suddenly sounded out. Feng Tianwu's figure stopped, and the flaming palm print that accompanied her was instantly shattered. But a portion of the origin energy finger force was consumed because of this 8th level wind concept. At the same time that Feng Tianwu exclaimed in shock, her figure flashed out once more to sweep to the side like a flame, and she barely dodged Duan Lingtian's origin energy finger force that didn't lose momentum in the slightest. The Yuan power finger force flew out. Finally, it entered the ground and disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and calmly withdrew his hand, and he didn't move in the slightest. The attack from before didn't even cause Duan Lingtian's clothes to flutter in the slightest. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage? Slight shock appeared on Feng Tianwu's face as she looked at the 19 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes above Duan Lingtian. During these past few years, her improvement was something that she felt was already abnormal. A large part of the reason she had such improvement was because she possessed the fire spirit body. But what about Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian didn't possess an innate spirit body, and he was only an extremely ordinary martial artist. Elder brother Duan, you're really formidable. Feng Tianwu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Tianwu, do you still want to continue? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. There's no need. Feng Tianwu laughed bitterly as she shook her head. Elder brother Duan, if you said earlier that you'd already broken through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage and comprehended 8th level wind concept, then I wouldn't spar with you. If she knew earlier about Duan Lingtian's cultivation, then why would she come looking for a beating? 8th level of the Void Initiation stage? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Looks like the matter of him intentionally concealing his cultivation wasn't seen through by this little girl, Tianwu. After all, he wasn't an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist now, but a 9th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. As for his wind concept, he'd just broken through to the 8th level yesterday. Ling Tian brat, you've really hidden yourself well. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao, who sat in the pergola, stood up and slowly walked out of the pergola before sizing up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom, and his face was covered in admiration. When they met for the first time all those years ago, he'd felt that the violet-clothed young man before him was extraordinary. Perhaps that prophecy is true. Otherwise, how could Wu encounter him? Feng Wudao thought in his heart. At this moment, he was even more sure. Chapter 663. A person from a tiny imperial kingdom actually possesses such a cultivation that even far surpasses me all those years ago. In the entire Dark Han dynasty, he can be said to be one of a kind. Feng Wudao sighed in his heart. Not long after, the sky gradually dimmed down, and the veil of night descended. That night, Duan Lingtian, Feng Tianwu, Elder Kong and Grandma Su sat together, and the table at the center was filled with fine wine and delicacies, and it was precisely prepared by Grandma Su. All of them sat together and ate, and they occasionally chatted idly. The dynasty martial competition is tomorrow. With your strength, Ling Tian, it isn't difficult for you to become eminent and obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. But if you want to obtain extraordinary results in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then you must improve your cultivation. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded, as he'd been mentally prepared since long ago. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian thought of something, and he couldn't help but ask, Uncle Feng, I heard today that the Feng clan only has 2 recommendation positions for the dynasty martial competition. Yes, Feng Wudao nodded. Why is it like this? Duan Lingtian asked with a puzzled expression. Even if it's the various empires, they each have 10 positions. Could it be that the Feng clan is inferior to a mere empire? An empire was undoubtedly a colossus. But if a power like the Feng clan wanted to sweep through an empire, and the empire didn't have the protection of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, then the empire was utterly unable to resist it. The various empires under the command of the Dark Han dynasty only had one void interpretation stage expert at most, whereas in the Feng clan there were many void interpretation stage experts. It can't be compared like this. Feng Wudao shook his head, and he obviously knew something. Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression. Why can't it be compared like this? Feng Wudao said with a smile. Do you know that the dynasty martial competition this time is divided into 2 stages? 2 stages? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes, 2 stages. Feng Wudao nodded, and then he said, tomorrow is the first phase of the dynasty martial competition. The young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty won't fight tomorrow. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment when he heard Feng Wudao, and then he asked curiously, could it be that tomorrow will only be a competition between the young geniuses of the various empires? Yes. Feng Wudao nodded once more. Tomorrow, the strongest 30 young geniuses from the various empires will be determined. These 30 young geniuses will obtain the qualifications to participate in the second phase of the dynasty martial competition. During the second phase of the dynasty martial competition, these 30 young geniuses will compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with the young geniuses of our Dark Han dynasty. Now, can you understand why our Feng clan only has 2 recommendation positions? Facing Feng Wudao's final question, Duan Lingtian nodded. Actually, it isn't only our Feng clan. Feng Wudao continued. In the dynasty martial competition this time, besides the imperial family having 3 recommendation positions, the comparatively prominent powers in the territory of the Dark Han dynasty, like our Feng clan, only have 2 recommendation positions each. As for those ordinary powers, they only have a single recommendation position. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. So in this way, the Zhang clan and Yi clan only have 2 recommendation positions each. Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wudao. Yes. Feng Wudao nodded. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was instantly slightly dispirited towards the dynasty martial competition tomorrow. Tomorrow was the competition between the young geniuses of the various empires. Duan Lingtian wasn't really interested towards this. It wasn't that he looked down upon the young geniuses of the various empires, but as the young geniuses of a mere empire, their strengths were still limited when compared to the top young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty. Not to mention the others, just Mo Xian, who came from the Darkstone Empire with me. Even though he was the number 1 young genius of the Darkstone Empire 1 year ago, he had a fortuitous encounter in the past year. Otherwise, he would at most be at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After they ate and drank to their heart's content, Duan Lingtian and the others dispersed. Elder brother Duan, I'll see you tomorrow. Outside an elegant small courtyard, Feng Tianwu bid her farewells to Duan Lingtian before turning around and returning to the small courtyard. Duan Lingtian left and returned to his own small courtyard. That night, Duan Lingtian held the wind concept fragment and continued comprehending. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart that it was impossible for him, who had just comprehended 8th level wind concept, to comprehend 9th level wind concept in a short period of time. I won't be greedy. Allow me to comprehend the 9th level wind concept after 3 or 4 months. Allow me to comprehend the 1st level intermediate wind concept after 7 or 8 months. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he thought in his heart. If someone knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking now, that person would surely be speechless. This is called not greedy? The night gradually went deep. Duan Lingtian finally put away the wind concept fragment and lay on the bed before falling into a deep sleep. He hadn't had a good sleep for a very long time. After Duan Lingtian fell asleep, Strands of moonlight shone in from the open window and sprinkled onto Duan Lingtian's body like specks of stars. If Duan Lingtian was outside the room now, he would surely be able to notice it. The moon tonight was very, very round, and it was a full moon. Suddenly, a strand of moonlight just happened to sprinkle onto the spatial ring on Duan Lingtian's hand. From the outside, one couldn't see anything wrong with it, but an unexpected change had occurred within the space within the spatial ring. In the extremely quiet space within the spatial ring, various things were neatly placed everywhere in an orderly manner. These things were placed there by Duan Lingtian's will. Right at this moment, a wave of light noises suddenly sounded out from an inconspicuous corner within the spatial ring. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see that a broken stone tablet was lightly trembling at that corner. At the same time, a strand of moonlight actually passed into the spatial ring through some unknown method, and it ceaselessly gushed into the stone tablet. The frequency of the stone tablet trembling grew faster and faster after an unknown period of time. Perhaps it was because the sky had started to brighten and the moonlight was gradually extinguished. On the surface of the stone tablet, a strand of the faint sheen of moonlight had appeared, and the sheen gradually fused into the strange name on the surface of the stone tablet before vanishing. When the last strand of moonlight vanished, the stone tablet moved. Whoosh! The stone tablet flew up into the air and fiercely flew out, smashing into a pile of origin stones at the side of the spatial ring and smashing all the origin stones into pieces. Subsequently, the stone tablet continued to fly out and smash some medicinal herbs that were idle at the side. Whoosh! 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 The stone tablet flew out again and again, and every time it flew out, it smashed everything within the spatial ring into a mess. Gradually, the stone tablet seemed to have lost its strength and completely fell silent. One could imagine, if Duan Lingtian saw everything within the spatial ring, he would surely turn pale with fright. However, the current Duan Lingtian didn't know everything that had happened within the spatial ring. Outside the spatial ring was another world. The sky gradually brightened, and Duan Lingtian, who was lying on the bed, woke up as well. The dynasty martial competition is about to begin. After Duan Lingtian casually washed up, his heart moved, and he took out a new set of clothes from the spatial ring to change into. However, when he was about to throw his pajamas into the spatial ring, he was completely stunned. Heavens! What's going on? Duan Lingtian's heart moved, and the space within the spatial ring appeared before his eyes without reservation. However, the space within the spatial ring caused him to be stunned. Chaotic. It was too chaotic. What's going on? If it wasn't for the spatial ring being unable to contain living things, I would have really thought that a thief had broken into it. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. If it wasn't for him being extremely sure of the situation within the space within his spatial ring, he would have really thought that it was so chaotic. After thinking for a long time, Duan Lingtian was unable to think of a reason. Forget it, I'll organize the things first. Even though the space within the spatial ring was a mess, fortunately, the things Duan Lingtian stored within it weren't destroyed. In next to no time, these things were placed back into the distance with a single thought. Even this devil seal tablet came here. After placing most of the things back, Duan Lingtian noticed that the broken stone tablet he obtained in the Swamp of Death in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was actually no longer in the corner. What exactly happened in the space within the spatial ring? Even something as heavy as the devil's seal, Tombstone, ran over here from that corner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a chill run down his spine, and he felt that something was amiss. The Devil Seal tablet was something that Duan Lingtian obtained in the strange underground palace when he entered the Swamp of Death to search for the mystery of his father, Duan Rufing's life and death. At that time, there was an extremely powerful soul within the Devil Seal tablet that flashed out of the Devil Seal tablet in an attempt to seize his body. At that time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the soul was even more powerful than the soul of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Perhaps the owner of that soul was once even more powerful than the reincarnation Emperor Wu. After that powerful soul disappeared, the Devil Seal tablet that originally contained that soul also fell into Duan Lingtian's hands and was stored in the corner of the spatial ring. If it wasn't for today's incident, Duan Lingtian would have almost forgotten about it. Whoosh! With a thought, a broken stone tablet appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was the Devil Seal tablet. I wonder what kind of words are written on this Devil Seal tablet. The reincarnation Emperor Wu has experienced 2 lifetimes, but he actually doesn't recognize these words. Duan Lingtian shook his head and put the Devil Seal tablet back into the spatial ring. No, I have to quickly change my spatial ring. This spatial ring is too strange. When Duan Lingtian thought about what happened in the space within the spatial ring on his hand, he felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly took out another spatial ring and transferred all the things in this spatial ring to it. As for this spatial ring, as Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a grade 3 weapon flame appeared, and the spatial ring was quickly burned into a pool of liquid by Duan Lingtian. With a thought, Duan Lingtian gradually transformed the liquid into a candlestick. Chapter 664. Because the dynasty martial competition today was only a battle between the young geniuses of the various empires, the Feng clan didn't make a big fanfare. When Duan Lingtian left the Feng clan estate, only Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong were by his side. As for Grandma Su, she stayed in the estate instead and didn't leave. After staying at Feng Wu Dao's place for over 10 days, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the situation of the estate within the estate, and he knew that Grandma Su was in existence similar to a manager. Grandma Su was in charge of the usual food and other trivial matters. Uncle Feng wears the Dark Han Dynasty's dynasty martial competition held. Duan Lingtian, who soared in the sky, looked at Feng Wu Dao, who similarly soared in the sky by his side, and asked, "The caged battle arena." Feng Wu Dao spoke slowly. "Caged battle arena?" Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. The Dark Han Dynasty has a caged battle arena as well. Feng Wu Dao shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian. The Dark Han Dynasty's caged battle arena existed long ago when the Dark Han Dynasty existed. It can be said that the history of the caged battle arena is the history of the Dark Han Dynasty. Presently, some of the empires, imperial kingdoms, and kingdoms under the dynasty have caged battle arenas in their imperial cities, yet they're all imitated by the dynasty. Feng Wu Dao finished speaking in a single breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He was still thinking earlier that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's caged battle arena actually had one in the Dark Han Dynasty. So it turned out that even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's caged battle arena was only an imitation. In this way, the caged battle arena in the Dark Han Dynasty's capital ought to be backed by the imperial family? Duan Lingtian asked. As far as he was concerned, since the caged battle arena was able to be passed down for so long, it presumably relied on a backer that stood towering, and that backer could only be the imperial family. Exactly. Feng Wu Dao's answer verified Duan Lingtian's guess. The Dark Han Dynasty's capital's caged battle arena. Now, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to it. After all, the scale of the cage battle arena in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city had shocked Duan Lingtian to a certain extent. The cage battle arena in the Dark Han Dynasty's capital would undoubtedly be even more shocking. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 flew towards the north. Along the way, many people could be seen flying in that direction. These people were obviously there to watch the show. Didn't you say yesterday that today is only the first phase of the dynasty martial competition, and you aren't interested in coming? A middle-aged man who flashed past Duan Lingtian, and the other smiled as he looked at his companion by his side. Since I have nothing to do, it's not a bad idea to come and see the talents of the various empires." The latter said, "Today will surely not be as exciting as tomorrow. It's even to the extent that there probably aren't many young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void initiation stage or above today." The former shook his head and said, "Of course, the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition is only a warm-up, and the most exciting part will be tomorrow." The latter added. Duan Lingtian heard similar words all along the way. "Brother Duan." Elder Kong smiled as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly, "If it wasn't for you having to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition today, the eldest young master, young miss, and I might not have gone to the cage battle arena to watch the show." Duan Lingtian nodded. This was something that he wasn't surprised about. Who were Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong? A mere dynasty martial competition that was held by a group of young geniuses of the empire was unable to attract them. As for Feng Tianwu, there were probably not many young geniuses of the various empires that could compare to her in terms of cultivation, so she naturally wasn't interested in the dynasty martial competition today. "We've arrived." Not long after, Elder Kong's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian noticed. An extremely spacious arena had appeared in the distance, and it was more than 2 times larger than the cage battle arena in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City. This arena was similarly enveloped by an enormous cage, and it caused one to be awed by the sight of it. "This is the Dark Han Dynasty's cage battle arena," Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his gaze moved from the arena to the surroundings of the cage battle arena. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized. The most unique thing about the Dark Han Dynasty's cage battle arena wasn't the spacious arena, but it was the spectating area in the surroundings. When looked at from afar, the spectating area in the surroundings was divided into 3 levels. The lowest level was the spectating area in the surroundings of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's cage battle arena, and it was like the seats in a movie theater on Earth in his previous life. Of course, the seats in a movie theater were only in one direction, whereas the spectating area here surrounded the entire cage battle arena. Presently, the spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena was almost filled with people. When looked at from afar, it was an expanse of darkness. So many people. Duan Lingtian was surprised, as he never imagined that the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition would draw so many people. Numerous, exceedingly enormous stone pillars stood at the edge of the cage battle arena. These stone pillars held up 9 spectating areas that floated in midair. The seats on these spectating areas were comparatively fewer, and many of the seats were still empty. These seats were comparatively higher quality and were made of high-quality beast skin. Moreover, there were many armored soldiers standing at the side of these spectating areas, and they were like numerous guardian gods. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw a few groups of people flashing through the sky in a vast array before finally splitting up and descending on the spectating areas that floated in midair. King Yong. Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and he recognized the person in the lead of one of the groups with a single glance. It was precisely the Darkstone Empire's King Yong. As for behind King Yong, 2 old men followed like shadows, and there are 9 young men following behind them. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with these people. It was precisely the group of people that had come to the Dark Han Dynasty with him. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw another group of people. After King Yong revealed his identity to the soldiers, he led the 11 people behind him to sit at a corner of the spectating area and occupy that area. These spectating areas belong to the second-class spectating areas. Elder Kong introduced to Duan Lingtian from the side. The representatives of the various empires and the young geniuses they brought over for the Dynasty Martial competition this time are sitting in these second-class spectating areas. Besides that, the representatives of the ordinary powers of the Dark Han Dynasty and the young geniuses they brought over are sitting here as well. Second-class spectating areas? Duan Lingtian nodded and sighed with emotion in his heart. In this world, everything was really divided into different classes, whereas the strong would always occupy the best things. So, in this way, that place is the first-class spectating area. Duan Lingtian's gaze moved up along the numerous stone pillars that shot into the sky and looked towards the spectating area that was even higher up. The spectating area here was similarly divided into 9 seats. But every single spectating area had extremely few seats, and it was only a small row. The spectating area here was undoubtedly even more luxurious, and the seats in the second-class spectating area were simply like beggars when compared to the seats here. Exactly, this is the first-class spectating area. Elder Kong nodded. Normally speaking, only the higher-ups of powers like the Imperial family, our Feng clan, Zhang clan, and Yi clan are able to bring people up to the first-class spectating area. Of course, the experts in the Dark Han dynasty are numerous like the clouds, and some formidable independent cultivators and existences with special statuses like Grade 4 weapons craftsmen, Grade 4 alchemists, and high-grade inscription masters are able to bring people up to the first-class spectating area. Elder Kong spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Let's go." Feng Wu Dao called out to Duan Lingtian's group of 3 before taking the lead to soar up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they headed towards the first-class spectating area. At the same time, these 4 figures drew the attention of many people. Who are those people? They actually ascended the first-class spectating area. Some martial artists that sat on the second-class spectating area couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They seemed to be unfamiliar faces. I can't recognize them. Another person continued. Duan Lingtian? On the second-class spectating area, the 12 people from the Darkstone Empire, including King Yong, had finally noticed Duan Lingtian. I truly never imagined that Duan Lingtian still has acquaintances in the Dark Han dynasty. Moreover, the identities of those people are obviously extraordinary, especially that red-robed, middle-aged man in the lead. At the same time that Su Li was surprised, he couldn't help but gasp. At the instant he saw the red-robed middle-aged man, his heart couldn't help but tremble, and it was as if the red-robed middle-aged man was a dreadful monster. This sort of feeling, I've only felt it when facing Master and Martial Uncle Dao. Su Li was shocked in his heart. There's actually an existence in the Dark Han dynasty that can compare to my master and martial uncle? No wonder Duan Lingtian improved so quickly all along the way. So it turns out that he knows such an expert. Now, Su Li only thought that Duan Lingtian had obtained the help of this expert in these past few years, and that was why Duan Lingtian possessed such a shocking cultivation. If Duan Lingtian knew of Su Li's thoughts at this moment, he would surely be speechless. Feng Wu Dao had at most helped him comprehend Wind concept a few days ago, and besides that, Feng Wu Dao wasn't of any help to his cultivation. Mo Xian and the other young geniuses were similarly surprised. Duan Lingtian followed behind Feng Wu Dao to descend into a first-class spectating area. In next to no time, an armored soldier that stood on this spectating area bowed respectfully to Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong. Lord Wu Dao, Elder Kong. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the reaction of the soldier from before. After the soldier saw Feng Wu Dao, his eyes obviously revealed slight bewilderment. But when he saw Elder Kong, he instead seemed to have been enlightened, and not only did he recognize Elder Kong, he even guessed Feng Wu Dao's identity. Feng Wu Dao nodded indifferently, and then he led Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to sit down at the side. Presently, amongst the 9 first-class spectating areas, only the area Duan Lingtian's group sat at was occupied. Uncle Feng, I'll be going over first. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Feng Wu Dao and intended to converge with King Yong's group. After all, he still had to participate in the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition today, and he was unable to be a pure spectator like Feng Wu Dao's group of 3. Go on. I'll ask Elder Kong to bet some origin stones on you. Feng Wu Dao smiled. Origin stones. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian found out through Elder Kong's explanation. It turned out that the cage battle arena didn't place bets on the first-class spectating areas, but origin stones. Chapter 665. Uncle Feng, are there any restrictions to placing bets in the cage battle arena? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. There aren't any. Feng Wu Dao shook his head, and then he asked curiously. Could it be that you want to place a bet as well by asking this? But the bets of gold and silver have to be placed at the two spectating areas below. No, I'm not placing bets of gold and silver. Duan Lingtian shook his head and pondered for a moment, and then with a raise of his hand, a pile of low-grade origin stones appeared in his hand. There were an entire few thousands of low-grade origin stones, and they were held up by Duan Lingtian's origin energy just like this. It wasn't that he wanted to do this. It was truly because if he didn't use his origin energy to support so many origin stones, then even if he stretched out his hands, he would be unable to lift all of them. For a time, Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Feng Tianwu were stunned as they looked at the origin stones in Duan Lingtian's hand. Tianwu, here are 5,000 low-grade origin stones. Help me place all of them on me later. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, and with a raise of his hand, 5,000 low-grade origin stones flew towards Feng Tianwu to float before Feng Tianwu. Yes, elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu returned to her senses and put away the pile of origin stones into her spatial ring. She wasn't unfamiliar with low-grade origin stones, but even if it was her, she would at most possess a few tens of low-grade origin stones. She believed that even her father was unable to produce so many low-grade origin stones in one go. We'll split it equally. Duan Lingtian smiled. Elder brother Duan, I can't take it. No matter how much I earn, I'll give it to you. Feng Tianwu shook her head and was unwilling to take advantage of Duan Lingtian. When he saw Feng Tianwu persisting, Duan Lingtian didn't continue persuading her. At any rate, Feng Wu Dao stood behind Feng Tianwu, and she presumably didn't lack low-grade origin stones. Even though mid-grade and high-grade origin stones were very rare in the Dark Han dynasty, there were many low-grade origin stones. After all, the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family controlled a low-grade origin stone vein. Of course, guarding this vein wasn't something a mere imperial family could accomplish, and it still required the assistance of formidable powers like the Feng clan, Zhang clan, and Yi clan. So every time low-grade origin stones were mined, besides the imperial family taking the majority, the Feng clan and the other powers were also able to obtain a portion. What the Feng clan could obtain was second only to the imperial family. As the eldest master of the Feng clan, an existence with extraordinary strength, Feng Wu Dao naturally didn't lack low-grade origin stones. You're not going to tip them off, are you? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked at the nearby armored soldier and said in a low voice, Now, the soldier was planning to leave. It was obvious that he was planning to secretly send a message to lower the odds of Duan Lingtian's victory. Meanwhile, Elder Kong returned to his senses and glanced coldly at the soldier as he grunted. If you make another move, then I'll make your blood splatter. Elder Kong's words caused the soldier's body to stiffen, and his countenance went ghastly pale. But he didn't dare make any small movements. He knew clearly in his heart, with this old man's status in the Dark Han dynasty, killing him was as simple as crushing an ant. Kid Lingtian, even I don't carry so many origin stones with me. Where did you get them? Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with slight surprise. Duan Lingtian taking out 5,000 low-grade origin stones in one go had shocked him as well. Many? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly when he heard Feng Wu Dao. He wondered what expression Feng Wu Dao would have if he knew that besides a few thousand low-grade origin stones, there were another few tens of mid-grade origin stones and even a high-grade origin stone within his spatial ring. Of course, he didn't intend to tell Feng Wu Dao. Uncle Feng, when I just arrived at the Dark Han Dynasty, I went around the surroundings. Later on, I noticed a concealed cave within a remote mountain. Duan Lingtian spoke without thinking and fabricated a bizarre experience. At that time, I noticed a skeleton and a spatial ring within the cave. Those origin stones were within the spatial ring. Elder brother Duan, your luck is really good. Feng, Tianwu spoke with surprise. Yeah, such a fortuitous encounter isn't something that anyone can encounter. Brother Duan is a person with fortune, as expected. All those years ago, you noticed the underwater abode. Today, you've encountered the remains of a predecessor of extraordinary origins. Elder Kong sighed as well. As far as he was concerned, there were 5,000 low-grade origin stones within the spatial ring. The origins of that skeleton was surely extraordinary. Yeah, your luck isn't bad. Feng Wu Dao glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and it caused Duan Lingtian to feel slightly guilty. He was able to discern that Feng Wu Dao didn't really believe what he said. Tian Wu, I'll go converge with King Yong and the others first. After notifying Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian flew out towards the second-class spectating area, and he firmly descended onto the spectating area where King Yong and the others sat. He just happened to descend before King Yong and the others. Meanwhile, many gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian. This young man had obviously come down from the first-class spectating area. Who exactly is he? He seems to be a member of the empires under our Dark Han Dynasty, but he seemed to have ascended the first-class spectating area with someone earlier. Looks like he knows a great figure of our Dark Han Dynasty. It should be like this. The crowd of spectators in the second-class spectating area discussed animatedly. On the other hand, the representatives and young geniuses of the various empires that had already arrived at the second-class spectating area looked at Duan Lingtian with surprise. When did such a figure appear in the Darkstone Empire? He's actually related to a great figure of the Dark Han Dynasty. If I defeat him, then wouldn't I gain great face? I'll surely make him become my stepping stone. At this moment, the gazes the young geniuses of the various empires looked at Duan Lingtian were like the gazes of hunters that had seen their prey. It seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to directly enter the arena and defeat Duan Lingtian. King Yong, after Duan Lingtian descended to the ground, he lightly smiled as he greeted King Yong. Duan Lingtian, come sit here. King Yong called out to Duan Lingtian to sit by his side. Presently, King Yong sat alone at the front of the group of people from the Darkstone Empire. The two old men were seated in the row behind him. Behind them was Su Li and the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire. I'll just sit by Su Li's side. Duan Lingtian smiled to King Yong before his figure flashed to descend onto the empty seat by Su Li's side. King Yong didn't persist when he saw this. After he sat by Su Li's side, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force couldn't help but stretch out to envelop Su Li, and he quickly detected Su Li's cultivation. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. As expected, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, yet he wasn't surprised. Last time, when he detected that Long Yun's cultivation had already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, he guessed that Su Li's cultivation ought to have improved again. Now it would seem that his guess was completely correct. Su Li, how's your comprehension of sword concept? After he detected Su Li's cultivation, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Wouldn't you know when it's my turn to make a move? Su Li smiled mysteriously. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. This Su Li is actually keeping me in suspense. But when he thought of how he liked to keep others in suspense as well, he couldn't help but shake his head. Could it be that this is retribution? Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze started to flash past the numerous second-class spectating area. Including our Darkstone Empire, a total of 17 empires have arrived, but it seems that not all of them have arrived. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw that many people had arrived at the second-class spectating area. Along with the passage of time, the members of 31 empires had quickly gathered. Meanwhile, the people that arrived grew lesser and lesser. I wonder how many empires are there in the Dark Han dynasty, Duan Lingtian muttered. The Dark Han dynasty has a total of 36 empires. Su Li lightly smiled when he heard Duan Lingtian's muttering. Su Li, you even know this? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Su Li smiled. Not only do I know, I've practically gone to all of them. Duan Lingtian was astounded as he never imagined that Su Li had once gone to so many places. I presume it was that master of Su Li's brought him there. Presently, Duan Lingtian was more and more interested in Su Li's master. Su Li, has your master come today? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The dynasty martial competition would be held today, and Su Li would fight to seize the qualifications to participate in the second phase of the dynasty martial competition. No. Su Li shook his head. True, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. The dynasty martial competition today is only the first phase, and it will decide on the 30 strongest young geniuses of the various empires. With your current strength, I presume it's in the bag. Your master knows the outcome, so it isn't strange that he hasn't come. Su Li glanced at Duan Lingtian with surprise. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so confident of him. One had to know that he had never displayed his current cultivation in front of anyone. Only he and his master knew about it. No. Su Li shook his head. It isn't just that master won't come today. Even if I pass through the first phase of the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second phase of the dynasty martial competition tomorrow, master won't come. He won't come tomorrow as well. This time, Duan Lingtian was completely stunned. Could it be that Su Li's master isn't interested in the dynasty martial competition or the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Or perhaps he feels that Su Li will surely obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, so he feels there's no need to come? The more he thought about it, the more certain Duan Lingtian was. Duan Lingtian, let's not talk about my master first. That person that brought you to the first-class spectating area earlier seemed to be extremely extraordinary as well. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with deep meaning. He is extraordinary. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, but no matter how extraordinary he is, he's probably unable to compare to your master. Your master is in existence from the foreign lands after all. The words foreign lands possessed an absolute deterrent force within the various dynasties. Never had Su Li imagined that Duan Lingtian would change the topic in the blink of an eye, and he shook his head helplessly and didn't ask any further. Chapter 666. Along with the passage of time, the representatives and young geniuses of the 36 empires, including the Black Market Empire, arrived successively. For a time, the second-class spectating area of the cage battle arena was filled with people. Even if it was at the side of the spectating area where Duan Lingtian and the other members of the Darkstone Empire sat, the representatives and young geniuses of another 3 empires had appeared. King Yong, we haven't seen each other for many years. How have you been? A representative of an empire that had just arrived sat nearby King Yong and took the initiative to greet King Yong. This was an old man in gray clothes with a doddering appearance, a pair of muddy eyes that were neither happy nor angry, and his entire body revealed an unfathomable aura. Senior Liu. King Yong looked at the gray-clothed old man and lightly smiled. I'm very good. I truly never imagined that it would actually be you leading the group from the Windfall Empire this time. When one gets old, one has to come out and walk around more. The old man, surnamed Lu, replied with a smile. Subsequently, the old man's gaze flashed past the 10 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire one by one, and every time he examined them, a strand of bright light seemed to appear in the depths of his muddy eyes. This was something that Duan Lingtian saw clearly. King Yong, I heard that the #1 young expert of your Darkstone Empire is called Emo Xian. I wonder who it is. The old man asked King Yong curiously. Emo Xian, this is the leader of the 5 great revered elders of the Windfall Empire's imperial family, Senior Lu. King Yong turned around to look at Emo Xian, who sat in the 3rd row when he heard this. Senior Lu. Emo Xian looked at the old man and lightly nodded as he bowed. Not bad. He indeed has a striking appearance. The old man praised. Humph. What #1 young expert of the Darkstone Empire? As far as I'm concerned, all of this is already a thing of the past. A cold snort sounded out and broke the peaceful atmosphere at the scene. For a time, so long as one heard this, including Duan Lingtian, the gazes of everyone present shot towards the source of the voice. A young man with a cold expression was sitting there. Long Yin. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian recognized this young man, and it was precisely Long Yin who he'd met since long ago. Long Yin was from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, like him. He still remembered that when he met Long Yin for the first time, it was during the martial competition between the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, Long Yin gathered a myriad of glory on himself. During the martial competition of the 5 great sects that time, amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only the Saber young master, Long Yin, participated. At that time, practically everyone felt that Long Yin would be able to obtain the honor of #1 in the martial competition. Unfortunately, the result was unexpected. Duan Lingtian, who defeated Long Yin in one go with the status of a dark horse and obtained the honor of first in the martial competition, had fiercely dampened Long Yin's limelight. It could be said that the Duan Lingtian at that time had stepped on the dragon cloud to become famous in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Long Yin, 1 year ago, you didn't have the guts to fight me. Could it be that you think you can defeat me now? Emo Xian's expression sank slightly. His lustrous eyes emitted an incomparably sharp gaze that slowly landed on Long Yin's body. You don't have the qualifications to fight me now. Long Yin looked at Emo Xian and shook his head. Presently, amongst the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, only Duan Lingtian and Su Li have the qualifications to become my opponents. You can't. As he spoke, he wantonly trampled on Emo Xian's dignity. You're courting death. Emo Xian abruptly stood up and was bristling with rage. His eyes were suffused with crimson red as he stared fixedly at Long Yin, and his voice was extremely cold and fierce. I've said it before. You don't have the qualifications. Long Yin shook his head. From the beginning until the end, he'd never taken Emo Xian seriously, and he indeed didn't take Emo Xian seriously. Perhaps he wasn't a match for Emo Xian a year ago, but now, under the assistance of his formidable master, his cultivation had undergone a tremendous change compared to a year ago, just like he'd said earlier. Presently, amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, he only took Duan Lingtian and Su Li seriously. Die. Finally, Emo Xian couldn't restrain himself any longer and shouted out explosively as he pounced towards Long Yin, and he seemed to have transformed into a wild beast that had opened its bloody mouth with the intention of swallowing Long Yin directly. At the same time, along with the origin energy on Emo Xian's body skyrocketing, 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually condensed into form in the sky above him. When strands of violet-colored energy appeared within Emo Xian's origin energy, and there were even numerous bolts of lightning floating within it. 5 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared once more in the sky. 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 5th level lightning concept. This was Mo Xian's current strength. Swoosh! Mo Xian smashed out with his fist, and his origin energy and lightning concept followed along like a shadow, causing a wave of roiling waves of air that blew on the clothes of Duan Lingtian and the others to the point of fluttering. The fist that carried the might of lightning whistled out like a shooting star that tore through the sky, and it fiercely smashed towards Long Yin. Ridiculous! Long Yin's face was still filled with disdain when facing Mo Xian's fist that approached menacingly. Suddenly Long Yin made a move. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, his palm formed into a blade, and his origin energy raged and bloomed within it. Right at this instant, besides Duan Lingtian and Su Li, who were still able to maintain their calm, everyone else stared their eyes wide open as they looked at the scene before them with disbelief. Heavens! What have we seen? At this moment, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had shockingly appeared in the sky above Long Yin. He drew upon the energy of the heavens and the earth with merely his origin energy to develop 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. King Yong couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Never had he imagined that amongst the group of young geniuses he'd brought over, Long Yin, who was originally only ranked above average, would actually undergo such a great change in his cultivation after a year. The others went pale with fright as well. The first wave hadn't subsided, yet another wave arose. With a raise of his hand, Long Yin's palm blade whistled out to intercept Mo Xian's fist that approached menacingly. The palm blade was still halfway there when it erupted with a sharp and overbearing aura. Another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky, 7th level saber concept. King Yong's brows raised as his eyes were filled with disbelief. Exactly what has this Long Yin encountered in this past year? Now, King Yong was practically certain. In the past year, Long Yin had surely obtained a fortuitous encounter, and it was a shocking fortuitous encounter that could only be chanced upon by luck. What a joke! If it wasn't for a shocking fortuitous encounter, would an ordinary person be able to reveal a strength that shocked everyone 1 year later? The palm blade descended, and it carried the strength of 17 ancient horned dragons. Compared to Mo Xian's strength of 12 ancient mammoths, it was an entire 5 ancient horned dragons stronger. The strengths of the two of them weren't on the same level at all. On the other hand, Mo Xian's expression had already changed long ago when he saw the 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Long Yin. Now, even if his heart was filled with regret, he was already unable to back down. As the saying goes, spilled water can't be undone. At this moment, he didn't even have the time to withdraw his spirit weapon, and he could only brace himself and go head-on against Long Yin. He was practically able to guess his outcome. Enough! Right when Mo Xian was completely disheartened, King Yong shouted out in a low voice. In the next moment, King Yong made a move and easily dispersed the surging strength of the two of them before blasting them back to their respective seats. Unlike Long Yin, who lightly floated to his seat. Bang! Mo Xian fiercely sat back on his seat as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At that instant earlier, he felt death was so close to him, and it was the first time in his entire life that he'd felt the threat of death. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Right at this moment, Long Yin's disdainful voice entered into Mo Xian's ears, causing Mo Xian to seem as if he was struck by lightning, and his face instantly flushed red. But he just happened to be unable to retort. After all, it was indeed his skill that was inferior. For a time, he felt extremely ashamed and resentful. Even though he didn't look at the gazes that descended onto him from the surroundings, he was able to guess that they were surely gazes of ridicule. King Yong! Finally, Mo Xian lowered his head and took a deep breath before saying to King Yong, "I forfeit in the dynasty martial competition this time." Forfeit. Even though Mo Xian's words were short, they were resolute. Mo Xian wouldn't be unable to even endure a little blow like this, right? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Right at this moment, Mo Xian's figure flashed and transformed into a swift flowing light that left the second-class spectating area before charging into the sky and vanishing in the horizon. As soon as Mo Xian left, everyone present recovered from their shock and shook their heads. No one had imagined that Mo Xian was such a sore loser. King Yong, looks like the rumored #1 young expert of your Darkstone Empire isn't really the strongest young genius of your Darkstone Empire. Old Man Lu looked at King Yong and sighed. Mo Xian's departure caused King Yong to be stunned, and at this moment he recovered from his shock when he heard the old man. I never imagined that Long Yin would be able to possess such a cultivation in a short period of a year. Long Yin's change was unexpected to King Yong. Earlier, he said, amongst the young geniuses of your Darkstone Empire, only Duan Lingtian and Su Li have the qualifications to be his opponents? The old man said with surprise, King Yong, your Darkstone Empire has really concealed itself deeply. Looks like besides this person, your Darkstone Empire has another 2 young geniuses that are even stronger than the so-called #1 young expert of your Darkstone Empire, Mo Xian. I wonder which 2 young geniuses are they? As the old man finished speaking, his tone was filled with interest. The group of young geniuses behind the old man recovered from their shock from before, and they sized up the remaining 8 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire with interest. Obviously, they were extremely curious about who Duan Lingtian and Su Li were. In next to no time, they followed the gazes of the other 6 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire and obtained the answer they wanted. So young. When their gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man and red-clothed young man that sat together, they were dumbstruck. Aren't they too young? Amongst the 2 people before them, the red-clothed young man ought to be close to 30. Chapter 667. It was these 2 young men that were taken to be true opponents by that 7th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius of the Darkstone Empire that had comprehended 7th-level Saber concept? They slightly didn't dare believe it. After all, if it was according to this, then wouldn't it mean that these 2 young men were existences at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above? Actually, it wasn't only the group of young geniuses from the Windfall Empire that didn't believe it. Even the other 6 young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire weren't willing to believe it as well. Long Yin possessed the strength to crush Mo Xian after a year, and it had already caused them to be shocked. If it was according to Long Yin, didn't that mean that Duan Lingtian and Su Li's current strengths were sufficient to crush Mo Xian? In this way, the #1 young expert of their Darkstone Empire was too worthless, right? In merely a year, he was completely surpassed by 3 people that were inferior to him a year ago. Duan Lingtian, Su Li. Actually, even King Yong slightly didn't dare believe it now. If it was only Duan Lingtian, he wouldn't doubt it. But with Su Li included, it caused him to be slightly uncertain. Swoosh! Suddenly, a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind flashed over from afar. At the same time, a figure stood in the sky above the cage battle arena. Instantly, the gazes of the group of people from the Darkstone Empire and Windfall Empire were drawn over. The sky above the cage battle arena usually prohibited martial artists from standing in the sky. The people that were capable of standing in the sky were only members of the cage battle arena, or in other words, members of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. Presently, the person that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena was a white-clothed young man. The white-clothed young man was around the age of 35, had a cold expression, slanted brows, and a graceful bearing. He's the person that's presiding over the dynasty martial competition today. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. So young. Actually, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian that was surprised. Even the representatives and young geniuses of the various empires and the spectators in the inferior spectating area were shocked by the age of the white-clothed young man. After all, the people that presided over the cage battle arena in the past were at least middle-aged. Only a presiding with a formidable strength, was capable of deterring the slaves and demon beasts that carried out the cage battle, and to a certain extent, powerful was equivalent to old. Welcome the representatives and young geniuses of the 36 empires to participate in our Darkhand Dynasty's martial competition. I'm the host of the selection for the first phase of the martial competition today. The white-clothed young man's face was cold as he spoke slowly. Subsequently, the white-clothed young man changed his tone and went straight to the point, and he directly stated the objective of the Dynasty martial competition today. All in all, the final objective of the Dynasty martial competition today was to decide on the most outstanding 30 young geniuses amongst the 360 young geniuses of the 36 empires. On the other hand, these 30 young geniuses would gather with all the young geniuses of the Darkhand Dynasty tomorrow and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition. The others should already know about these rules, right? Duan Lingtian discovered that the representatives and young geniuses of the various empires in the secondary spectator seats weren't very surprised after hearing the white-clothed young man's words. In next to no time, the white-clothed young man started to introduce the specific rules of the martial competition today. Duan Lingtian listened seriously. The rules of the Dynasty martial competition today are extremely simple. The 360 young geniuses will each draw a numbered token that belongs to them, and they'll undergo the selection according to the order of the number tokens. Due to the large amount of people, we'll carry out 10 selections at the same time at the beginning. Besides that, there'll be people specially assigned to record every single selection. The white-clothed young man had only just spoken up to hear when 10 figures soared up into the sky from below to stand behind him. These were 10 middle-aged men with expressionless faces, and they were like 10 statues. Obviously, these were the people that were in charge of recording the results of the battles. The first round of the selection will eliminate ordinary people. The second round of the selection will eliminate another half of the people. At that time, only 90 people will remain. After the 90 people are decided on, the rules will change. Whereas if there's a young genius with a good strength at the beginning, but is eliminated due to bad luck, then so long as you're unwilling, at the end, you'll be given a chance, and you'll still have the chance to obtain one of the final 30 positions. The white-clothed young man finished speaking in a single breath. Subsequently, it was to draw a number token. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 9 swift figures soared up into the sky, and each descended onto a second-class spectating area. These were 9 young men, and each of them held a large wooden tray in their hands. On top of the wooden tray, there were 40 metal tokens. The 40 tokens were facing down, and the back was facing up. On the surface, they were exactly the same. Looks like this drawing of tokens is to allow us to choose the token on top, whereas when these tokens are flipped open, the numbers on them are different. Su Li's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. Early on, when the young man that held the wooden tray descended onto their second-class spectating area, his spiritual force had already silently stretched out to cover the tokens on the wooden tray. Although Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was unable to be used as an eye, but he was still able to use his spiritual force to detect the grooves carved on the front of the token and determine the numbers on it. The numbers on these 40 tokens were actually messed up. There's a number 3 token, a number 52 token, and a number 327 token. There's no pattern at all. Now, Duan Lingtian was practically able to confirm it. The tokens on the wooden trays in the hands of the 9 young men that had ascended onto the second-class spectating area were all disordered, and there was no pattern at all. For example, amongst the 40 tokens on the wooden tray in the hand of the young man that approached Duan Lingtian and the others, only one of the 9 tokens before number 10 was present, and that was number 3. Number 1, number 2, and number 4 to 9 tokens weren't present on the wooden tray. On the spectating area that Duan Lingtian was at, there was a total of 40 young geniuses from the 4 great empires, and it just happened to correspond to the 40 tokens. The young man first walked over to Duan Lingtian's side, and the 9 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire were the first to obtain their tokens. If there's one person missing here, then please draw the token on behalf of this representative. At that time, when it's the turn to draw the token you hold, the other person who fought against the possessor of this token will be given a bye and automatically advance to the next round. The young man that held the jade tray arrived by King Yong's side and spoke to King Yong. Obviously, he knew that a young genius from the Darkstone Empire had left as well. King Yong nodded, and then he raised his hand and intended to casually draw a token. Wait. Duan Lingtian called out to King Yong in a timely manner. King Yong looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression, and he had a puzzled expression. Duan Lingtian, you, big brother. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man that held the wooden tray and asked with a light smile, "May I know how we'll undergo the advancement selection after we've drawn our tokens?" The possessor of the number 1 token will battle the possessor of the number 2 token. The possessor of the number 3 token will battle the possessor of the number 4 token. In this way, the possessor of the number 359 token will battle the possessor of the number 360 token. The young man explained patiently. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he looked at King Yong and said via voice transmission, "King Yong, please choose the 5th token from the left in the row that's closest to you." King Yong couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He didn't know why Duan Lingtian asked him to choose that token, but to him, it didn't matter which token he chose. After all, no matter which token he chose, he would have to assist the possessor of the other token to advance. For example, if he chose the number 1 token, then the possessor of the number 2 token would win without a fight and advance. On the other hand, if he chose the number 28 token, then the possessor of the number 27 token would advance. Whoosh! King Yong raised his hand and flipped over the token that Duan Lingtian spoke of, and he held it in his hand. At this moment, the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire saw it clearly. The token in King Yong's hand was precisely the number 31 token. Subsequently, the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire challenged the tokens. After a few people started to choose, Duan Lingtian and Su Li joined in as well. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's gaze was locked tightly onto one of the tokens at this moment. That token was at a corner, and no one paid any attention to it. Only when the other 8 young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire had drawn their own tokens did Duan Lingtian slowly flip open the token that belonged to him. As soon as Duan Lingtian's token was flipped open, the young man that held the tray was stunned. King Yong was stunned as well. The remaining 8 young geniuses were all stunned. Heavens, what have we seen? 3. Number 32? Su Li glanced at the token in Duan Lingtian's hand, then glanced at the token in King Yong's hand, and he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Duan Lingtian, your luck is really not bad. You advanced in the first round. The token in King Yong's hand could be considered to belong to Mo Xian. No matter who it was, so long as one matched this token that belonged to Mo Xian, that person would be able to obtain the privilege of advancing in the first round. Now, this privilege had been obtained by Duan Lingtian. Number 32. The token in King Yong's hand was precisely number 31. Under numerous envious gazes, Duan Lingtian put away the number 32 token. Right at this moment, a surprised voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian, you, how did you know? This voice transmission belonged precisely to King Yong. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian asked King Yong to choose the token, even though King Yong felt it was strange, he didn't know why Duan Lingtian would do that. Only when King Yong saw Duan Lingtian draw the number 32 token, did he realize that all of this was planned by Duan Lingtian beforehand. Or perhaps Duan Lingtian knew the numbers behind these tokens beforehand. Intuition. Duan Lingtian said via voice transmission. Intuition. The corners of King Yong's mouth twitched, yet he didn't believe Duan Lingtian's nonsense. Chapter 668. What a joke! This is something that can be noticed by intuition. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally discerned that King Yong didn't believe him, but he didn't explain too much. In reality, he naturally didn't rely on his intuition to know that the command token King Yong obtained was number 32, and he didn't rely on his intuition to just happen to obtain number 31 command token. Early on, when the young man that held the wooden tray ascended the spectating area they were at, his spiritual force had already detected the numbers on the 40 command tokens. Out of the 40 tokens, only 2 of them had numbers that were consecutive and opposed to each other. They were number 31 and number 32. It was precisely because of this that the events that followed occurred. He asked King Yong to take number 31 command token. On the other hand, he directly drew number 32 command token. So long as it's an inscription master that's skilled in the control of spiritual force, practically all of them are able to rely on their spiritual force to detect the numbers on the front of these command tokens that are covered, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Because of this, he didn't feel that he was extraordinary. Duan Lingtian, could it be that you're an inscription master? In next to no time, a surprised voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. It was precisely King Yong's voice transmission. It was very obvious that the Prince of Yong had recovered from his shock and was able to make an accurate judgment. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't keep King Yong in suspense and nodded lightly. This caused King Yong to be unable to refrain from shaking his head and sighing, and then he continued via voice transmission. You're able to detect the numbers on these command tokens with your spiritual force, and your attainments in the art of inscriptions aren't low. Actually, your natural talent in the martial Tao is shocking, so why waste time studying the art of inscriptions? If you didn't study the art of inscriptions, your strength would surely be even stronger now. As King Yong finished speaking, he seemed to be slightly regretful. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's attainments in the art of inscriptions weren't low, and this indirectly showed that Duan Lingtian had put in some painstaking effort in this aspect, thus wasting a great deal of time. If Duan Lingtian was able to use this wasted time on cultivation, his strength would surely be even stronger. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed the pity that King Yong revealed towards him. He only shook his head and smiled towards this. Only he knew that his attainments in the art of inscriptions were all inherited from the rebirth martial emperor, and he'd never wasted any time on this. Duan Lingtian, I thought I'd be able to see you make a move first. Now it seems like it won't be possible. Su Li sat by Duan Lingtian's side and shook his head. The number of tokens he drew was 237. It can't be helped. Duan was Duan Lingtian. He was Duan Lingtian Su, because Duan Lingtian had 80. However, Su Li did not doubt it. After all, Su Li did know that it was Duan Lingtian who'd asked King Yong to draw number 31 earlier. After a short moment, the 360 young geniuses from the 36 empires on the 9 second-class spectating areas had drawn number tokens that belonged to them. These command tokens were marked with unique numbers. Now, please enter the arena for the young geniuses that have obtained number 1 to 20. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the white-clothed young man stood there with a cold expression as he spoke with a deep voice. Meanwhile, the 10 middle-aged men behind him instantly transformed into flowing lights, and when they appeared once more, they'd already distributed themselves in various areas in the sky above the cage battle arena. The 10 of them intentionally separated themselves by a distance. Everyone, I'll be going up first. Amongst the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire, one of them had obtained the number 3 token, and he bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian and the others before flying up. Duan Lingtian had an impression of this young genius. It was precisely Gao Yuhai who'd fought Long Yin that day, and the weapon in his hand was a spirit fan. He was an 8th level void prying stage martial artist 1 year ago, and he'd comprehended advanced saber force. He's actually broken through to the 1st level of the void initiation stage after a year. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he looked at Gao Yuhai's figure. Early on, when Gao Yuhai spoke, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force had already enveloped him like a shadow, causing his cultivation to be unable to escape. 1st level of the void initiation stage. Even though it wasn't to the extent of being at the bottom amongst the young geniuses of the various empires, it was only below average. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had intentionally investigated the cultivations of many young geniuses from the various empires. Amongst them, the weakest were some 9th level void prying stage martial artists. 9th level of the void prying stage. Participating in the dynasty martial competition is only a formality, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Meanwhile, another 19 young geniuses flashed out from the various second-class spectating area to gather with Gao Yuhai. The possessors of number 1 token and number 2 token, come to me. In next to no time, a middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the results spoke out, and his voice wasn't loud, yet it clearly entered into the ears of the 20 young geniuses that entered the arena. Instantly, 2 young geniuses swiftly arrived by the side of the middle-aged man. The possessors of number 3 token and number 4 token, come to me. Subsequently, another person spoke out. In next to no time, Gao Yuhai and the other young genius had arrived by the side of another middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the results. The remaining 16 young geniuses took their respective positions as well. The 20 young geniuses were in groups of 2, and they stood in confrontation with each other. Not far away from every 2 young geniuses that were in confrontation, there was a middle-aged man that stood there with a solemn expression, and he acted as a witness. The battle was about to erupt at any moment. Originally, I was worried. If 360 people were to slowly battle one-on-one, then a single day of time would be utterly insufficient. Now, these 10 battles are being carried out together, and it's much more efficient. Duan Lingtian looked at the 20 young geniuses that were in confrontation and sighed in his heart. The martial competition begins. Right at this moment, the white-clothed young man that stood at the center of the sky above the cage battle arena suddenly shouted out in a light voice. Instantly, the young geniuses of the various empires that were divided into 10 areas that were in confrontation attacked successively, and they utilized all their abilities. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Numerous figures that were exceedingly swift passed each other. Everywhere they passed, their origin energy skyrocketed. Their concepts followed like shadows, and their spirit weapons even fiercely attacked their opponents. In merely a single move, 6 people admitted defeat. The strengths of these 6 people were completely surpassed by their opponents, and they utterly didn't have the slightest room to resist. If they didn't admit defeat, they would surely be heavily injured and might even be killed. After all, on a stage like the Dynasty Martial Competition, even if they were killed, they would have died for nothing. After 6 people admitted defeat, the other 6 people advanced. On the other hand, the remaining 8 people were still fighting like a raging fire. The 8 of them were divided into 4 groups and fought together. Every 2 people that fought each other had equal strengths, and for a time, it was difficult to determine a victor. Amongst them included the Darkstone Empire's Gao Yuhai. Presently, Gao Yuhai relied on the grade 5 spirit fan in his hand to exert his origin energy and first-level saber concept to fight intensely with his opponent. His opponent was similarly a first-level void initiation stage martial artist that similarly possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon and concept that was similar to his. So his opponent's strength wasn't inferior to his. But even though their strengths were similar at this moment, it was a competition of combat experience and various techniques. Oam, oam, Oem, oem, oem. With a raise of his hand, the grade 5 spirit fan in Gao Yu Hai's hand flashed out to transform into fan-shaped blade lights that covered the sky and enveloped his opponent. Whoosh! On the other hand, the grade 5 spirit spear in the hand of Gao Yu Hai's opponent shook abruptly as swift spear images swept out like a shadow to intercept the fan-shaped blade lights that covered the sky. Bang! 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 Every time the grade 5 spirit sword flashed out, there would be a fan-shaped blade light that was destroyed. But unfortunately, Gao Yu Hai was obviously prepared, and at the instant the fan-shaped blade light was completely annihilated by his opponent and his opponent revealed a complacent smile, he attacked like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Wham! Along with Gao Yu Hai's figure shaking, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a blade that flashed directly towards his opponent. The spirit fan in his hand even emitted an ear-piercing sound of the air being torn apart. What a pity! This person's strength isn't inferior to Gao Yu Hai. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw Gao Yu Hai defeating his opponent, and he felt pity for Gao Yu Hai's opponent. It was precisely because of a moment of carelessness that Gao Yu Hai's opponent had allowed Gao Yu Hai to take advantage of this opportunity. Number 3 is victorious. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the results of Gao Yu Hai and his opponent spoke out coldly. At the same time, a brush and paper appeared in his hand, and he started recording. Thank you for letting me win. At the critical moment, Gao Yu Hai, who had sent his opponent flying with his fan, smiled and nodded at his defeated opponent. Thank you for showing mercy. On the other hand, Gao Yu Hai's opponent replied sincerely. Obviously, he knew clearly that if it wasn't for Gao Yu Hai turning the spirit fan in his hand into a fan shape to attack in time, he would have already died under Gao Yu Hai's fan, and it would be impossible for him to only suffer an injury to his internal organs. Compared to Gao Yu Hai's leniency, the other 6 people were completely different. The 6 of them were evenly matched, and they fought to the point their eyes went red with envy. In the end, 2 of them died and 1 was heavily injured. The other 3 people that had obtained victory more or less suffered slight injuries. Not bad. King Yong nodded with satisfaction when he saw Gao Yu Hai returning victorious and bringing honor to the Darkstone Empire. This Gao Yu Hai isn't bad. Duan Lingtian praised in his heart as he watched Gao Yu Hai take his seat. Young geniuses that drew tokens numbered 21 to 40 enter the arena. Meanwhile, the white-clothed young man spoke out once more. It's my turn. Duan Lingtian smiled. Even though he knew that he utterly didn't have to make a move in this battle, he still soared into the sky to converge with the other 18 young geniuses. Subsequently, the 10 middle-aged men started calling people over to their sides. Possessors of token number 31 and token number 32, come over to my side. When the voice of a middle-aged man sounded out, Duan Lingtian directly went over. When he saw only Duan Lingtian was present and the remaining young geniuses had already taken their positions, the middle-aged man frowned. Where's the other person? What's your number? Chapter 669. Number 32. Duan Lingtian replied. The middle-aged man nodded, and then he swept the surroundings with his gaze before his voice sounded out. Where's the possessor of command, token number 31? Along with the middle-aged man speaking, the inferior spectating area was in an uproar. There's someone that isn't entering the arena. It's fine if he admits defeat. Exactly. Moreover, this number 32 is so young he might be a pushover. Many spectators discussed animatedly. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a young man that wore the attire of a worker of the cage battle arena flashed through the sky and arrived by the side of the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. My lord, a young genius from the Darkstone Empire, left at the last moment. The representative of the Darkstone Empire drew a command token on his behalf, and it's precisely number 31. The young man explained the reason. The middle-aged man came to a sudden understanding, and then he looked at Duan Lingtian. Number 32. Out of consideration that the possessor of command token number 31 isn't present, you'll advance in this battle. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since long ago, wasn't surprised, and he directly flew off. Now, the crowd of spectators in the inferior spectating area finally understood what was going on. So it's like this. This young man's luck is really good. Yeah, otherwise, with his age, he would have probably been eliminated in the first battle. Now he's directly advanced in this battle. Many spectators discussed. Their words revealed that they didn't think that Duan Lingtian's strength was very strong, and they only felt that Duan Lingtian's luck was especially good. When Duan Lingtian returned, the white-clothed young man spoke out once more. Begin. Subsequently, the other 18 young geniuses started fighting intensely. A portion of them admitted defeat, and a portion of them fought to the death. Elder brother Duan actually advanced in this battle. His luck is really good. In the superior spectating area, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was covered in shock. Young miss, brother Duan might not be lucky. Elder Kong shook his head. As an inscription master as well, he naturally knew of Duan Lingtian's extraordinary ability in controlling his spiritual force, and he faintly guessed that all of this was done intentionally by Duan Lingtian. Feng Tianwu had a puzzled expression as she looked at Elder Kong with a puzzled expression. Young miss, don't forget that Brother Lingtian is also an outstanding inscription master. As an outstanding inscription master, I'm able to easily see through the details of those command tokens in advance by relying on my spiritual force, and I'll be able to select the command token I want. Elder Kong slowly explained. Grandpa Kong, do you mean that Elder brother Duan deliberately chose the token that would allow him to advance without a fight? Feng Tianwu wasn't stupid, and she reacted after Elder Kong's reminder. Elder Kong nodded. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that his little trick had already been seen through by Elder Kong. The current him had returned to Su Li's side and sat down as he quietly gazed at the sky above the cage battle arena. There were still 3 groups of 6 young geniuses fighting intensely there. For the sake of winning one of the final 30 positions in the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition today, these young geniuses had exerted their full strength and fought with their backs against the wall. Boom! Soon, a young genius was heavily injured, and his opponent obtained the final victory. Wham! In next to no time, another young genius was killed and became a stepping stone for his opponent. For a time, only the final 2 people were still fighting intensely. Both of them had always been evenly matched, and the victor couldn't be decided. But up until now, only the 2 of them remained in battle in the sky above the cage battle arena, and the surroundings were deathly silent, causing them to feel an unusual feeling. In next to no time, one of them was slightly distracted. The consequence of being distracted in battle was being cleanly defeated by the other person. At this moment, another 10 people from the possessors of command token number 21 to 40 had advanced. The Dynasty Martial competition was still continuing. On the other hand, the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire ascended the arena one by one. In next to no time, Long Yun ascended the arena as well. Long Yan's opponent was a young genius that had a slightly arrogant expression mixed within since the beginning. This young genius boasted shamelessly the moment he saw Long Yan. Kid, you look to be a little over 30, right? If you're sensible, then quickly admit defeat and go home to drink milk. The young genius's voice wasn't soft, and it spread throughout the silent cage battle arena. Instantly, the strange gazes of the people present descended onto Long Yun in unison. Looks like the strength of this person's opponent isn't bad. This can be discerned from his arrogant words. If he didn't have some ability, would he dare humiliate another like this? But compared to his opponent, This person is indeed a few years younger. Needless to say, his composure isn't bad, as he's still able to maintain a calm expression until now. The crowd of spectators in the third-class spectating area discussed animatedly. Many people even admired Long Yun's composure. Only the second-class spectating area Duan Lingtian and the others had a different atmosphere. Practically everyone in the second-class spectating area had witnessed Long Yun's strength with their own two eyes. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 7th level Saber Concept. Up until now, there hadn't been a martial artist at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above amongst the young geniuses of the various empires that had entered the arena, nor had a martial artist that had comprehended 7th level concept. It could be said that Long Yun's strength was the strongest amongst the young geniuses that had entered the arena, but this fact was only known by the people in the spectating area Duan Lingtian was at. Long Yun's opponent was obviously someone from the other spectating area, and they didn't notice the scene of Long Yun revealing a strength at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage to crush the 5th level Void Initiation Stage Mo Xian and force Mo Xian to give up participating in the Dynasty martial competition. For a time, everyone in the spectating area looked at Long Yun's opponent with gazes of pity, even though Long Yun seemed to be extremely calm now, and it was as if he didn't hear the humiliation of his opponent. But they were able to realize that Long Yun's heart was probably filled with flames of rage since long ago. He was only waiting for an opportunity to blaze with rage. I only hope that your mouth is formidable and your strength isn't weak. You must be able to receive a single strike of mine. Long Yun looked at his opponent and spoke indifferently. What a joke! Long Yun's opponent grunted coldly with disdain instead, and then his body started to suffuse with vast origin energy. Whoosh! In the sky, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and revealed his cultivation. 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. Instantly, no matter if it was the spectators in the third-class spectating area or the representatives and young geniuses of the empires in the second-class spectating area, all of them exclaimed in surprise. After all, only a single 6th level Void Initiation Stage young genius had appeared before this, whereas that young genius had only used a single move to defeat his opponent and smoothly advanced. No wonder he was so arrogant earlier and even didn't hesitate to humiliate his opponent. So it turns out that he's actually a 6th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. A 6th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist can already be considered to be a rare expert in the Dynasty martial competition today. It's even to the extent that obtaining one of the final 30 positions is practically a certainty. If his opponent still doesn't admit defeat now, then I'm afraid he'll suffer misfortune when they really fight. I think that his opponent will admit defeat right away. Many people in the second-class and third-class spectating areas whispered in discussion and couldn't help but guess. But unfortunately, they quickly realized that they hadn't guessed correctly. When faced with the cultivation his opponent revealed, Long Yun's expression remained unchanged as he stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and he didn't have the slightest intention of admitting defeat. The martial competition begins. Right at this moment, the white-clothed young man spoke out. But at this moment, the other 18 young geniuses rarely didn't make a move. Their gazes descended onto Long Yun and Long Yun's opponent. Kid, since you won't admit defeat, then I'll send you to hell right now. An arrogant smile bloomed on Long Yun's opponent's face as his figure flashed out, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that swept towards Long Yun. Another 10 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. Swoosh! The grade 5 spirit weapon used by Long Yun's opponent was a rare, enormous hammer. The enormous hammer tore through the sky swiftly as it flashed out like a cannonball that shot out, and it seemed to carry peerless divine might. Bang! The enormous hammer smashed down towards Long Yun as if it wanted to smash Long Yun into a meat patty. Long Yin is about to make a move, Su Li said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded as he saw the slight movements of Long Yin's hand as well. They're utterly not on the same level. Duan Lingtian shook his head. As far as he was concerned, this battle before him was without the slightest suspense. But not everyone had the same thoughts as Duan Lingtian, and many people felt that Long Yin would be unable to escape death. Now, even if he wants to admit defeat, it's probably too late. Sometimes pride can get you killed. Many people shook their heads, and some of them couldn't help but close their eyes. It's not certain he'll go to hell. Suddenly, Long Yin's cold voice sounded out. While most people were still in a daze, Long Yin moved. Wham! Origin energy instantly skyrocketed on Long Yin's body. In the next moment, his entire body seemed to have transformed into an enormous saber that tore through the sky and easily dodged the hammer that his opponent smashed over. Die! Subsequently, along with Long Yin's light shout, his entire body had already arrived above his opponent. Wham! The spirit saber that had suddenly appeared in Long Yin's hand instantly emitted an exceedingly sharp saber light that descended menacingly towards his opponent. Kacha! Long Yin's opponent was slashed into two from top to bottom by his saber, and blood that covered the sky sprayed out. Humph! Right at this moment, the white-clothed young man that was in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition grunted in a low voice, and with a raise of his hand, his palm whistled out and carried along a shocking wave of heat. It was origin energy that covered the sky that carried along formidable fire concept as it tore through the sky and swept out, and it burned the remains of Long Yin's opponent and the blood that covered the sky into ash. The white-clothed young man attacked swiftly like a bolt of lightning, and the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above him didn't even have the time to condense into form before dispersing. 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage, 9th level fire concept. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp as he looked at the white-clothed young man. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll probably be one of the young geniuses in the dynasty martial competition tomorrow. Chapter 670. Most importantly, he's a member of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. This time he'll surely be amongst the 3 people recommended by the imperial family. Duan Lingtian was more certain the more he thought about it. But the things that the people present noticed now were different from what Duan Lingtian noticed. Numerous gazes descended onto Long Yin, and from the initial astonishment to the later astonishment, they revealed their surprise towards Long Yin. Or perhaps, at that instant earlier, they'd gotten to know Long Yin once more. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. He's actually a 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. I truly never imagined. His strength is actually so formidable. I originally thought he would be smashed to death by his opponent's hammer. Simply unexpected. Who would have imagined that he's actually a 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist? His opponent was unfortunate as well. Perhaps that person felt that he could be arrogant because he was a 6th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. But who knew that he'd actually bitten off more than he could chew? Needless to say, sometimes some things are really fate. No matter if it was the 3rd-class spectating area or the 2nd-class spectating area, many people shook their heads and sighed with emotion. Number 73 is victorious. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man that was in charge of recording Long Yin's accomplishments returned to his senses and announced, Long Yin had advanced. When Long Yin returned to the 2nd-class spectating area, many surrounding spectators looked at him with reverence. Of course, there were also people that looked at him with hatred. On another 2nd-class spectating area, a representative that was obviously from an empire stared fixedly at Long Yin with eyes that almost split apart from rage. His hands formed into fists and clenched tightly, and his body started trembling intensely. His nephew was killed by this person. Even though his nephew had died for nothing in an occasion like this, He still hated Long Yin to the extreme and wished for nothing more than to tear Long Yin into pieces. At the same time, along with Long Yin killing his opponent, the other 18 young geniuses attacked successively. The battles in the first phase of the dynasty martial competition were carried out like a raging fire. After Long Yin, another 3 7th-level void initiation stage martial artists appeared before Su Li ascended the arena. As for 6th-level void initiation stage martial artists, there were even more, an entire 20 or so people. In next to no time, Su Li ascended the arena. Su Li was the possessor of command token number 237. Swish! An ear-piercing sword whistle was heard. Su Li's opponent was a young genius at the 5th level of the void initiation stage, and his belt was instantly broken by Su Li, causing him to embarrassingly hold up his pants and admit defeat before leaving. Ha ha ha! Unsurprisingly, the crowd burst into laughter as well. The originally solemn atmosphere of the dynasty martial competition was completely destroyed. At the same time, Su Li advanced. This young sword practitioner's strength is very strong. With just one sword, he cut off his opponent's belt. From the beginning until the end, the silhouette of the ancient horned dragon that was formed from the heaven and earth energy dissipated before it could take form. Even though I'm unable to determine his cultivation from the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes, but I guess that his cultivation is at least at the 7th level of the void initiation stage. That's for sure. If he isn't at the 7th level of the void initiation stage, it's impossible for him to draw his sword so quickly. Another 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. Up until now, 5 7th level void initiation stage martial artists have already appeared amongst the young geniuses of the various empires. There's still a third of the young geniuses that haven't entered the arena. Presumably, another 2 or 3 7th level void initiation stage martial artists will appear later on. Amidst a wave of bustling discussion, Su Li returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Su Li! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and slight bewilderment appeared on his face. Earlier, even though Su Li had attacked, he didn't utilize the slightest trace of sword concept, and it caused the curiosity in Duan Lingtian's heart to grow even more. What level has Su Li, who's at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, comprehended to? Long Yun's saber concept has improved so quickly that it's shocking. Or perhaps Long Yun possesses a concept fragment as well, and it's a saber concept fragment. When he thought of Long Yun's current comprehension in saber concept, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but guess like this. Besides this, he was unable to wrap his head around why Long Yun's saber concept was able to improve so quickly. If Long Yun possesses a saber concept fragment, then Su Li surely possesses a sword concept fragment as well. In this way, Su Li's attainments in sword concept ought to surpass Long Yun's attainments in saber concept. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. If it was really like this, then the fortuitous encounters of Su Li and Long Yun were truly shocking. Even though their fortuitous encounters were inferior to his, it wasn't much inferior. At this moment, besides Duan Lingtian and Long Yun, the gazes that everyone in the spectating area shot at Su Li was completely different. King Yong, I finally understand now why your Darkstone Empire's Long Yun held him in such high esteem since the beginning. His strength looks like it really isn't inferior to Long Yun. The representative of the Wind Empire, Old Man Lu, glanced at Su Li before looking at King Yong and sighing. Your Darkstone Empire really has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The corners of King Yong's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. Based on the current situation, Su Li's strength was indeed not inferior to Long Yin. Senior Lu, you're too kind. Long Yin and Su Li had successively brought honor to the Darkstone Empire, and it caused King Yong, the representative of the Darkstone Empire, to feel extremely proud. Now, when he faced the representative of the Wind Empire, he was imperceptibly superior. Now, I'm slightly looking forward to the performance of the other young genius of your Darkstone Empire that Long Yun takes seriously. As he spoke, the old man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. King Yong looked over as well. Duan Lingtian, now even he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Needless to say, Long Yun and Su Li's strengths had indeed shocked him. But in his eyes, no matter what aspect it was, Duan Lingtian had always surpassed Long Yun and Su Li without a doubt. Even now, when he saw Long Yun and Su Li obtain fortuitous encounters of their own that allowed their strengths to increase greatly in the past year, he still felt that Long Yun and Su Li were superior to him. But even then, he still looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. So, he similarly looked forward to Duan Lingtian's performance. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed the gazes of the old man and King Yong, yet he didn't pay much attention to it. His gaze descended onto the sky above the cage battle arena and looked at the numerous young geniuses in battle. Time silently flowed by. In next to no time, the first round of the Dynasty Martial Competition today was nearing its end. Later on, another 2 young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage appeared. Bang! Along with a 6th level Void Initiation Stage young genius defeating another 6th level Void Initiation Stage young genius. The first round of the selections had officially ended. Merely this first round of the selections had eliminated an entire 180 people. Of course, there were many people that were disgruntled. For example, the 6th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist that was defeated in the end, if it wasn't for him being unlucky and just happened to encounter another 6th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist that was stronger than him, he would surely be one of the people that advanced. But he wasn't anxious because he still had a chance. The first round of the selections has ended. The second round of the selections will continue 15 minutes from now, and another 90 people will be eliminated. The white-clothed young man stood in the sky above the cage battle arena as his sonorous voice spread out. 15 minutes of time. The 10 middle-aged men that were in charge of recording the results gathered together and started to unify the results and list out the order of the people that fought. The group of young geniuses that had advanced finally had the chance to catch their breaths. King Yong, I was originally thinking that our Holdwind Empire can compete with your Darkstone Empire to see which side has more young geniuses standing at the end. Now it would seem that there's no need to compete. The old man looked at King Yong and shook his head as he sighed. Now the situation was clear. The young geniuses of their Holdwind Empire were far inferior to the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. The Darkstone Empire had 2 young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above, and there was another young genius that seemed to be at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above, whereas their Holdwind Empire only had 2 young geniuses at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage. They were utterly unable to compare with the Darkstone Empire. The group of young geniuses of the Holdwind Empire lowered their heads in shame when they heard this, and all of them felt that they'd lost face for the Holdwind Empire. On the other hand, no matter if it was the young geniuses that were eliminated or the young geniuses that weren't eliminated, all of their backs were ramrod straight, and brilliant smiles appeared on their faces. 3 of the 9 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire have been eliminated. 5 of the 10 young geniuses of the Holdwind Empire have been eliminated. The accomplishments of the Darkstone Empire caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly surprised. Begin the second round of the selections. In next to no time, 15 minutes had passed, and the white-clothed young man's voice sounded out once more, causing everyone to be unable to refrain from shuddering and returning to their senses. As for the 10 middle-aged men that were in charge of recording the accomplishments, they'd already taken their positions. All the possessors of the number 1 to 40 token, so long as you've advanced in the first round of the selections, come up. The white-clothed young man spoke with a sonorous voice. After the first round of the selections, half of the possessors of the number 1 to 40 tokens had been eliminated, and only 20 people remained. It just happened to gather 10 battles. On the side of the Darkstone Empire, there were instead 2 people that entered the arena this time. The first was Gao Yuhai. The second, number 32. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he looked at the number on the token in his hand, and then he followed Gao Yuhai to leave the spectating area and arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena to converge with the other 18 young geniuses. Possessors of the number 2 token and number 3 token, come over here. A middle-aged man spoke out directly. Instantly, Gao Yuhai, who'd drawn the number 3 token earlier, and another young genius went over. Obviously, during the first round of the selections earlier, the battle between number 1 and number 2 was won by number 2 and advanced. The battle between number 3 and number 4 was won by number 3. Now, it was the turn of number 2 and number 3 to battle. Subsequently, the other 9 middle-aged men spoke out successively. Possessors of the number 30 token and number 32 token, come over here. Along with a middle-aged man from the east speaking out, Duan Lingtian flew over. Chapter 671. The possessor of the number 30 token was a young man around the age of 35. Needless to say, the young geniuses of the various empires that were able to stand here today were top genius martial artists in their respective empires, and they had their own arrogance. Duan Lingtian's opponent was no exception. "You're that kid that had a bye in the first round." The young man had an arrogant expression as he sized up Duan Lingtian from above, and he asked with disdain. However, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to the young man. Or perhaps he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the young man. After he used his spiritual force to detect the young man's cultivation, Duan Lingtian had already completely disregarded the young man. A 5th-level void initiation stage martial artist didn't pose the slightest threat to him now. This kid is rather arrogant. The young man's face sank when he saw Duan Lingtian dared disregard him, and his eyes emitted a ruthless sheen as he said with a low voice, "Do you know that no one has ever dared disregard me like this?" "Then there will be one today." Duan Lingtian still didn't look at the young man, and he straightened his sleeve as he spoke unhurriedly. "Kid, you're courting death." The young man's face went grim as the origin energy on his body soared, and it seemed to have transformed into flames that whistled out. Whoosh! In the sky, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled before converging into 7 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes in the end. All of this undoubtedly displayed the young man's cultivation. 5th level of the void initiation stage. If it wasn't for the white-clothed young man that was in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition today hadn't announced the start, the young man would have already impatiently made a move against Duan Lingtian. At this moment, in the spectating area where the group of people from the Darkstone Empire sat, the gazes of everyone had converged onto Duan Lingtian, especially the representatives of King Yong and Windfall Empire. They even stared at Duan Lingtian with burning gazes. All of them wanted to know what cultivation Duan Lingtian possessed now. He was actually able to make Long Yin, who had already broken through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage, think so highly of him. Duan Lingtian. Long Yin stared at Duan Lingtian and took a deep breath. He was also eager to know Duan Lingtian's current cultivation. Besides defeating Su Li and winning honor for his master, his goal was to defeat Duan Lingtian and wash away the humiliation of the past. If he could, he would kill the Duan Lingtian after defeating the Duan Lingtian. It was to prevent Duan Lingtian from looking for trouble with the Azure Forest Trisect in the future. Amongst the 3 great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect, the person that was originally the demonic Lotus Blade sect leader was his foster father, and he was greatly indebted to him. He didn't want to put his foster father in danger. "I can finally see you in action." As Su Li muttered to himself, his face was filled with anticipation. On the other hand, the lower-class spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena was in an uproar at this moment. It's that young man that was lucky enough to advance in the first round of the selections. This young man should be the youngest among all the young geniuses from the various empires present today, right? That's right. He was indeed the youngest. He looks to be around the age of 25 at most. He's from some empire? Could it be that there's no one in the younger generation of that empire? These spectators in the lower class spectating area were unable to see the situation in the middle class spectating area. It's someone from the Darkstone Empire again. Some of the representatives from other empires in the middle class spectating area knew of Duan Lingtian's origins. This time, the Darkstone Empire had sent 2 young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. It was difficult to not draw their attention. Kid, if you're sensible, then quickly admit defeat. Otherwise, once the martial competition begins, I'll tear you into 2. Duan Lingtian's opponent, the young man, had a slightly savage expression, and his eyes even flickered with a scarlet red sheen that seemed ready to swallow Duan Lingtian up. Tear me into 2. Duan Lingtian started laughing. That will depend on if you have the ability. You'll see in a moment. Even though Duan Lingtian's composure caused the young man to faintly feel uneasy. But this trace of uneasiness vanished when he saw Duan Lingtian's young appearance. He didn't think that a young man around the age of 25 would be a match for a 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artist like him. Duan Lingtian was actually deliberately mystifying himself. He believed that so long as the white-clothed young man that presided over the cage battle arena announced the start of the martial competition, this young man would surely admit defeat at the first possible moment, whereas he would strive to tear Duan Lingtian into 2 in that instant. He was a man of his word. The martial competition begins. After the 20 young geniuses took their places, the white-clothed young man spoke out. Instantly, many young geniuses made a move and chose to gain the initiative by striking first. Amongst them included Duan Lingtian's opponent. Duan Lingtian's opponent flashed towards Duan Lingtian at the instant the white-clothed young man finished speaking, and he was like a falcon that was hunting its prey. In the sky, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared at the side of the 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. Obviously, Duan Lingtian's opponent wasn't only a 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. He'd also comprehended 5th level concept and possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon. Hiss! The young man's right hand tightly held onto the spirit weapon's sharp claw as it tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of light howls of the wind that were slightly ear-piercing. His figure flashed like the wind, and he arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. He attacked like a bolt of lightning, and the grade 5 spirit weapon contained raging origin energy and 5th level concept that followed like a shadow as it flashed out to directly strike towards Duan Lingtian's head. When faced with the full force attack of this 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as before. When he saw his opponent's sharp claw flashing over, Duan Lingtian moved. Sword drawing arts. He didn't move, but he raised his hand and lightly shook it. The violet-colored sword light that few people present were able to see clearly flashed before vanishing, and it seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous crimson snake that fiercely bit onto the young man's neck. Swoosh! Along with the sword light vanishing, the surrounding spectators didn't even have the time to react when Duan Lingtian had already put away the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand and kicked out. Bang! Before the young man's sharp claw had even approached him, Duan Lingtian kicked onto the young man's chest and kicked him flying. At this moment, the young man didn't move in the slightest and allowed Duan Lingtian to kick him flying. If one looked carefully, one would notice that it wasn't that he didn't want to move. It was that he'd already breathed his last. An extremely fine sword mark had appeared on his throat, and dazzling and resplendent fresh blood was ceaselessly gushing out from it. A 5th level Void Initiation stage martial artist was killed by Duan Lingtian in a single move. Number 32 is victorious. The middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the results was stunned, and then he recovered from his shock before announcing, "So strong!" killing a 5th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist in a single move. Is this really a young man around the age of 25? The group of people that originally thought that Duan Lingtian would lose for sure were dumbstruck. Why are there so many young experts in the Darkstone Empire? Many representatives of the empires couldn't help but frown, as they never imagined that such formidable young geniuses would appear successively in the Darkstone Empire. As far as they were concerned, the strength of this violet-clothed young man seemed to not be inferior to the other 2 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire that were at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. As expected, the representative of the Windfall Empire, Old Man Lu, sighed. On the other hand, even though King Yong was mentally prepared since long ago, he was still shocked. This Duan Lingtian, his strength is actually so strong. This fellow seems to still be holding back. Su Li's slanted brows raised as he thought to himself, Duan Lingtian. Long Yun's expression was solemn. He didn't see Duan Lingtian's attack clearly earlier, and it allowed him to realize that his strength seemed to be slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian. This caused him to be extremely displeased. I wonder what my odds are. When faced with the numerous burning gazes, Duan Lingtian completely disregarded them, and his figure flashed out as if transforming into a violet bolt of lightning that flashed out directly. But this time he didn't return to the location of the group from the Darkstone Empire, and he instead headed directly towards the first-class spectating area. His actions caused many people to be stunned. That place doesn't seem to be a place that anyone can go up, right? Even the white-clothed young man that presided over the cage battle arena couldn't help but slightly glance over when he saw Duan Lingtian sitting by the side of the 3 Feng clan members. Slight surprise appeared on the white-clothed young man's face. He's from a tiny empire, yet he actually knows Feng Wu Dao. Tian Wu, how much did you earn? Duan Lingtian sat by Feng Tianwu's side and asked impatiently. Feng Tianwu was stunned, and then she realized what Duan Lingtian was talking about, and for a time she couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Elder brother Duan, the cage battle arena hasn't opened the bet yet. The bet will only be opened during the 3rd round of the selections. The 3rd round of the selections has only begun? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and only now did he realize that he was too impatient. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly, and then he bid his farewells to Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong before returning to the spectating area, where the group from the Darkstone Empire sat by Su Li's side. Duan Lingtian, you even know the people sitting in the first-class spectating area? The representative of the Holdwind Empire, the old man surnamed Lu, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with surprise, I can be considered to know them. Duan Lingtian nodded casually. I can be considered to know them? The corners of the old man's mouth twitched. What sort of answer is this? After Duan Lingtian sat down, he could notice that many gazes were still on him, and they didn't withdraw their gazes for a long time. This caused him to be speechless. Fortunately, after another period of time, those gazes moved away successively from him, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The feeling of being looked at like a monkey was extremely unpleasant. Meanwhile, the outcome of the other 18 young geniuses had been decided successively. The 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, had become the first to advance in the 2nd round of the selections. On the other hand, Gao Yuhai, who'd entered the arena with Duan Lingtian, had been eliminated instead. Subsequently, the 2nd round of the selections continued. Because the people that participated in the 2nd round of the selections were only half of the people that participated in the 1st round of the selections. So the 2nd round of the selections ended quickly. On the side of the Darkstone Empire, only Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun had advanced. As for the side of the Holdwind Empire, only 2 people remained, and they were the 2 strongest 6th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists amongst the young geniuses of the Holdwind Empire. The second round of the selections has ended. Rest for 15 minutes. The third round of the selections will continue after 15 minutes. Chapter 672. Up until now, the group of young geniuses that were participating in the Dynasty Martial competition had either directly crushed their opponents or were directly crushed by their opponents. Of course, there were also some that were evenly matched. Moreover, the battles between these evenly matched young geniuses were more of a test of their respective combat experience and techniques. Skills were commonly referred to as martial skills. But in terms of martial skill level, practically all the young geniuses present have grasped high-grade earth rank martial skills at the perfection stage. This was something Duan Lingtian had noticed since long ago. To void prying stage martial artists, an earth rank martial skill was linked to the force they comprehended. So long as force arrived at the advanced stage, the high-grade earth rank martial skill could be considered to have stepped into the perfection stage, whereas martial artists at the void initiation stage were the most embarrassed. Unless they comprehended void interpretation concept as soon as possible and cultivated a heaven rank martial skill. Otherwise, in a battle with their opponent, they would notice that their opponent's attainments in martial skills were usually not inferior to them. The battle between the 2 of them mainly relied on the suppression of origin energy and concept. If origin energy and concept were equal, then it tested their respective combat experience and the gap between high-grade earth rank martial skills that were similarly at the perfection stage. The one with an obvious gap would lose without a doubt. In terms of martial skills, there's another gap that's difficult to surmount between high-grade earth rank martial skills and heaven rank martial skills. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards heaven rank martial skills. Heaven rank martial skills were different from earth rank martial skills. The realm of earth rank martial skills completely relied on the level of force. On the other hand, even though heaven rank martial skills had a threshold and required a martial artist that had comprehended void interpretation concept or intermediate concept or above to be able to cultivate it, but it didn't restrict itself to the level of concept. Its main purpose was to guide a martial artist to perfectly utilize their own origin energy and concept. And from there, they would be able to display the most effective attack, defense, and speed. For example, a first-level void interpretation stage martial artist was in battle with another first-level void interpretation stage martial artist. The concept comprehended by the former was equal to the latter, whereas the spirit weapon of the former was inferior by a level. It was inferior to the strength of an entire 2 ancient horned dragons. Under such circumstances, if the former's mastery of heaven-class martial skills far surpassed the latter's, it was not impossible for him to win. At that time, the profundity of the heaven rank martial skill would be enough to ignore the difference of the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. For example, the latter's brute force is slightly better than the former's, while the former is better at techniques. Therefore, it is not impossible for the former to win. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. Of course, although it's brute force, the difference can't be too exaggerated. For example, if an adult fights with a 3-year-old child, even if the adult doesn't have any skills, and the 3-year-old child's skills can be said to be superb, it's still impossible for the 3-year-old child to defeat the adult. When the difference in strength reaches a certain level, a battle between the strong and the weak will result in an absolute suppression. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. Heaven-grade martial skills. Low-grade heaven-grade martial skills are still okay. There aren't too many requirements. If it's a high-grade heaven rank martial skill, then it's not something that anyone can cultivate. When he recalled the 9 tribulations sword control technique he obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head. The Nine Tribulation sword control technique required the cooperation of spiritual force to be executed, unless one was an inscription master. Otherwise, only by becoming Emperor Wu would one be able to execute the Nine Tribulation sword control technique with the cooperation of spiritual force. Compared to the Nine Tribulation sword control technique, even though the Nine Dragons' radiant flash contained within the seventh form of the Nine Dragons' war sovereign technique, left behind by Emperor Wu, is also a high-grade heaven rank martial skill. Yet it doesn't rely on spiritual force. What it relies on is... Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian started to search through the memories related to the seventh form of the Nine Dragons' war sovereign technique, left behind by Emperor Wu. Sword concept? Duan Lingtian never imagined that besides cultivating a mental cultivation method, the seventh form of the Nine Dragons' war sovereign technique also taught one how to comprehend sword concept in a short period of time. So this Nine Dragons' Radiant Flash is a set of sword skills. It's a completely new set of sword skills created by Emperor Wu by combining the high-grade heaven rank sword skills, Nine Dragons' Radiant Flash and Nine Dragons' Radiant Sword. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Sword skill. Sword concept. If I'm able to comprehend sword concept, then by relying on the sword concept fragment in my possession, wouldn't my advancement in sword concept be the same as wind concept, and it would advance by leaps and bounds in a single day? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. Pleasant surprises came too quickly. Early on, when he obtained the sword concept fragment, Duan Lingtian had once thought of trying to comprehend sword force and transform sword force into sword concept. In this way, the sword concept fragment would be able to be put to use and wouldn't be wasted. Moreover, if he comprehended sword concept, then the effect it would have on his future would be extremely great. Last time, he'd obtained 3 profundity fragments in the Sword Monarch's treasure. One of them was the Sword Profundity Fragment. If he wanted to put the Sword Profundity Fragment to use, then he must first comprehend 9th level advance sword concept before he could start coming into contact with sword profundity. No matter what, the 7th form of the Nine Dragons' war sovereign technique could be said to have provided timely help this time, and it pointed out the path forward for Duan Lingtian, allowing him to avoid taking many detours. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, while in a daze, Duan Lingtian heard a voice calling out to him by his ears. Only now did he return to his senses and look at Su Li, who was by his side. What's wrong? Earlier, it was Su Li who'd called out to him. Don't be distracted. It's time for you to enter the arena. Su Li laughed bitterly. Duan Lingtian was first stunned when he heard this, and then he raised his head to look, and he noticed that the dragon cloud had already flashed towards the sky above the cage battle arena. Besides that, there were another 18 young geniuses that flashed out successively. The 3rd round of the selections has begun. Duan Lingtian recovered from his shock, and then his figure flashed out to follow them. The people that entered the arena at the beginning of the 3rd round of the selections were the 20 young geniuses that were decided from the possessors of number 1 to number 80. These 20 young geniuses had successively advanced in the first 2 rounds of the selections, and they'd obtained the qualifications to participate in the 3rd round of the selections. Duan Lingtian's opponent was a young man in green clothes. 4th level of the Void Initiation stage. After he detected the young man's cultivation, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. When the 20 young geniuses took their positions, the white-clothed young man's voice sounded out. Begin. I admit defeat. As soon as the white-clothed young man finished speaking, a panicked voice sounded out with extreme urgency. It was Duan Lingtian's opponent, the green-clothed young man who'd admitted defeat. The young man's speed of admitting defeat was so swift that even Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Even a fifth-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist was killed by you in a single move. I feel that I'm far from being a match for you. I hope you're able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the end." Before the green-clothed young man left, he nodded to Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, with the strength of this violet-clothed young man before him, it wasn't difficult for him to advance in the first round of the dynasty martial competition today. So he gave his blessing to the young man to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. "Thank you," Duan Lingtian replied with a light smile. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian became the first person to advance in the third round of the selections. "I admit defeat." In next to no time, another voice sounded out. It was Long Yin's opponent that admitted defeat as well. Long Yin was the second to advance. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Long Yin headed towards the same place, and they returned to the second-class spectating area that the members of the Darkstone Empire were at. "Congratulations." A smile appeared on King Yong's face. At this moment, he was able to notice that the surrounding representatives of the various empires looked at him with eyes filled with envy, and it caused him to feel complacent. Besides a portion of people admitting defeat, the situation of the battles in the third round of the selections was even more intense. "It's my turn." Not long after, it was Su Li's turn. On the other hand, Su Li was only going through the motions, and his opponent directly admitted defeat without the slightest hesitation. Su Li advanced. On the side of the Darkstone Empire, the 3 young geniuses that had obtained the qualifications to participate in the third round of the selections had all advanced. On the other hand, the luck of the 2 young geniuses from the Holdwind Empire wasn't bad, and they didn't encounter an existence at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above, allowing them to advance successively as well. Only 45 young geniuses advanced in the third round of the selections. After resting for another 15 minutes, the fourth round of the selections continued. The objective of the fourth round of the selections was to decide on 30 young geniuses. Duan Lingtian, Long Yin, and Su Li didn't encounter any other 7th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses, and they advanced once again with ease. But after they advanced this time, the middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the results of the selections asked them to stay. "Looks like the final outcome today is about to come out." Su Li's voice transmission clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian nodded. "It's still so early?" Subsequently, Duan Lingtian glanced at the sky. It was dusk, and it hadn't descended for a long time. In next to no time, the other 27 young geniuses had advanced successively as well. The fourth round of the selections has ended. Now, the fifth round of the selections will begin. No matter who it is, all the people that have been eliminated now have a chance to issue a challenge. The white-clothed young man's voice spread throughout the entire cage battle arena, and it caused everyone to feel like a thunderclap reverberated in their ears. Those that feel their luck was bad earlier can take the initiative to issue a challenge to the 30 young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena now. Remember, everyone only has a single chance. Once you lose, then you'll have no fate with the dynasty martial competition later on. The white-clothed young man continued to add. Instantly, waves of heavy breathing sounded out abruptly from the second-class spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and it rose and fell. On the other hand, the spectators in the second-class spectating area looked at the sky above the cage battle arena with anticipation. All of them knew that this was the last chance of the group of young geniuses that were eliminated earlier. Chapter 673. I've finally waited for this moment. A young man stood up from a second-class spectating area and flashed out to stand in the sky above the cage battle arena, and he rubbed his palms together as he spoke with an excited expression. Obviously, he'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. Duan Lingtian looked at this young man. He had a slight impression of this person, and this person was a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist that was unlucky earlier and encountered another 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist, causing him to lose at the hands of the 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. In next to no time, this young man chose an opponent. His opponent was only in existence at the 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. When he revealed a cultivation at the 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage, 6th level concept, and a grade 5 spirit weapon, his opponent directly admitted defeat. On the other hand, he smoothly advanced. Me as well. With someone taking the lead, the other young geniuses that felt they were unlucky earlier flashed out successively and started issuing challenges. Some succeeded in their challenges while others failed. Even if they failed, they weren't discouraged in the slightest, and they heaved a sigh of relief instead. At least, they'd fought for it and had no regrets. Along with the passage of time, practically all the 5th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artists amongst the 30 young geniuses that had advanced were challenged and eliminated. For a time, besides the young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above, only the group of 6th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses remained. From the beginning until the end, no one challenged the almost 10 young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above that included Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yin. Instead, it was the other 6th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses that changed their challengers from time to time. Time silently flowed by. Unknowingly, a red glow started to appear in the horizon, and dusk gradually descended. Meanwhile, there was already no one present that took the initiative to issue a challenge. After 15 minutes, if no one issues a challenge, then the Dynasty Martial Competition today will end here. The white-clothed young man stood in the sky above the cage battle arena as he spoke slowly, and his voice clearly spread out towards the surroundings. In next to no time, 15 minutes had passed, and no one issued a challenge. The Dynasty Martial Competition today will end here. The 30 young geniuses that advanced will still gather here tomorrow. At that time, all of you will gather with the young experts of the various powers of the Dark Han Dynasty and carry out the second phase of the Dynasty Martial Competition. After he finished speaking, the white-clothed young man directly flew off. On the other hand, the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena dispersed successively. Today was just a warm-up. Tomorrow will be the best. At that time, these 30 young geniuses from the various empires that were carefully selected will compete with the most outstanding group of young experts of our Dark Han Dynasty. It's truly something that I look forward to. The audience in the lower class spectator seats gradually dispersed. Similar excited voices rose and fell one after another. I must come early tomorrow to get a good seat. Now that I speak of it, my luck today wasn't bad. I bet on those young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage, and even though the payout wasn't high, I still earned quite a bit of silver. You still want to get a good seat tomorrow? What a joke! I've decided that when most of the people have left, I'll take a spot and not leave. I'll spend the night here. That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it earlier? Very soon, many of the spectators in the inferior spectator seats stopped in their tracks and stared at the excellent seats. They were like wild wolves that had seen their prey after being hungry for a few days. In the sky above the cage battle arena, 30 young geniuses stood there quietly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Right at this moment, a wave of piercing howls sounded out. Subsequently, numerous figures could be seen flying out to stand in the sky above the cage battle arena. These people were all from the empires that the 30 young geniuses belonged to. Presently, the faces of these people were filled with excitement. As for those empires that didn't have a single person that advanced, their representatives, and the group of young geniuses had instead left dejectedly. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Long Yin, congratulations. King Yong led the members of the Darkstone Empire to stand nearby Duan Lingtian's group of 3 in midair as he spoke with a light smile. 3 people from an empire had advanced. Only the Darkstone Empire had accomplished this. This time, the Darkstone Empire was in the limelight. It was even to the extent that the person in charge of the cage battle arena had personally come to look for King Yong earlier and said that because of the Darkstone Empire's display this time, the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family would bestow generous rewards to the Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian and Su Li replied with a smile. As for Long Yin, he had a calm expression from the beginning until the end, and he was neither happy nor angry. But at this moment, Duan Lingtian was instead able to clearly notice that the gaze Long Yin shot at him from time to time obviously contained deep battle intent. Obviously, Long Yin still had the intention to trample on him beneath his feet and wash away his humiliation. Elder brother Duan. Suddenly, a voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Feng Tianwu's voice. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian greeted King Yong and Su Li before flying up the first-class spectating area once more under the complicated gazes of the members of the Darkstone Empire, and he arrived by the side of the 3 members of the Feng clan. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and smiled. How much did you earn? He'd guessed the reason Feng Tianwu had called him over, and it was none other than the matter of the low-grade Origin Stones bet. Feng Tianwu laughed bitterly. Your odds are very low. I bet all my low-grade Origin Stones in the 3rd and 4th round of the selections. Yet I only won 300 low-grade Origin Stones in the end. 300 low-grade Origin Stones? Duan Lingtian was stunned and dumbstruck. So little? Even though he'd guessed that his odds wouldn't be high, he never imagined that it would be low to such an extent. Isn't this a little too excessive? He only wanted to earn some Origin Stones. He wasn't greedy, and it would be fine if he doubled it and obtained another 5,000 low-grade Origin Stones. He only had such a tiny wish, yet it was so difficult to realize. Brother Duan, you're too impatient. Frankly speaking, the Dynasty Martial Competition today can't be considered to be a true Dynasty Martial Competition at all, and it's only a competition between the young geniuses of your various empires. The nearby Elder Kong shook his head, and then he said, The Dynasty Martial Competition tomorrow is the true main event. At that time, you can ask the young miss to bet those low-grade Origin Stones on you, and you'll surely be able to earn a great deal. Of course, the precondition is that you have the confidence to always win. Tomorrow, Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up when he heard this. Right, tomorrow is the true beginning of the Dynasty Martial Competition. At that time, including the 30 young geniuses that had just advanced, all the outstanding young geniuses of the entire Dark Han dynasty would gather together and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. He could imagine that the Dynasty Martial Competition that began tomorrow would surely be even more bustling and exciting. Today, amongst the 30 young geniuses of the various dynasties that had become eminent, there were only less than 10 existences at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. In the territory of the Dark Han dynasty, there were far more young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Since it's like this, Tianwu, you'll take care of those Origin Stones for me. If I enter the arena again tomorrow, remember to bet all your Origin Stones on me. Duan Lingtian spoke to Feng Tianwu. Presently, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he'd already seen a large pile of low-grade Origin Stones beckoning to him and waiting for him to collect them. What a pity! If it wasn't for me being afraid of drawing too much attention by taking out mid-grade Origin Stones and high-grade Origin Stones, I'd surely bet all the Origin Stones in my possession on myself. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and he felt extremely regretful that he couldn't be too ostentatious. Lingtian, you should return with us today. Presently, even though the Dark Han dynasty's capital seems to be calm, undercurrents are actually flowing in the dark. It's safest for you to stay by my side. Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and suggested. His words were filled with confidence. It was as if so long as Duan Lingtian was by his side, then no one would dare touch Duan Lingtian in the Dark Han Dynasty's capital. Okay. Duan Lingtian didn't refuse Feng Wu Dao's good intentions and agreed directly. And then he said, Uncle Feng, I'll go greet King Yong. Since he decided to continue staying in the Feng clan estate, then he couldn't avoid greeting King Yong. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed to appear near King Yong and the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. Presently, King Yong was surrounded by a few old men, and he was chatting cheerfully with them. As he spoke, King Yong was in high spirits, as if he'd encountered a happy occasion. Even though he didn't hear clearly what King Yong was talking about with the old men, Duan Lingtian was able to guess some things. It was none other than because 3 people from the Darkstone Empire had advanced today. Duan Lingtian recognized that the old men that surrounded King Yong were the representatives of the other empires. Because of him, Su Li and Long Yin, the Darkstone Empire could be said to have been in the limelight this time, and it caused the members of the other empires to have a whole new level of respect for them. King Yong! Duan Lingtian spoke out abruptly with a voice that wasn't loud, yet it still caused King Yong to return to his senses. Duan Lingtian. King Yong looked over when he heard this. King Yong, your Darkstone Empire really concealed its strength deeply. Such a young little fellow already possesses a cultivation that's suspected to be at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. He's truly not simple. Duan Lingtian. This name is domineering enough. He's just like his name. After the old men saw Duan Lingtian, they weren't stingy with their praise in the slightest. Thank you, seniors, for your praise. I don't deserve it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled to the old men. Not bad. He's neither arrogant nor rash, a good seedling. The old men nodded repeatedly in praise once more. King Yong. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian didn't continue to be courteous with the old men, and he looked at King Yong instead as he said, I won't be returning with all of you today. I'll return to the Feng clan estate with Uncle Feng and the others. Okay. King Yong nodded. Then I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Duan Lingtian replied to King Yong, and then he bid his farewells to Su Li before leaving with the 3 members of the Feng clan. King Yong, this Duan Lingtian of your Darkstone Empire knows a great figure that has the qualifications to ascend the first-class spectating area of the Dark Han Dynasty's cage battle arena? Chapter 674. The cage battle arena in the Dark Han Dynasty's capital was divided into 3 levels of spectating area, and one only had to ask around slightly to know clearly about it. The old man that asked King Yong obviously already knew about it beforehand. Yes. King Yong nodded towards the old man's question. He said the Feng clan estate earlier? Feng clan. Could it be that the Feng clan? When the figures of Duan Lingtian and the 3 Feng clan members vanished before their eyes, another old man reacted to what had happened, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict as he asked with astonishment. Subsequently, the gazes of the old men descended onto King Yong in unison. In the territory of the Dark Han Dynasty, who didn't know of the Feng clan? The Feng clan was a formidable clan that was only inferior to the imperial family in the Dark Han Dynasty. Supposedly, even the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family didn't dare enter into conflict with the Feng clan. Perhaps, with the imperial family's resources and strength, it was sufficient to annihilate the Feng clan. But even if the Feng clan was annihilated, the imperial family would surely suffer great losses and suffer great losses. Thus, how terrifying the Feng clan was could be seen from this. It was precisely because of this that the Feng clan status in the Dark Han Dynasty was extremely high, and it could be said to be beneath a single person and above a myriad of people. Now, a mere young man from the Darkstone Empire, had actually established a relationship with a suspected higher-up of the Feng clan? They couldn't help but be shocked by this. Exactly, it's the Feng clan. King Yong nodded when faced with the questioning gazes of the three old men. As far as he was concerned, this wasn't a secret. It was even to the extent that so long as the higher-ups of the various powers of the Dark Han dynasty gathered together tomorrow, the identity of that person from the Feng clan would surely be exposed and be difficult to conceal. Even though they'd guessed it, when they heard King Yong personally confirm it, the three old men still couldn't help but gasp. "King Yong, do you know which higher-up of the Feng clan was that person from before?" An old man couldn't help but ask curiously. "Whoever's strength is the strongest in the Feng clan is that person." King Yong spoke slowly. At the same time that the old men were dumbstruck, King Yong called out to the other 8 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire before flying out together. The old men only recovered from their shock after the figures of King Yong's group vanished in the horizon, and they were moved. I truly never imagined that not only did a young expert appear in the Darkstone Empire, that young expert is even related to that eldest master of the Feng clan. It's not as simple as being related. If I'm not wrong, then the red-clothed young woman that was by the side of the Feng clan's eldest master earlier ought to be the young woman that gave rise to much discussion recently, the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Lord Wu Dao. I see that Lord Wu Dao's daughter seems to be very close to Duan Lingtian. Could it be that the two of them— While the old men were guessing, they couldn't help but gasp. Looks like it isn't just that Duan Lingtian that we can't afford to offend. Even if it's the Darkstone Empire, we can't afford to offend them in the future as well. Soon, the old men reached a consensus. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. Presently, he'd already returned to the Feng clan estate with Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong, and they'd returned to the vast estate within the estate. Whereas Grandma Su had prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. After they ate and drank to their heart's content, Elder Kong looked at Duan Lingtian. "Brother Duan, Duan Lingtian looked curiously at Elder Kong, and his face contained slight bewilderment mixed within. He didn't know what Elder Kong wanted to do. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade that was completely black appeared in Elder Kong's hand, and there seemed to be strands of black light flowing around the surroundings of the 3-foot-long blade. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian discerned the grade of the spirit sword, and at the same time he guessed the reason Elder Kong withdrew this spirit sword, causing his heart to feel slightly warm. "Brother Duan, I know you use a sword. You will surely encounter some young experts of the Dark Han dynasty that possess grade 4 spirit weapons in the dynasty martial competition tomorrow, and if you don't possess a grade 4 spirit weapon, you'll suffer a loss. This grade 4 spirit sword was refined by an old friend of mine that I asked to refine it a few years ago, and I'll give it to you today." Elder Kong passed the grade 4 spirit sword in his hand to Duan Lingtian as he spoke. But Duan Lingtian didn't stretch out his hand to receive it, and he shook his head instead. "Elder Kong, keep it. I don't need this grade 4 spirit sword. I don't need it." Duan Lingtian's attitude was extremely clear. He didn't need this grade 4 spirit sword. "Brother Duan, now isn't the time to be courteous. How about this? If you're really embarrassed to accept this sword of mine, then take it as I'm lending it to you. How about it?" Elder Kong thought that Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to accept his gift, so he took a step back and suggested. When she saw Duan Lingtian remaining indifferent, Feng Tianwu, who sat by Duan Lingtian's side, couldn't watch on any longer, and she persuaded as well. "Elder brother Duan, just accept it. This is Grandpa Kong's kind intentions." Moreover, just as Grandpa Kong said, many of the young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty will surely possess grade 4 spirit weapons in the dynasty martial competition tomorrow. If you don't possess a grade 4 spirit weapon, you'll suffer a loss. As she finished speaking, even Feng Tianwu was slightly anxious. When Feng Tianwu started persuading him, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. After Feng Tianwu finished speaking, the bitter smile on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew deeper. Tianwu, Elder Kong, I know both of you have good intentions, but I really don't need this grade 4 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian spoke helplessly. Why is it that no one believes the truth these days? Grade 4 spirit sword? That was only something he left behind, and it was no different than trash to him. Both of you don't have to persuade him. In terms of grade, the spirit sword in Ling Tian's possession is much higher than the spirit sword in Elder Kong's possession. Right when Feng Tianwu and Elder Kong were stunned, Feng Wu Dao spoke out, and his words seemed to know Duan Lingtian's ability very well. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp in his heart. Never had he imagined. During the first phase of the Dynasty Martial Competition selection today, he'd only executed a sword strike that was like a flash in the pan, yet it was actually seen through by Feng Wu Dao. In terms of grade, it's even higher than this spirit sword. Feng Wu Dao's words caused Elder Kong to be unable to refrain from gasping deeply, and he muttered as he looked at the black sword in his hand. Doesn't that mean that the spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's possession is a spirit sword of a higher grade than a grade 4 spirit sword? Could it be that it's a grade 3 spirit sword? Father, what you mean is, the spirit sword in elder brother Duan's possession is a grade 3 spirit sword? Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu had recovered from her shock from Feng Wu Dao's words, and she asked with a trembling voice. A grade 3 spirit sword was a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even to her, a grade 3 spirit weapon was an existence that was far beyond her reach, because there weren't any grade 3 weapons craftsmen in the Dark Han dynasty, so it was extremely difficult for a grade 3 spirit weapon to appear. In the Dark Han dynasty, there was only a single grade 3 spirit weapon that was known to exist, and it was in the possession of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Even the Feng clan didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon. Yet now, when she heard Duan Lingtian possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, how could she not be shocked? You have to ask him about this. Feng Wu Dao didn't answer directly, and he instead looked at Duan Lingtian, who had a helpless expression. Elder brother Duan! Instantly, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian. You really have a grade 3 spirit sword? Yes. Duan Lingtian didn't deny it, nor did he intend to deny it. After all, so long as he still wanted to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition, then the grade 3 spirit sword in his possession would be exposed sooner or later. It was actually the same whether it was exposed sooner or later. Moreover, he believed these people before him and wasn't worried that they would scheme against him because of the grade 3 spirit weapon in his possession. Duan, elder brother Duan, can you let me see your grade 3 spirit sword? I've never seen a grade 3 spirit weapon. Feng Tianwu was excited to the point her beautiful face flushed slightly red, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with yearning. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't hesitate in the slightest to withdraw his violet myrtle flexible sword. This violet myrtle flexible sword had been improved to the grade of a grade 3 spirit weapon by the materials he'd left behind when he used it to improve the grade of Zhang Shouyang's spirit weapon bottle gourd. The current violet myrtle flexible sword's appearance wasn't any different from before, but there seemed to be strands of violet-colored halos pulsating around the sword, and they were like numerous violet-colored little snakes that were unwilling to leave the violet myrtle flexible sword. After Feng Tianwu received the violet myrtle flexible sword, she impatiently poured her origin energy into it. Whoosh! Instantly, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled in the sky above Feng Tianwu, and it first condensed 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before condensing another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The latter was obviously amplified by the violet myrtle flexible sword. 7. 70%. 70% amplification. As she looked at the 17 ancient, horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above her, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face went grim, and she slightly lost her composure. Her pair of eyes that were like limpid autumn water were suffused with traces of a sheen of disbelief. 70% amplification. Meanwhile, Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su, who sat nearby, were stunned as well, especially Feng Wu Dao. Even though he'd already discerned that the sword Duan Lingtian used was a grade 3 spirit sword when Duan Lingtian made a move today, but he only thought that it was an ordinary grade 3 spirit sword. In the Dark Han dynasty, an ordinary grade 3 spirit sword was already sufficient to cause one to be shocked. Never had he imagined that the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's possession was actually a top-grade spirit weapon amongst top-grade spirit weapons. How many grade 3 spirit weapons were there in this world that provided an amplification of 70%? Elder Brother Duan, where did you get this grade 3 spirit sword? Feng Tianwu was shocked to the point the hand that held the sword trembled. If I said I refined it myself, would you believe me? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. At this moment, he seemed as if he completely didn't notice the slightly dumbstruck gazes of Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su. Elder Brother Duan, is what you said true? You really refined it yourself? Even though Feng Tianwu felt it was unbelievable, she understood Duan Lingtian's character and knew that Duan Lingtian wouldn't speak without thinking. It's the truth. Chapter 675. When he saw Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face revealing a dumbstruck expression, Duan Lingtian said, Tianwu, if you want a grade 3 spirit weapon, then Elder Brother Duan can refine it for you. But Elder Brother Duan temporarily doesn't have the materials required to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon, so you need to prepare them yourself. Duan Lingtian spoke extremely casually. It was as if refining a grade 3 spirit weapon was utterly nothing to him. Of course. In fact, refining a grade 3 spirit weapon was indeed nothing to Duan Lingtian. Elder Brother Duan, you want to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for me? Feng Tianwu returned to her senses, and her beautiful face contained slight excitement as she asked with slight uncertainty. Grade 3 spirit weapon. Not to mention her. Even her father didn't possess one. Throughout the entire Feng clan, there wasn't a single grade 3 spirit weapon. Now, she had the chance to obtain a grade 3 spirit weapon. How could she not be excited? As for the problem of materials, she didn't care. With the Feng clan's resources and reserves, not to mention the materials required for a grade 3 spirit weapon, it might even be possible for them to gather the materials required for a grade 2 spirit weapon. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Father. After Feng Tianwu obtained Duan Lingtian's confirmation, she looked at Feng Wu Dao. Meanwhile, Feng Wu Dao had already returned to his senses, and he'd heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and his precious daughter. He looked at Duan Lingtian. Kid Lingtian, what materials do you need? With a raise of his hand, a brush and paper appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand, and he wrote down a pile of materials on it. You need so many materials. Feng Wu Dao was slightly surprised as he looked at the dense words on the paper Duan Lingtian passed over. The materials I've written on it are sufficient to refine 4 ordinary grade 3 spirit weapons. At that time, Tianwu will have one, Uncle Feng will have one, Elder Kong and Grandma Su will have one each. Duan Lingtian explained slowly. The reason why he added the word conventional was because of the shadow that Duan Lingtian was traumatized by Zhang Shoyong's spirit weapon, the bottle gourd. The amount of materials required to make that gourd was simply not something an ordinary grade 3 spirit weapon could compare to. You want to refine grade 3 spirit weapons for the 3 of us? Even if Feng Wu Dao had roamed unhindered for half of his life, at this very moment, he couldn't help but be shocked by Duan Lingtian's courage. Originally, when he heard Duan Lingtian say that he could forge a grade 3 spirit weapon, he was already extremely shocked. After all, Duan Lingtian was too young. Could such a young grade 3 weapons craftsman really appear in this world? However, the grade 3 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian withdrew and the confidence that Duan Lingtian inadvertently revealed caused him to realize that Duan Lingtian ought to not be boasting. If Duan Lingtian was boasting, then it was utterly impossible for him to take the initiative to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for his precious daughter. Yet now, not only did Duan Lingtian intend to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for his daughter, he even intended to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for every single one of them present. Brother Duan, you aren't joking, right? Elder Kong's breathing became slightly hurried as he asked with slight uncertainty. In the entire Darkhan dynasty, his attainments in the Tao of inscriptions could be considered to be at the top. But in the Tao of weapons refinement, he was a complete and utter stranger. He had his own network of connections in the Darkhan dynasty, and his network of connections included the few grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Darkhan dynasty, but even then he only had a few grade 4 spirit weapons in his possession. Not to mention himself, he didn't even dare think about a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even if it was to those grade 4 weapons craftsmen of his, it was an existence that was far beyond their reach. Yet now, someone wanted to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for him. Most importantly, this person was Duan Lingtian. He'd already deeply experienced Duan Lingtian's miraculousness a few years ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian had guided him greatly in the Tao of inscriptions, and it allowed him to benefit greatly. At that time, he knew that this young man couldn't be underestimated. Even though Duan Lingtian was young, Duan Lingtian possessed attainments in the Tao of inscriptions that far surpassed him. Such a young person possessing attainments that far surpassed him in the Tao of inscriptions had already caused him to be extremely shocked, and he felt that he'd lived half his life in vain. But now, this young man said he was capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon? If all this was true, then wouldn't it mean that this young man's attainments in the Tao of weapons refinement could similarly be said to have reached the acme of perfection, and it was sufficient to cause those few most outstanding old fellows in the Darkhan dynasty to feel embarrassed? Even Elder Kong didn't know the reason. At this moment, he actually felt slightly delighted in his heart. Perhaps it was because there were a few people by his side that were in the same situation as him. Elder Kong, why would I lie to you? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when faced with Elder Kong's question. Once the materials are gathered, I'll refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for all of you. Elder Kong, the clan ought to have a collection of these materials. You make a trip. With a raise of his hand, Feng Wu Dao passed the paper that had numerous materials written on it to Elder Kong. Elder Kong nodded and left after receiving the paper. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian continued sitting before the table and tasted the tea Grandma Su brewed for him. At this moment, his heart was extremely calm. But at this moment, only Duan Lingtian was able to maintain his calm. No matter if it was Feng Wu Dao and Feng Wu Dao who sat at the side or Grandma Su who stood at the side, their expressions changed constantly. They occasionally looked at the violet-clothed young man that sat there silently drinking tea, and they felt they were more and more unable to see through the young man. Half an hour later, Elder Kong returned with a pile of materials written by Duan Lingtian. As expected of a formidable clan that's only inferior to the imperial family in the Darkhan dynasty, the strength of the Feng clan's resources and reserves is shocking. Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked in his heart as he never imagined that Elder Kong would only use half an hour to prepare so many materials. Since he'd obtained the materials, Duan Lingtian intended to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. First, Duan Lingtian organized the pile of materials Elder Kong withdrew from his spatial ring as he asked Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su. He mainly asked them what spirit weapons they usually used. There were extremely many types of spirit weapons, like spirit sabers, spirit swords, spirit spears, and so on and so forth. Elder Brother Duan, help me refine a spirit whip. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed slightly red from excitement. When he heard Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall the scene when he'd met Feng Tianwu for the first time in the Darkstone Empire's Phoenix, Nest City. At that time, he'd fought Feng Tianwu the first time they met on the combat arena during the groom's search competition. He still remembered that the weapon Feng Tianwu used at that time was a spirit whip. All right, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, and then he started to prepare to refine a spirit whip for Feng Tianwu. A spirit whip wasn't a special spirit weapon, and the materials required to refine it weren't much inferior to spirit sabers and spirit swords hiss. With a raise of his hand, a strand of violet-colored flames abruptly arose from the center of Duan Lingtian's palm. The surroundings of the violet-colored flames faintly had traces of copper edges flickering. Violet copper flame. Elder Kong's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in surprise. As an outstanding inscription master, and coupled with his good relationship with the Grade 4 weapons craftsmen of the Dark Han dynasty, Elder Kong had a certain level of understanding towards high-grade weapon flames. He knew clearly in his heart the violet copper flame was a Grade 3 weapon flame, and only a Grade 3 weapons craftsmen were capable of condensing it. At this moment, he didn't have any doubts towards Duan Lingtian's identity as a Grade 3 weapons craftsman any longer. The nearby Feng Wudao's eyes revealed slight astonishment as well, even though he was mentally prepared since long ago. But when he really saw Duan Lingtian condense a Grade 3 pill flame, he still couldn't help but be slightly shocked. As expected of the man destined for the young miss, he's extraordinary as expected. Grandma Su stood at the side and muttered. Grandma Su's voice wasn't loud, but who amongst the people present didn't possess a profound cultivation and unique hearing ability? Besides Duan Lingtian, who was concentrating on weapon refinement, the remaining people clearly heard Grandma Su's words. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face blushed slightly as she snuck a glance at Duan Lingtian, and when she noticed that Duan Lingtian seemed to not have heard Grandma Su, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Presently, her heartbeat was extremely fast. Because of that prophecy, she had a strange feeling towards Duan Lingtian, who'd once defeated her in a domineering manner. This feeling pulled the distance between her and Duan Lingtian extremely close. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't notice Feng Tianwu's gaze that seemed to have a guilty conscience as it swept over from time to time. Presently, he was completely immersed in weapon refinement. Whoosh! 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 The movements of Duan Lingtian's hands were exceedingly swift, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous bolts of lightning that ceaselessly crisscrossed past each other. At the same time, the pile of weapon refinement materials in his hand were quickly melted into pools of liquid by the Grade 3 weapon flame, and they ceaselessly roiled in the air. What a miraculous method of weapon refinement! Elder Kong exclaimed with admiration, even though he was a layman in the Tao of weapons refinement. But as the saying goes, even if one hasn't eaten pork, one has at least seen a pig run. In the past, Elder Kong had successively seen 3 Grade 4 weapons craftsmen refine Grade 4 spirit weapons. But as far as he was concerned, the method of weapon refinement of those 3 Grade 4 weapons craftsmen was utterly unable to compare to the method of weapon refinement of the violet-clothed young man before him. They were completely not on the same level. 2 hours passed, and the embryonic form of a whip was slowly taking form between Duan Lingtian's hands that raged with the Grade 3 weapon flame. Now, it had already reached the final moment. Less than an hour of time was left before the spirit whip was completely refined. Presently, Duan Lingtian still wasn't distracted, and he stared with concentration at the spirit whip that had taken form in his hand, as if he was staring with concentration at his sweetheart. This scene caused Feng Tianwu's mood to slightly surge. It was the first time she'd seen Duan Lingtian have such a concentrated appearance. It couldn't be denied that Duan Lingtian's current appearance was extremely charming and had completely attracted her. It was even to the extent that he'd unknowingly and silently captured her heart. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten the so-called prophecy and wasn't bound by the prophecy any longer, and she'd truly fallen in love with this man that was filled with charm from head to toe. Alas, a grown girl can't be kept at home. Chapter 676. In less than an hour, the violet copper pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand was extinguished abruptly. Whoosh! Whereas a crimson red and exquisite whip slowly descended into his hand, and it flickered with strands of crimson red sheens that were extremely gorgeous. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he passed the whip in his hand to Feng Tianwu. Try it. Thank you, elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with excitement that was impossible to restrain, and she received the whip in Duan Lingtian's hand as if she'd obtained a treasure. Then she took a deep breath before the origin energy in her hand raged and fused into the whip. Instantly, the crimson red whip seemed to have been bestowed with intelligence, and it lightly flicked up as if it had transformed into a crimson red python. Swish! Feng Tianwu's hand shook, and the whip instantly swept out like a venomous snake leaving its lair, and it moved menacingly. At the same time, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky, and then another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes converged together, and they were lifelike and possessed an imposing aura that shot into the sky like a rainbow. An amplification of 70% again? Feng Tianwu, who'd put away the spirit whip in her hand, looked at the 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were gradually disappearing in the sky above her, and she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This, on the other hand, Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su, who stood nearby, were dumbstruck as well. The scene before their eyes had completely exceeded their expectations. It wasn't because they'd witnessed Duan Lingtian refining a grade 3 spirit weapon with their own 2 eyes that they were so shocked. Early on, when Duan Lingtian condensed the violet copper pill fire, they knew that Duan Lingtian was indeed a grade 3 weapons craftsman, and it wasn't difficult for a grade 3 weapons craftsman to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. Now, the reason why they were surprised was because of the amplification power of the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. Although they'd witnessed the 70% amplification from Duan Lingtian's sword earlier, they only thought that it was due to Duan Lingtian's good luck that he was able to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that could be called the best of the best. Who would have thought that Duan Lingtian would be able to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide a 70% boost? This made them inexplicably shocked. Could it be luck? For a time, it wasn't just Feng Wu Dao's group of 3. Even Feng Tianwu was shocked by the amplification of the spirit whip in her hand. In their eyes, this might be luck. Soon, the 4 of them looked at Duan Lingtian again. Presently, Duan Lingtian had already started to refine a second grade 3 spirit weapon. This grade 3 spirit weapon was refined for Feng Wu Dao, and the weapon Feng Wu Dao carried with him was a sword. Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with swords, so when he refined it, his speed was even faster than when he refined the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. In merely 2 hours, Duan Lingtian had refined a completely new grade 3 spirit sword. So fast! The speed of Duan Lingtian's weapon refinement caused Elder Kong, who'd once seen a grade 4 weapons craftsman refine a grade 4 spirit weapon, to be unable to refrain from gasping. If he wasn't mistaken, even if it was those famous grade 4 weapons craftsmen of the Dark Han dynasty that he knew, the one that refined spirit weapons the fastest seemed to need over 10 hours to refine a grade 4-spirit weapon. But when it came to Duan Lingtian, a grade 3 spirit weapon of an even higher grade only required 2 hours to refine successfully. Humph. Those fellows have always bragged before me in the past. If I let them know that Brother Duan only needs 2 hours to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon, then let me see if any of them would dare brag again. Elder Kong grunted in a low voice as he muttered, "Uncle Feng." With a raise of his hand, the jade-green, 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand whistled out, and it was brought along by his origin energy to float before Feng Wu Dao. Feng Wu Dao lightly nodded. Then with a raise of his hand, the 3-foot-long blade had already arrived before Feng Tianwu. "Father." Feng Tianwu was stunned. "Give it a try." Feng Wu Dao said to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu took a deep breath when she heard this. Then she put away the grade 3 spirit whip in her hand into her spatial ring as if she'd obtained a precious treasure, and then she held the grade 3 spirit sword that Duan Lingtian had just refined. The grade 3 spirit sword was completely jade green, and there were faint azure lights flickering in its surroundings. Coupled with the sharp edge of the sword, it gave off an all-conquering feeling. Whoosh! The origin energy in Feng Tianwu's hand rose before gushing into the grade 3 spirit sword. Subsequently, whoosh! In the sky above Feng Tianwu, the energy of heaven and earth started to roil as 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes directly condensed into form, and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they coiled down. At the side of the 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, another few ancient horned dragon silhouettes were swiftly condensing into form at the same time. Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su practically held their breaths at the same time, and they had serious expressions as they looked at the few ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were slowly condensing into form. In next to no time, an additional 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared before their eyes. It's an amplification of 70% again. The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched, and his expression was slightly stiff. Grandma Su was stunned. As for Feng Wu Dao, a bold guess arose in his heart. That was, so long as it was a grade 3 spirit weapon refined by Duan Lingtian, it ought to be the best amongst the best. The first and second time was luck, and the third time was still the same. So it wasn't likely to be luck again. As expected, along with Duan Lingtian continuing, the last 2 grade 3 spirit weapons were refined by him, and they similarly revealed an amplification of 70%. At this moment, Feng Wu Dao had completely confirmed his guess. So long as it was a grade 3 spirit weapon refined by Duan Lingtian, it would surely possess an amplification of 70%. Now, it wasn't only Feng Wu Dao that had confirmed it. Even Feng Tianwu, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su had confirmed it. For a time, the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian seemed as if they were looking at a monster. A grade 3 weapons craftsman at such an age was already sufficient to cause one to be extremely shocked. But Duan Lingtian wasn't just a grade 3 weapons craftsman. He was even a weapons craftsman that could easily refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70%, even though they didn't know anything about weapons craftsmen above grade 3. But they could imagine that to an ordinary grade 3 weapons craftsman, refining a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70% was surely not a simple matter. The sun has almost risen. I'm going to rest for a while. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 4 people that were staring at him in high spirits, then stretched his body before directly slipping away. For a time, only the 4 of them remained looking at each other. Monster! In the end, besides Feng Tianwu, Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Su practically spoke out in unison. Wu, you go back and rest as well. It'll be dawn soon. At that time, the second phase of the Dynasty Martial Competition will begin. Feng Wu Dao said to Feng Tianwu. Okay. Feng, Tianwu replied and left. There wasn't the slightest trace of exhaustion on her beautiful face, and her beautiful eyes were brimming with spirit. She utterly didn't seem like someone that hadn't slept for an entire night. Actually, to a martial artist at Feng Tianwu's level, even if she slept for a few days less, it wouldn't have any bad effects. Looks like we've still underestimated Brother Duan. Elder Kong repeatedly looked at the grade 5 spirit weapon in his hand, and after a long time he let out a long sigh. He's surely the man the young miss is destined to be. Grandma Sue had an expression of certainty. We've indeed underestimated him. Feng Wu Dao lightly nodded, then repeatedly looked at the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand. Unknowingly, a wisp of a light smile had already appeared on the corners of his mouth. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he didn't sleep. I never imagined that after refining a spirit weapon for an entire night, I actually don't feel sleepy in the slightest. Looks like my memories have already completely fused with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed as he thought to himself. Completely fusing with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu meant that Duan Lingtian had truly inherited everything of the Samsara Emperor Wu, including some aspects of experience and methods. Just like tonight's weapon refinement. If it was in the past, Duan Lingtian would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago after successively refining a few spirit weapons like this. But now he didn't feel the slightest bit of exhaustion. Today, I was able to refine those few grade 3 spirit weapons at my fingertips. It was as though the weapon refinement techniques and the weapon refinement experience I possessed were something I was born with. Duan Lingtian spread out his hands and stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. There's still a few hours before dawn. I can take a nap. As his thoughts spun abruptly, Duan Lingtian lay down on the bed before closing his eyes and slowly falling asleep. In his sleep, he had an extremely long dream. In his dream, he was reunited with his 2 fiancées that were as beautiful as flowers and jade, and they lived a quiet and peaceful life. There were no struggles, no pressure. They lived in seclusion in the mountains, the men plowing and the women weaving, and they lived freely. In next to no time, Kerr and little Fei got pregnant successively. When he was about to become a father, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he shuddered before waking up. Elder brother Duan, we're leaving. A pleasant voice sounded from outside the room. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Feng Tianwu's voice. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a bitter smile. I was about to enjoy being a father. Tianwu's shout has shattered this dream. When he was washing up and changing his clothes, Duan Lingtian's mind was still ceaselessly flashing with 2 graceful and beautiful figures. It was precisely his 2 fiancées, Curly Fei. Cur, little Fei, how are the 2 of you doing now? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In the foreign lands, on a majestic and precipitous mountain peak, it was covered in snow all year round, and the entire mountain seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, 2 swift and graceful figures soared into the sky side by side, and in a short moment they arrived outside the snowy mountain and hovered in the sky. These were 2 women that wore white clothes and had appearances that could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. The 2 women's appearances were on par, yet they were completely different types, and each had their own merits. Sister Fei, Suddenly, one of the white-clothed women looked towards the south and muttered, "What do you think young master is doing now?" As the woman spoke, her pair of autumn eyes were filled with longing. I don't know either. Chapter 677. Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong soared into the sky and left the estate within the estate. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian saw 4 people gathered together in the sky ahead. and the person in the lead was a middle-aged man that wore white clothes and had a handsome appearance. The middle-aged man emanated a dignified aura between his brows, and he'd obviously been in a high position for a long time. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that the middle-aged man had looked over. Subsequently, the middle-aged man brought along the 3 people behind him to walk over to him. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew his limits and knew that the middle-aged man hadn't come for him. In next to no time, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the middle-aged man approached and lightly smiled as he looked at Feng Wu Dao, who was by his side. Big brother. Elder Kong. After the middle-aged man greeted Feng Wu Dao, he looked at Elder Kong, who was by Feng Wu Dao's side. Feng Wu Dao's expression remained unchanged as he nodded lightly. Patriarch. On the other hand, Elder Kong responded with a light smile. My lord, Senior Kong. Meanwhile, the 3 people that followed behind the middle-aged man bowed and greeted Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong in a slightly respectful manner. Tian Wu! The middle-aged man looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a light smile. As the saying goes, a woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. These words couldn't be more accurate when used on you. Second uncle, you're too kind. Feng Tianwu nodded and bowed to the middle-aged man, and she wasn't very warm. Actually, she really didn't have much interaction with the middle-aged man in the past. In the end, the middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a curious expression. This is? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Now, he already knew the identity of the middle-aged man. It was undoubtedly the current patriarch of the Feng clan, and he seemed to be called Feng Tiannan. Patriarch, this is brother Duan Lingtian. Elder Kong introduced Duan Lingtian to Feng Tiannan, and then he introduced Duan Lingtian to Duan. Brother Duan, this is our Feng clan's patriarch. So it's brother Duan, excuse me. Feng Tiannan looked at Duan Lingtian and squeezed out a trace of a friendly smile. Patriarch Feng. Duan Lingtian squeezed out a smile as he replied, and he didn't lose his composure because the other party was the patriarch of the Feng clan. Duan Lingtian, however, didn't know that when his composure entered Feng Tiannan's eyes, it became unfathomable. Ever since he heard Elder Kong call him brother Duan, Feng Tiannan had a slightly higher opinion of him, because Feng Tiannan knew that Elder Kong wouldn't casually call a junior brother. A person that was able to make Elder Kong address him like this surely had something extraordinary about him. Big brother, let's go. Along with Feng Tiannan greeting Feng Wu Dao in a slightly respectful manner, and after Feng Wu Dao replied, Duan Lingtian and the group of Feng clan members flew out of the Feng clan estate and headed towards the cage battle arena. On the way, Duan Lingtian began to size up the other 3 people, following closely behind Feng Tiannan. Amongst the 3 people, 2 were old men over the age of 70, and only one was a young man. The young man was a young man that wore plain clothes, and his face had recovered its calm after he greeted Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong, and he seemed to be indifferent to everything in his surroundings. Could it be that this person is the Feng clan's Feng Yunxiang? Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out, and he instantly detected the young man's cultivation. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, as he never imagined that the Feng clan possessed such a formidable young genius. No wonder it's widely spread amongst the Feng clan disciples that Feng Yunxiang is the strongest in the Feng clan's younger generation. Looks like his reputation isn't undeserved. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was practically able to confirm that this young man was Feng Yunxiang, the #1 expert in the Feng clan's younger generation. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Elder Kong had turned around and glanced at him with deep meaning. Duan Lingtian reacted to this, and he smiled slightly embarrassedly. He knew that Elder Kong had surely noticed him when he used his spiritual force to detect Feng Yunxiang earlier. With Elder Kong's extremely formidable spiritual force, It wasn't difficult for him to notice his spiritual force. Elder Kong's strength isn't simple. Presently, Duan Lingtian, who possessed a second-level void interpretation stage spiritual force, was still able to notice the gap that was like a chasm between him and Elder Kong. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, Elder Kong was most probably in existence at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage or above. At least, Elder Kong's spiritual force was at the fourth level of the void interpretation stage or above. Brother Duan, I heard you're from the Darkstone Empire? You've come to participate in the Dynasty Martial Competition as well. On the way, Feng Tian seemed to be extremely interested in Duan Lingtian, and he took the initiative to ask. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, as this wasn't a secret. Presumably, Feng Tian had already clearly investigated his identity since long ago, and Feng Tian was only pretending not to know him earlier. Brother Duan's natural talent is extremely strong. I heard that 3 people from the Darkstone Empire passed through the first phase of the Dynasty Martial Competition yesterday. One of them ought to be Brother Duan, right? As Feng Tian finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded once more. He's a comparatively outstanding young genius in our Feng clan. Brother Duan can get to know him. He's called Feng Yunxiang. Subsequently, Feng Tian introduced Feng Yunxiang, who followed closely behind him to Duan Lingtian. I have heard of him. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, then glanced at Feng Yunxiang, yet he noticed that the latter utterly didn't look him in the eye. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. As the most outstanding young genius of the Feng clan, it was unavoidable for him to be slightly arrogant. Even though with Feng Tianwu present, he might not be the most outstanding young genius of the Feng clan. These two are our Feng clan's Grand Elder and Second Elder. Feng Tian introduced the other 2 old men to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded to the 2 old men. But from the beginning until the end, the 2 old men didn't spare a glance at Duan Lingtian, let alone pay attention to Duan Lingtian. Obviously, no matter if it was Feng Yunxiang or the 2 old men, they obviously didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. Taking advantage of your seniority. After Feng Tianwu noticed that Duan Lingtian had fallen into an embarrassing situation, she couldn't help but grunt lightly before helping Duan Lingtian out of his predicament. Feng Tianwu's words caused the expressions of the 2 old men to go slightly grim, yet they didn't flare up in the end. What a joke! This young woman wasn't an ordinary young woman, and the person that stood behind her was far from someone the 2 of them were capable of going against. If they really infuriated that person, then they would surely die without a doubt. Even though no one knew what happened to the disappearance of the 3rd elder, they were able to guess who did it through some clues. But even if they'd successfully guessed it, they could only bury this matter deep in their hearts. Once it was exposed, then it would only be them that died. Duan Lingtian's heart felt slightly warm when he saw Feng Tianwu protecting him like this. Brother Lingtian. When the cage battle arena was nearby, a sonorous voice suddenly sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard the voice. In the distance, there were 5 people flying over, and one of them was the first to speed up and arrive before Qin Shi in a short moment. Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile when he saw the person that had arrived. The person that had arrived was none other than the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong. After not seeing him for so many days, Zhang Shouyong was still in high spirits. Lord Wu Dao, Senior Kong. After Zhang, Shouyong smiled lightly to Duan Lingtian. He hurriedly looked at Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong before slightly bowing. Patriarch Feng. In the end, he looked at Feng Tian and lightly nodded as he bowed. As for the 2 Feng clan elders, he utterly didn't pay any attention to them. Feng Wu Dao nodded to Zhang Shouyong with a calm expression. Zhang Shouyong didn't mind this. It was even to the extent that, as far as he was concerned, The fact that the person before him was nodding to him was already the greatest respect to him. A friendly smile appeared on Elder Kong's face as he praised. Patriarch Zhang has an outstanding son. I truly never imagined. Nephew, you actually know Brother Duan, and you seem to be very familiar with him? Feng Tian Nan spoke with slight surprise. Brother Ling Tian and I got to know each other a few years ago, and we can be considered to be brought together by fate. Zhang Shouyong nodded, and then he said, I've always felt proud that I was able to know this friend of his. His words were extremely respectful towards Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan is extraordinary indeed. Feng Tian Nan agreed. This ought to be Lord Wu Dao's daughter, young Miss Tianwu, right? Suddenly, Zhang Shouyong's gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, and he revealed a friendly smile. Big Brother Zhang, since you're a friend of Elder Brother Duan, then you're a friend of mine as well. You can just call me Tianwu. Feng Tianwu returned a friendly smile to Zhang Shouyong. Ha, all right, Tianwu. Zhang Shouyong was a straightforward person, and he directly agreed. But when he looked at Duan Lingtian once more, his gaze became even stranger, and at the same time he said via voice transmission, Brother Ling Tian, you're really capable. In my opinion, this young Miss Tian Wu seems to have already given her heart to you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Zhang Shouyong's frivolous words, and he refused to be outdone as he replied, Big Brother Zhang, are you envious of me? If you're envious, then I can properly discuss it with sister-in-law later and allow you to take another concubine. You bastard! You win! As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhang Shouyong instantly seemed as if he'd become a frosted eggplant, and he stopped arguing with Duan Lingtian. Or perhaps it could be said that Duan Lingtian had grasped his Achilles heel. Lord Wu Dao, Elder Kong, Patriarch Feng. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan members that were left behind by Zhang Shouyong came over successively under the lead of the Zhang clan's patriarch, and they greeted Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Feng Tian Nan with slight politeness. These few people included Zhang Shouyong's second brother, Zhang Shouyuan, who shared the same father but a different mother. Because of this, Duan Lingtian took a few more glances at him. On the other hand, after Zhang Shouyuan was stared at by Duan Lingtian, his originally normal expression instantly became ghastly pale, and it was as if Duan Lingtian was some sort of scourge. The Zhang clan could be considered to be a formidable clan in the Dark Han dynasty, but before the Feng clan it was greatly inferior. In the Dark Han dynasty, the imperial family was undoubtedly the strongest force, and the Feng clan was second. Chapter 678. Unknowingly, the Dark Han dynasty's caged battle arena had once again appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Compared to the caged battle arena yesterday, the caged battle arena today was undoubtedly much more bustling. Besides the third-class spectating area being filled since long ago, the second-class spectating area was filled to the brim as well. Even if it was the 9 first-class spectating areas, half of them were filled with many people. On the other hand, the spectating area that Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 sat on yesterday was completely empty now. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian followed the Feng clan members to descend into the spectating area. Meanwhile, through Elder Kong's reminder, Duan Lingtian found out that this first-class spectating area was reserved for the exclusive use of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family for the Feng clan. Brother Lingtian, I'll be going over first. Zhang Shouyong bid his farewells to Duan Lingtian before heading towards the other first-class spectating area with the Zhang clan members, and he sat on one of the luxurious seats. However, half of the spectator seats were already occupied. Those people were obviously not members of the Zhang clan. Elder Kong, the Zhang clan doesn't have a dedicated first-class spectating area? Duan Lingtian asked Elder Kong curiously. Elder Kong shook his head. Only our Feng clan and the imperial family have a dedicated first-class spectating area. The higher-ups of a first-rate power like the Zhang clan have the qualifications to ascend the first-class spectating area, yet they don't have a dedicated seat. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. As for those figures that possess special status in the Dark Han dynasty, like Grade 4 weapons craftsmen, Grade 4 alchemists, and so on and so forth, they similarly don't have a dedicated seat here. But so long as they come, then anyone would warmly welcome them to sit by their side. Elder Kong continued. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by this. No matter if it was a Grade 4 weapons craftsman or alchemist, they could be considered to be extremely rare existences in the territory of the Dark Han dynasty, and there were usually many people that sought them to refine weapons and medicine. Any power would spare no effort to curry favor with an existence like this. Uncle Feng, Elder Kong, Tianwu, I'll take my leave first. Duan Lingtian glanced down and noticed that the group of people from the Darkstone Empire were already seated at the second-class spectator seats from yesterday. He greeted Feng Wu Dao's group of 3. Yes. Feng Wu Dao and the other 2 nodded lightly. Goodbye, clan leader Feng. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian nodded to Feng Tian-nan before flashing out, leaving the first-class spectating area and heading towards the second-class spectating area. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian descended before the Prince of Yong and all the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. The Prince of Yong. After greeting the Prince of Yong, Duan Lingtian walked over to Su Li's side and sat down. Zither Prince. Duan Lingtian had just sat down when he heard a cry of surprise. The person that exclaimed in surprise was none other than the saber young master, Long Yin, who came from the same imperial kingdom as Duan Lingtian. Zither Prince? Duan Lingtian was stunned, and he turned around to look at Long Yin with slight bewilderment. Only now did he notice that Long Yin was staring fixedly at the distant sky at this moment, and it was as if he'd seen something that caused him to be inexplicably astounded. Duan Lingtian followed Long Yin's gaze and looked over. In the distance, 3 figures had appeared before Duan Lingtian. The person in the lead was an aged old man. The old man wore black clothes, his gaunt face was extremely calm, and his pair of muddy eyes didn't have the slightest luster. Even though this black-clothed old man looked to be an ordinary old man, Duan Lingtian didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. A person like this was usually the most terrifying person. Today, the experts in the cage battle arena are numerous like the clouds, and I'm afraid there's no lack of inscription masters with formidable spiritual force. Spiritual force can't be used rashly. Otherwise, I can directly use my spiritual force to detect this old man's cultivation. Duan Lingtian was extremely confident towards his own spiritual force. The person Long Yin is looking at isn't him. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly looked towards the left, and that was where Long Yin's gaze was at. A white-clothed young man was following closely behind the old man on the left, and he had a cold expression and seemed to be indifferent towards everything in his surroundings. Zither young master? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the white-clothed young man. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with Zither young master, Zishang. A few years ago, when the 7-star sword sect hadn't been annihilated and he was still in the 7-star sword sect, this Zither young master had once descended to the 7-star sword sect and even spoke nonsense about taking his fiancée, Kerr, as his wife, and because of this, Zither young master had formed quite a bit of conflict with him. When they met for the first time, he made a 2-year agreement with Zither young master. 2 years later, Duan Lingtian and Zither young master went head-to-head. At that time, in terms of cultivation, Duan Lingtian was far inferior to Zither young master, but because his spiritual force was stronger than Zither young master, and he'd even grasped the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, he easily played around with Zither young master. The scene on the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Fecta Peak, was vivid in Duan Lingtian's mind. At that time, this Zither young master didn't have the slightest strength to fight back before his soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and he even fled in a sorry state in the end. But when he fled, Zither Young Master had once left behind some ruthless words that he would take revenge on him in the future. At that time, Duan Lingtian utterly didn't take Zither Young Master's ruthless words to heart. Moreover, along with the passage of time, his strength rose swiftly step by step, and he'd even tossed the threat of Zither Young Master to the back of his mind. As far as he was concerned, with the advancement of his current cultivation, Zither Young Master had surely been left far behind by him and was unable to pose the slightest threat to him, even though he still thought like this when he saw Zither Young Master now. But he couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw Zither Young Master here today. Could it be that this Zither Young Master, Zishang, has come to participate in the dynasty martial competition as well? At the same time that Duan Lingtian was surprised, his gaze raised to descend onto the figure that was behind the old man on the right side. This was a graceful figure that was extremely hard, and the owner of the figure was a young woman with an appearance that could be said to be drop-dead gorgeous. She stood behind the old man on the right side and stood on the left side of Zither Young Master, and they were like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Even though Duan Lingtian didn't really like Zither Young Master's character, he had to admit that Zither Young Master was indeed a handsome man. Flute Fairy? What's she doing here? This young woman wasn't unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. She was precisely the Flute Fairy, Zien, that he'd met in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial city that day, and at the same time, she was the younger sister of Zither Young Master, Zishang. What a beautiful young woman. Yeah. There ought to be no young woman in our Dark Han dynasty that can compare to her in terms of appearance, right? Too beautiful. Presently, there weren't many people that flew close to the cage battle arena. Because of the existence of Flute Fairy, Zien and the black-clothed old man had drawn the gazes of many people. Many people looked at Zien, and they weren't stingy with their words of praise. Of course, there were also some people that didn't agree with the words of some people. Who said there's no woman in our Dark Han dynasty that can compare to her? I say, are you all blind or something? Look at the first-class spectating area the Feng clan members are at. Lord Wu Dao's daughter isn't inferior to her in the slightest. On the second-class spectating area, a young genius from a power in the Dark Han dynasty grunted. His words instantly caused the group of people to be unable to refrain from raising their heads to look over. With a single glance, they were dumbstruck. That's the daughter of Lord Wu Dao that's been widely rumored in the capital recently? So beautiful. She's simply like a celestial maiden that has descended to the mortal world. In terms of appearance, Lord Wu Dao's daughter is indeed not inferior to that young woman. In terms of bearing, she far surpasses that young woman. Of course, she's Lord Wu Dao's daughter. Instantly, the attention of most of the people in the cage battle arena moved onto the Feng clan's Feng, Tianwu. Duan Lingtian heard similar discussions. He deeply agreed to all of this. Feng Tianwu and Zi Yin came from different backgrounds after all, and they were utterly not on the same level. So the bearing they developed was naturally poles apart. In the distant sky, the Zither Young Master, Zishang, was originally silently following behind his master when suddenly he felt a gaze lock onto him tightly. After a short moment, he looked over along this gaze. Just a glance caused him to be unable to refrain from revealing a surprised expression. Saber Young Master? As a figure that was once one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like him, Saber Young Master Longyin was naturally not unfamiliar to him. But what caused him to be surprised was that Longyin had actually appeared here, and he'd even appeared on the second-class spectating area. Could it be that Longyin has come to participate in the dynasty martial competition as well? For a time, Zishang couldn't help but be slightly surprised in his heart. As far as he was concerned, today, the reason he was able to appear here and possess the qualifications to participate in the dynasty martial competition and compete with the numerous young geniuses of the Dark Han dynasty was basically because of his master and some fortuitous encounters he'd obtained later on. Of course, at the bottom of it all, it was still his master's credit. If it wasn't for his master, it would be impossible for him to come to the Dark Han dynasty and possess an extremely good cultivation environment. If he didn't come to the Dark Han dynasty, he wouldn't have the fortune to obtain that fortuitous encounter. It was precisely because of this string of experiences that the current him was created. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a surprised and delicate voice clearly entered into Zishang's ears. Zishang was recalling his experiences in the recent few years when he suddenly heard his younger sisters exclaim of surprise, and he was first stunned before his face went grim. Duan Lingtian? He naturally wasn't unfamiliar with this name. It was even to the extent that in the recent few years he wished for nothing more than to kill this person and wash away the humiliation of the past countless times in his dreams. Yen, where's Duan Lingtian? Zishang suddenly turned around to look at his younger sister and asked with slight excitement, "Over there." Yen naturally understood her older brother's feelings, and she hurriedly indicated to look towards the distance. Subsequently, Zishang glanced over. A violet-colored figure sat nearby Long Yin. If it wasn't for his attention being on Long Yin earlier, he would have probably noticed it long ago. Even though some slight changes had occurred to the violet-clothed young man in the distance compared to a few years ago, he was still able to recognize the violet-clothed young man with a single glance. Chapter 679. Zishang's eyes stared wide open as he looked at the violet-clothed young man in the distance, and his body started trembling slightly. At this moment, he seemed as if he'd seen his mortal enemy. In reality, in Zishang's heart, he'd taken the violet-clothed young man before him to be a mortal enemy since long ago. Moreover, it was the type that wouldn't stop until the young man was dead. The humiliation the young man brought to him all those years ago was something he'd never forget. As far as he was concerned, only the young man's death would be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Zishang's loss of composure was noticed by the black-clothed old man who walked ahead, his master. "Zishang, what's wrong?" Zishang took a deep breath, and his surging emotions were unable to calm down in a short period of time, so he was temporarily unable to reply to the old man. "Senior." Meanwhile, Zian, who stood at the side, spoke out. "It's that Duan Lingtian. That Duan Lingtian that used demonic techniques to humiliate Big Brother at the 7-star Sword Sex Fecta Peak in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that day." "Duan Lingtian?" The black-clothed old man followed along the direction Zian pointed at when he heard Zian, and he looked towards the distant second-class spectating area, and his gaze descended onto the group of people from the Darkstone Empire. "That violet-clothed young man, the youngest one. He's Duan Lingtian," Ziyan added. "Him?" The black-clothed old man's brows raised as he muttered. "I heard that a violet-clothed young man that's shockingly young appeared in the first phase of the Dynasty martial competition yesterday. He looks to be around the age of 25, and his cultivation is at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Could it be that it's him?" As he finished speaking, a rare strand of bright light flashed past the old man's muddy eyes. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. The old man's words caused Zian to be unable to help but be stunned, and she said with slight disbelief, How could this be possible? How could this Duan Lingtian's improvement possibly be so swift?" She slightly didn't dare believe it, even though she'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao and knew that Duan Lingtian's natural talent was shocking. But at that time, Duan Lingtian was only stronger than the group of young geniuses of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the entire Dark Han dynasty, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only a tiny piece of land that wasn't worth mentioning. In the vast land of the Dark Han dynasty, experts were as numerous as the clouds, and geniuses were as numerous as the clouds. So in the entire Dark Han dynasty, the group of young geniuses from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were utterly nothing. Since Zi Yan arrived at the Dark Han dynasty, she deeply felt all of this. But now, she heard that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had actually already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. She couldn't accept this fact for a while. He's also participating in the Dynasty Martial Competition. When Zishang, who was standing at the side, heard the old man's words, his eyes suddenly lit up, and the killing intent in them was difficult to conceal. If that's the case, then I have the opportunity to kill him personally in front of the group of powerhouses from the Dark Han dynasty. Now, Zishang had gradually calmed down. He stared at Duan Lingtian emotionlessly. I heard that his strength is not bad, and he can be considered one of the best among the young talents of the various empires that went on stage yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, you will have the opportunity to meet him. The black-clothed old man spoke with an expressionless face. He'd heard of the matter between this disciple of his and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-star sword sex Duan Lingtian in the past. Actually, with his strength and background, not to mention killing Duan Lingtian, even annihilating the 7-star sword sect was extremely easy. But he didn't do that. He wanted his disciple to deal with all this with his own 2 hands. Crawl up from where you fell. Since the beginning, he'd taught his disciple like this. Yes. Zishang nodded, and then Ziyan escorted the old man to the first-class spectating area. Zither, young master. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Zishang's icy cold gaze that contained killing intent, yet he didn't care, as far as he was concerned. Unless Zishang had a shocking fortuitous encounter like him, otherwise, even if Zishang had a master in the Dark Han dynasty, it would be impossible for Zishang to catch up to him. Even if Zishang really fought him, Zishang would only be a fish on his chopping board. When Duan Lingtian saw Zishang, and Zishang following the black-clothed old man to head directly towards an empty first-class spectating area, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because presently, amongst the 9 first-class spectating areas in the cage battle arena, only that one was empty. Moreover, that first-class spectating area just happened to be situated at the east, and obviously belonged to the host, whereas the host of the cage battle arena was the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Who's that old man? He actually ascended the first-class spectating area that belongs to the imperial family. Instantly, someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Without the invitation of someone from the imperial family, even if it's in existence with a special status in our Dark Han dynasty, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare abruptly ascend that first-class spectating area. He ought to be a member of the imperial family. Many people guessed. The experts in the imperial family are numerous like the clouds, and there's no lack of experts that rarely appear before others. Perhaps the black-clothed old man is one of those people. It's possible. In the cage battle arena, the group of people discussed animatedly as they guessed the old man's identity. The more they guessed, the more certain they were. A member of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. For the sake of verifying, Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan in the sky, and his voice transmission flashed out to enter into Feng Wudao's ears. Uncle Feng, that black-clothed old man, is a member of the imperial family? Duan Lingtian asked Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao was originally resting with his eyes closed, and even if the black-clothed old man appeared, he would still remain indifferent. At this moment, when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he slowly raised his head and glanced indifferently at the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family before saying, "Yes, he's a member of the imperial family. He's the imperial uncle of the Dark Han dynasty's current emperor, and he usually rarely appears before others and acts alone. His strength isn't bad." As he finished speaking, Feng Wudao's tone became slightly heavier. He was undoubtedly emphasizing that the black-clothed old man's strength wasn't bad. His strength isn't bad? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he looked at the black-clothed old man with slight surprise, even though he discerned a trace of indifference from Feng Wudao's tone. However, a person that was able to make Feng Wudao evaluate him like this obviously had something of his own, and it caused Duan Lingtian to arouse slight fear towards the old man. I truly never imagined that this Zishang actually took such a great figure as his master, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Not to mention the foreign lands, only in the Dark Han dynasty, this black-clothed old man's identity could indeed be considered to be a great figure. On the other hand, Zishang was one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Zither Young Master, and he was only a young martial artist whose natural talent in the martial Dao could be considered to be not bad in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The difference between their identities was like the heavens and the earth. How did they become master and disciple? This was something that Duan Lingtian was unable to guess. Logically speaking, with the black-clothed old man's identity and background, he only had to say a single word, and the numerous young geniuses in the Dark Han dynasty with natural talent in the martial Dao that were even more formidable than Zishang would fight to the death to become his disciple. I can't wrap my head around it. Duan Lingtian shook his head, as he was truly unable to wrap his head around it. Perhaps only the black-clothed old man himself knew why he took Zishang as his disciple. His Majesty has arrived. Suddenly, a voice that was like a thunderclap instantly exploded out in the sky far away in the cage battle arena, and it sounded out from afar and suppressed the extremely clamorous voices in the cage battle arena. Subsequently, the cage battle arena was deathly silent. Those people that were chatting and discussing earlier had shut their mouths successively, whereas those people that were looking around earlier had all stopped their heads and stared fixedly at the source of the voice. The emperor of the Dark Han dynasty? Just like most of the people present, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but raise his head to look towards the source of the voice when he heard it. In next to no time, the boundless clouds and mist in the distance slowly dispersed at the same time. A luxurious palanquin that seemed to be dazzling under the morning sun appeared before the eyes of everyone. This palanquin was extremely large. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, it was 2 times larger than the palanquin that King Yong sat in during the Young Genius competition of the Darkstone Empire that day. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. It wasn't just that. This luxurious palanquin that was dazzling with golden lights was even carried by 8 people, and it was an 8-bearer palanquin. These 8 people were 8 armored soldiers, and they were staring ahead with cold gazes. As they soared through the sky, their movements were in unison, and it brought a form of visual shock to others. The 8 people carried the palanquin as they soared through the sky, and the palanquin was steady like Mount Tai and didn't shake in the slightest. The cultivations of these 8 people are probably not at the ordinary void prying stage. Duan Lingtian looked at the 8 armored soldiers and couldn't help but think in his heart. Now his heart was itching. He wanted to rely on his spiritual force to detect the cultivations of these 8 people, yet he was slightly apprehensive of the inscription masters that might be present here. The inscription masters here were existences that had stepped into the void interpretation stage at every turn, and it caused Duan Lingtian to not dare be careless in the slightest. Even if he exposed his spiritual force, so long as Feng Wudao was present, he wouldn't be in any danger. But it was impossible for him to stay by Feng Wudao's side forever, so he still advocated being careful and prudent. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. As expected of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, what extravagance! Duan Lingtian looked at the palanquin that slowly flashed out from behind the clouds and mist, and he sighed in his heart. Compared to the extravagance before him, 1 year ago in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city, the scene of King Yong making an appearance was simply like a child playing house, and it wasn't worth mentioning. There's someone behind. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, who had sharp eyes, noticed that besides the 8 soldiers that carried the palanquin, there were another 2 people following behind. These were 2 young men. One wore white clothes, the other wore black clothes, and it formed an extremely clear contrast between them. It's him. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he saw the white-clothed young man. Looks like his guess from yesterday wasn't wrong. This white-clothed young man was indeed one of the 3 young geniuses that the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family had recommended to participate in the dynasty martial competition this time. It's the young man that presided over the dynasty martial competition yesterday. Chapter 680. The 2 young men followed behind the palanquin and arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Swoosh! Right at this moment, another 2 ear-piercing voices sounded out, and it drew the gazes of most people present. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone, 2 aged figures appeared once more behind the expanse of clouds and mist that came out from the palanquin, and they were 2 old men that were in high spirits. In the blink of an eye, the 2 old men arrived before the palanquin and bowed. "Welcome, Your Majesty." The 2 old men spoke respectfully in unison. At the same time, one of the old men moved open the curtain on the door of the palanquin and looked inside. "Your Majesty, please." A dignified middle-aged man that wore a bright golden dragon robe slowly walked out from the palanquin, and he strode through the sky as if he was walking on level ground. The dignified middle-aged man had an obvious mustache, and he looked to be extremely unique. This mustache caused one to have a deep impression of him, just like the cinnabar mole between King Yong's brows caused one to have a deep impression of him. "He's the Dark Han dynasty's emperor," Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Right at this moment, besides the group of people in the first-class spectating area that still sat on the spot, and a portion of them didn't move in the slightest, most of the people in the third-class and second-class spectating areas stood up successively and bowed respectfully to the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. Only Duan Lingtian stood up with everyone and nodded indifferently, and he didn't even bend his waist. Not many people saw the scene, but it just so happened that the Dark Han dynasty's emperor saw it, and he just happened to glance past Duan Lingtian with a light smile and saw Duan Lingtian, who didn't bow. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like a crane among chickens in the eyes of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. For a time, the smile on the emperor's face froze. It was understandable that the people in the first-class spectating area didn't move too much. After all, every single one of them possessed an extremely extraordinary status. A small number of people were existences that even he didn't dare rashly offend. "Everyone else is bowing to me. Why aren't you bowing?" The emperor reached out and touched the mustache on his mouth. He stared at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Do you think that I am not qualified for you to bow to me?" Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. The gazes of everyone followed the emperor's gaze and descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. "It's that young man from the Darkstone Empire." Although this young man is young, his strength is extraordinary. However, he actually dares to not greet His Majesty. How arrogant! A member of a tiny empire actually dares to not greet our Dark Han dynasty's emperor. That's simply disrespectful. I think he's going to be in trouble. The group of people in the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Some people rejoiced in his misfortune, while others broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. "Your Majesty, he was intimidated by Your Majesty just now, which is why he was rude. I hope Your Majesty can forgive him." King Yong broke out in cold sweat when he saw the Dark Han dynasty's emperor was targeting Duan Lingtian, and he spoke in terror. Even though he was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, he was nothing before the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty. If the emperor wanted to kill him, then the emperor only had to say a single word. "Who are you?" The emperor looked at King Yong and asked indifferently. "Your Majesty, I'm the representative of the Darkstone Empire this time, and I'm a king of the Darkstone Empire's imperial family," King Yong said to the emperor. "Darkstone Empire?" The emperor pondered slightly, and then he said, "You're that King Yong that's called the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire? I've heard of you. Your Majesty, it's me." At the same time that King Yong was slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, a bitter smile appeared on his face. The #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire? Not to mention anything else. Just the group of experts present here was capable of casually grabbing a large number of experts that were stronger than him. In this place, this so-called #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire was utterly not worth mentioning. "He's a member of your Darkstone Empire?" The emperor glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at King Yong and asking with a low voice. "Yes." King Yong nodded as cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his palms went cold. At this moment, he only hoped that the person from the Feng clan would be able to help Duan Lingtian out of this predicament in time. He believed that so long as that person spoke, then no matter how displeased the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty was with Duan Lingtian, the emperor would have to give that person some face. Since he's a member of your Darkstone Empire, then you, as the representative, can't escape the blame as well. Both of you have to be punished. The emperor's tone was calm, as if he was speaking of a matter of no importance. On what basis? Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who'd been silently watching the development of the situation, couldn't sit still any longer, and his figure flashed out to stand before King Yong before raising his head to look at the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty and shouting in a light voice. On what basis? Duan Lingtian's shout spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. Hiss! 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 For a time the sounds of gasping rose and fell in the surroundings of the cage battle arena without end. Most people felt their scalps go numb. Has this young man from the Darkstone Empire gone mad? No matter how great his natural talent is, he hasn't matured after all. So long as the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty gave the word, he would practically only have an ending of certain death. On what basis? The calm on the emperor's face was finally broken by Duan Lingtian, and he suddenly took a step forward as his dignified voice sounded out once more. On the basis that I'm the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty and rule over the entire Dark Han dynasty. Is this enough? Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged when facing the emperor's oppressive might. Or perhaps he wasn't worried in the slightest. Even if the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty wanted to make a move against him, Feng Wudao wouldn't allow it. Not to mention his relationship with Feng Wudao's family wasn't shallow. Even if they didn't have a relationship, Feng Wudao wouldn't stand idly by. After all, he was the man Tianwu was destined to be with in the prophecy, the man that could save Tianwu's life. Duan Lingtian. Su Li's face went grim, and he broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Besides Long Yin, who had an expressionless face, the other young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire looked at Duan Lingtian with slight worry. Narrow-minded and making a mountain out of a molehill. I truly don't know why the Dark Han dynasty has an emperor like you. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the emperor with a calm expression as he spoke unhurriedly. In Duan Lingtian's dictionary, it had always been that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If someone really took the initiative to offend him, then he wouldn't be afraid of trouble, no matter who the person was or what shocking identity the person had. Presumptuous! Right when the emperor was angered by Duan Lingtian to the point his face went grim, the expressions of the two old men that guarded before the palanquin went grim, and they shouted out in shock. Besides that, the eyes of the 8 soldiers that carried the palanquin emitted cold lights at this moment, and they stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. They seemed as if they would abandon the palanquin at any moment and make a move against Duan Lingtian. As for the other 2 young men, the expression of the black-clothed young man went grim, whereas the white-clothed young man had an expression of fear when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Compared to the other members of the imperial family, he was even more familiar with Duan Lingtian, and he knew that the relationship between Duan Lingtian and that person from the Feng clan wasn't shallow. Boasting shamelessly and humiliating his majesty, "You deserve death." As soon as the old man before the palanquin finished speaking, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot directly towards Duan Lingtian. "Father," on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Feng Tianwu looked anxiously at Feng Wudao. But Feng Wudao didn't take any action, and he just shook his head. "Don't worry, he'll be fine." At practically the instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the old man had already arrived nearby Duan Lingtian, and with a raise of his hand, vast origin energy raged. Subsequently, he slapped out with his palm, causing a wave of wind and clouds to roil. Whoosh! In the next moment, an enormous palm print condensed into form and whistled out to envelop Duan Lingtian. "Stay your hand." Right when Duan Lingtian thought that Duan Lingtian was about to make a move, a slightly familiar voice exploded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with slight anxiousness. Subsequently, a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind assaulted over. Swish! A material sword light tore through the sky and easily shattered the enormous palm print that swept towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, whoosh! A tall figure appeared before Duan Lingtian and firmly protected Duan Lingtian behind him. Pavilion Master Xiang? When he thought of the familiar voice from before and saw the familiar figure before him, Duan Lingtian recognized a person that had appeared in time to save him. It was precisely the Pavilion Master of the Milky Way City's Treasure Gathering Pavilion and the Vice Guild Master of the Dark Han Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild, Xiangying. "We meet again. Let's catch up later." Xiangying turned around and lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian before once again turning around. He didn't look at the old man that attacked Duan Lingtian, and instead looked at the Emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty. "Your Majesty, this is my little brother. Please give me some face and spare my little brother for today's matter, all right?" Xiangying. The Emperor frowned slightly when he saw Xiangying appear, and he shook his head when he heard Xiangying. "This matter isn't related to you. You better not be implicated. If it was another matter, then perhaps he would give Xiangying some face." After all, Xiangying was one of the rare grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Dark Han Dynasty, and there was no harm in giving a grade 4 weapons craftsman a favor. But when he thought of the humiliation Duan Lingtian gave him in public earlier, the flames of anger in his heart soared and were difficult to extinguish for a long time, and he wished for nothing more than for Duan Lingtian to die miserably on the spot. If it wasn't for him being the emperor of the Dark Han Dynasty, and every single action of his represented the Dark Han Dynasty, he would have personally made a move and annihilated Duan Lingtian long ago. The emperor's resolution exceeded Xiangying's expectations. For a time, Xiangying was slightly hesitant. If he continued to persist, then he would undoubtedly offend the emperor. But if he didn't persist, then Duan Lingtian would probably die here today. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Xiangying's mind, and he looked at the emperor and said via voice transmission, "Your Majesty, there's something I must tell you. There's a grade 3 weapons craftsman behind this little brother of mine that has a deep relationship with him." Grade 3 weapons craftsman. The emperor, who originally had a resolute expression, went grim when he heard Xiangying's voice transmission, and slight fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. "Is what you said true?" Chapter 681. Even though a grade 3 weapons craftsman had appeared in the history of the Dark Han Dynasty, it was only a flash in the pan. Moreover, it was a matter of a few hundred years ago. Up until now, there had never been a grade 3 weapons craftsman that had appeared in the Dark Han Dynasty and the various other dynasties. It was precisely because of this that a grade 3 alchemist could be considered to be an existence of legend in the eyes of the members of the various dynasties. He could imagine that if a grade 3 weapons craftsman appeared in a certain dynasty, it would surely cause an extremely great stir. It was even to the extent that he only had to promise a grade 3 spirit weapon as the price, and he would be able to make the powers and experts of the various dynasties fight to be the first to do something for him. The temptation of a grade 3 spirit weapon was too great. As the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty, even though a grade 4 weapons craftsman was rare, it wasn't as if there weren't any in the Dark Han dynasty, so he could disregard them. But if it was a grade 3 weapons craftsman, he had no choice but to fear it. Your Majesty, if you think I spoke like this intentionally, then feel free to act on your own accord. Xiang Ying looked at the emperor with a calm expression as he spoke via voice transmission. The emperor's expression was extremely gloomy, and he didn't know how to choose for a moment. Presently, he was obviously unable to back down. If he didn't do anything to Duan Lingtian, then where would his dignity as the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty remain? If he did anything to Duan Lingtian, then wouldn't he possibly offend the grade 3 weapons craftsman that Xiang Ying spoke of? Offending a grade 3 weapons craftsman wasn't a joke. A grade 3 weapons craftsman only had to pay a few grade 3 spirit weapons as the price, and it was sufficient to make the numerous experts of the various dynasties look for trouble with the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. The Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's resources and reserves were strong, and there were even experts that were numerous like the clouds in the sky, yet it was impossible for them to always keep an eye on a group of younger generation disciples and protect them. Who knew if that grade 3 weapons craftsman would vent his anger on the direct descendant disciples of the imperial family? At that time, even if that grade 3 spirit weapon was used to exchange for 10 direct descendant disciples of the imperial family, there would probably be countless experts that would step forward successively and risk their lives. All of this wasn't something he was willing to see happen. Why hasn't His Majesty punished Duan Lingtian yet? Zishang sat upright on the spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, and his brows slightly knit together. He was originally prepared to watch a good show, but who knew that there would be an awkward silence. Just as the atmosphere in the cage battle arena became a little strange, whoosh! In the sky above the cage battle arena, a white bolt of lightning flashed past, and it instantly arrived by the side of the emperor before respectfully calling out, "Imperial Uncle." The person who appeared next to the emperor was none other than the white-clad young man, the host of the first phase of the dynasty martial competition yesterday. At this moment, even though his voice wasn't loud, it still seemed to be exceptionally resounding within the exceedingly silent cage battle arena. "Uncle." For a moment, many people were stunned. I didn't expect him to be a direct descendant of the imperial family. I wonder which prince's son he is. I only know that the black-clothed young man is the second son of His Majesty, the second prince. As for him, I've never seen or heard of him before. The second prince is publicly acknowledged as one of the 3 most outstanding young experts in our Dark Han dynasty. He's equally famous as the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao. Who doesn't? The cage battle arena was filled with endless discussions, and it was extraordinarily bustling. Many people were curious about the identity of this white-clothed young man. The emperor looked at the white-clothed young man, who was his nephew, and asked via voice transmission when he heard this. "How, do you need something?" The white-clothed young man's brows raised as he spoke via voice transmission. This short sentence caused the emperor's expression to change rapidly, and in the end he heaved a sigh of relief as if he'd obtained an answer to a difficult problem. Subsequently, the emperor raised his head to look at one of the first-class spectating areas. Duan Lingtian frowned, as he didn't know what the Dark Han dynasty's emperor was doing, but he still followed the emperor's gaze to look over, and he noticed that at the direction the emperor was looking at, there were two people he knew sitting there. The Yi clan's patriarch and the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Xiang. But at this moment, there was another person between the two of them. This was a young man that sat there with a calm expression, and the space between his brows was slightly similar to the Yi clan's patriarch and Yi Xiang, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but think in his heart. Could it be? He's the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao? Presently, Duan Lingtian wasn't the rash young man he was when he'd just arrived at the Dark Han dynasty's capital. He'd heard of some things that were widely spread in the Dark Han dynasty's capital. There were 3 extremely outstanding young geniuses in the Dark Han dynasty, and they were publicly acknowledged as the top genius martial artists in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. These 3 people were respectively the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's second prince, Baihe, the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyong, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao. Amongst the 3 of them, Duan Lingtian only knew Zhang Shouyong. He was clearly aware of Zhang Shouyong's natural talent in the martial Dao, and even in the entire Dark Han dynasty. Zhang Shouyong was absolutely a top existence. Since Yi Shao was equally famous as Zhang Shouyong, Yi Shao would surely not be weak. Duan Lingtian hadn't finished his thoughts when he heard the emperor speak to him once more, and his tone had undergone a tremendous change. So it turns out that you're the son-in-law of Big Brother Wu Dao. You're really a family that doesn't know each other. Today's matter is indeed my fault as a senior. The emperor's expression changed abruptly, and his gloomy expression instantly became warm, as if he'd instantly transformed into an amiable senior. He had the bearing of a senior that was magnanimous and wouldn't fuss about it with a junior. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to react to it for a moment. After he reacted to it, Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the emperor. Big Brother Wu Dao. He'd naturally guessed who the Big Brother Wu Dao the emperor spoke of was. It was undoubtedly the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. As for why the emperor would suddenly know of the relationship between him and Feng Wu Dao, Duan Lingtian guessed that it was surely related to the white-clothed young man and the Yi clan's patriarch. Earlier, the white-clothed young man ought to have warned the emperor. Subsequently, the emperor looked at the Yi clan's patriarch, and it was very likely that the emperor used a voice transmission to ask about the relationship between him and Feng Wu Dao. When the emperor completely confirmed it, the subsequent change in expression occurred. Looks like that white-clothed young man is extremely concerned about me. He actually knows that the Yi clan's patriarch knows about my background. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the white-clothed young man that stood by the emperor's side. Lord Wu Dao's son-in-law. So this young man from the Darkstone Empire has such an identity. It's truly surprising. Lord Wu Dao's daughter is so outstanding, yet she's already taken. It's truly a pity. Pity? Even if Lord Wu Dao's daughter isn't taken, do you think you have a chance? Laughable. After they found out about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar once more. What? He's Feng Wu Dao's son-in-law? On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family, the expression of the black-clothed old man went slightly grim. No, impossible. How could this be? Zishang, who sat by the old man's side, had an extremely unsightly expression, as never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian had such an identity. He'd already arrived at the Dark Han dynasty for a period of time, and he knew some things about the Dark Han dynasty in detail, including the matters of the Feng clan's eldest master. He knew that the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, was a top expert in the territory of the Dark Han dynasty. Supposedly, his cultivation wasn't inferior to the strongest expert in the imperial family. Because of this, Feng Wu Dao's status in the Dark Han dynasty was extremely special, and even the emperor didn't dare rashly offend him. So long as it was a discerning person, practically all of them were able to discern this from the change in the emperor's attitude towards Duan Lingtian after he found out about Duan Lingtian's identity earlier. I never imagined that this Duan Lingtian has become a gigolo as well. Ziyan's beautiful brows knit together slightly as she spat, and her words were filled with disdain and contempt. Zishang. The old man looked at Zishang and said with slight fear, "Originally, Master had no reason to interfere in the matters between you and this Duan Lingtian. But now, since he has the identity of Feng Wu Dao's son-in-law, you can't intentionally kill him. Otherwise, even Master would be unable to protect you." As the old man finished speaking, his tone was filled with fear towards Feng Wu Dao. Zishang had an unwilling expression as he muttered with a low voice, "Could it be that the enmity between me and this Duan Lingtian is going to end like this? Of course not." The old man shook his head and said slowly, "It's fine so long as you don't intentionally kill him. At the same time, you can't intentionally cripple his cultivation. You can do whatever you want for the rest. Sometimes humiliating a person is even more painful than killing him." Zishang's eyes lit up when he heard the old man's reminder. Yeah. Wouldn't it be even more wonderful if he was able to wantonly trample on Duan Lingtian's dignity after defeating Duan Lingtian? With Duan Lingtian's dignity, it would surely be difficult for him to endure his humiliation. It was imaginable. At that time, Duan Lingtian would surely live a life worse than death. Disciple has benefited from your guidance. Zishang took a deep breath as piercingly cold lights flashed in the depths of his eyes. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian only glanced indifferently at the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor, who'd changed his attitude, and then he looked at Xiangying, who was standing blankly at the side since long ago. "Pavilion Master Xiang, thank you for earlier." Xiangying reacted when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice, and he laughed in self-ridicule. "I was meddlesome. If I knew earlier that you had such a relationship with the Feng clan's eldest master, I wouldn't have made a fool of myself earlier." Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian and the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, had such a relationship. "No matter what, Duan Lingtian will remember this favor of yours, Pavilion Master Xiang." Duan Lingtian shook his head and spoke with a serious expression. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian invited Xiangying to sit at the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated. Originally, with Xiangying's status and identity in the Dark Han Dynasty, he disdained to sit at this second-class spectating area. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.